So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila.
After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparation for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa Naos and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para dalhin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yeah.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slatom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rababs.
I'm V Black. And we are Abaddon.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay!
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week lang yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City and the bootcamp is like the
Pew, pew, pew! Bang, bang, bang! Magsigising kayo sa aming mga paputok dahil huling linggo na ng group stages dito. 6 teams will remain, but in the end, 2 teams will face eliminations. I guess you can say that here on VCTPH, it's the final countdown.
And there you go, Kuya Yowie. There's no stopping
hits support with the blade, and it's 2 already going down to the ground. Great, look at this reflection, Reno! Taking it, he's just gonna go for it, and Naislick crawls his way to the clutch.
Welcome all to VCTPH week number 5. I am joined by Fluffy02 and our very own Omen na si Rico. Kasi nag-teleport ka na naman, Rico. Iba na naman background mo ngayon. Kamusta ka naman dyan?
Oo nga, no? Parang pangatlong background na to. Nangongolekta tayo ng background, guys. Abangan.
Ay, nako, nangongolekta tayo ng backgrounds. Nangongolekta rin tayo ng mga teams dito na namimili na ng Lotus. Fluffy, isang linggo na nakalipas nung nakakita tayo ng mga Fluffy gameplay tuloy. Lotus gameplay, rather. I want to know your thoughts on how the teams have been navigating so far dito sa mapa na to.
I think Lotus is an interesting map, right? Because compared to other maps, there's so many agents that you can pick, and I think it's just nice to see a lot of teams choosing the map and experimenting, especially on this level.
It really is. And speaking of Lotus, bakit hindi natin panoorin yung mga highlights from last week para makita talaga natin yung big picture kung paano sila nagpasikot-sikot talaga dito sa malaking mapa na to. Let's watch the highlights.
Guessing, but Xiangyi makes the decisive swift strike to basically deal death of Georgie here. Now the pull of trigger on Savvy 8K, he's going to be by himself. Creating space as his teammates pushes up into the A side. This is going to be incredibly messy here, Raph. Lost Boy can push up, maybe catch them on transition. And Xiangyi, where does he keep coming from? He gets the one pick, does finally get shut down, and we're here for the 3 versus 3. Ninitups now is the one to activate his own ultimate here. And Lost Boy challenging, but I think that was awkward because Walk on Water, I think, got flashed by his own teammate there from Nini. So this might not be the best, but they equalize once more. The tag on the recon dart. Walk on Water just does not care any further and just wants to keep challenging Mario.
Well, they're giving us a recipe of, well, some trauma towards APH. Yanagi, what you doing? Really, Blur's the only one who might be able to get the wave, but trade the rendezvous rather. Not ready. Blurred also, not more so, not so. And, well, Derek, maybe the next one. Kellyus is twitching. He's twitching, man, trying to get these kills, and he wants the ace. They need to find him. Micro, run, deny him of the highlight. Look at SKYE Empire, deploying the utility just to get the intel. Here comes the swing, and they have the knives out. The paranoia is there. Micro mowing them down, but Kellyus!
Rike comes on in here. They have the sniper spit, as he talked about. The Kellyus is able to find the kill here as Micro trades him out immediately. Kevzy's down, so not much information gathering remaining on this side. They do know where the spike is anyways, and it's not being defused. They're trying to tap it, trying to bait out the peak or a push here from Action PH, but the post plant is holding pretty significantly. Micro finds the third in this. The flank comes on in, but it's a bit too late. Disrupt, they know where he is. They know he's coming from B long, and the time is ticking as well. Very low HP, and Micro gains the fourth. The snake strikes true, and he's absolutely venomous.
See, as two players are trying to wrap around each other.
The lockdown going to be in play though. It's going to force Wild Oreo to make a move. Will he back out or will he choose to go closer? Looks like he's going to go for the fight. Maybe able to get the timing. He knows that the turret is there, meaning he knows where the KJ at least is going to come from. Ready already for the swing, but he's forced to back out. The timing doesn't work out for him, and he gets detained. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Oh no.
Not like this. Wait, is this because Drax is getting a lot of value after the sheriff shots?
Oh no, and speaking of value, Drax just falls. We were just talking about you, buddy.
Yeah.
But it looks like he has to go to sleep early today as he falls to that tour de force coming out from Chamber. Boogie's going to push through this like a madman, and it's going to have the flash out as well to clear extra space.
And now the bomb, spike now being planted. Really nicely done wall here is able to be, going to forced to funnel everybody on towards that area. As Georgie's gonna aggressively go on top of the wall, the Sage is actually below him and he's unable to run away.
Oh no, the stuns in this small corridor is just going to be so effective. And so much defense with that Sage wall, as well as the Cove to protect. Georgie on the flanks, able to get 4.
Wow.
This Neon is insane.
In the words of the great caster Fluffy02, this Neon is insane! But I would also like to say na insane din yung mga sponsors natin dito. So maraming salamat sa Riot Games pati sa Mineski Philippines for organizing this event.
We'd also like to say thank you for our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
At syempre, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po.
Syempre, di ko napigilan tumawa. Di rin napigilan ni Fluffy. Nice emphasis on the first month, Fluffy. I see.
Of course.
Anyway,
what you preach,
ayoko na. Hulaan na lang ng mga viewers natin kung ano yung tinutukoy namin dyan. Pero ang hindi nyo kailangan hulaan ay kung saan nyo pwedeng mapanood etong broadcast natin. Dahil marami tayong languages na available. By marami, I mean 2. Meron tayong English, pati Filipino broadcast. So for the English side, you guys can catch it on Twitch and on YouTube. And over for the Filipino broadcast, meron tayong Facebook and YouTube naman dyan. So, pili-pili na lang kayo kung anong language yung preferred nyo for the day. Pero ngayon naman, tingnan natin kung ano na ba yung itsura ng ating standings. Actually, napaka-importanting discussion ito. Kasi tulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, it is week number 5, aka the final week of the group standings. So, kung makikita natin dito, meron akong notes yan. Pinaghandaan ko talaga tong standings, guys. Kasi 6 matches na lang yung natitira natin. 3 game days na lang, including today. And itong Poggers, seemingly on paper right now, na 1 to 5 sila, akala mo wala na silang chance. Pero in reality, kung sakaling matalo ang SKYE Empire at ang Action PH, at kung ang Abaddon Abyss ay manalo ng at least 1 game, and itong Poggers, best case scenario, manalo rin sila sa last game nila, magiging tied sila lahat for 2 na wins. So, medyo may chance pa, pero sobrang shaky din, especially given the fact na ang makakalaban pa ng Poggers later on ay Naos Esports. So, yun lang. Gusto ko lang i-bring out there na medyo delikado talaga tong mga teams ito. Meron tayong 4 na teams to look out for. No one is safe at this moment except maybe for Oasis Gaming and Naos Esports, of course. Pero ito, as we move over to the standings over here, Rico, I wanna ask you, the match schedule for the day rather. I wanna ask you, sa tingin mo, among the teams that we do have here, sino yung kailangan natin talagang bantayan at kailangan talaga nila ring mag-perform?
Para sa akin, it's definitely the first match. It's SKYE Empire. Because, remember last week, SKYE Empire was basically bottom 3 alongside the bottom 2 that we looked at kanina sa standings prior. So, nakita natin na when they go overtime, when it counts, they really bring up their A game. So now it's one of those things where SKYE needs to win 1 more just so that hindi sila malapit dun sa bottom 2 and gain their distance away from, again, gain more scores para mas may safety sila sa standings.
I think I have to agree with Rico there, because when you look at a team like NCG as well, in their perspective, if they're able to basically take this game, it pushes their chances in being the top 3 a lot higher. Because what Rico said like last week, that a lot of the matches nowadays with the end result are really dependent on how other teams perform. It's kind of not always in your hands. So getting as many games as possible is very important.
I would actually have to disagree with you guys for this one. Wow! May disagree tayo today. Hindi, kasi I mean, to a certain extent, I do agree na SKYE Empire yung team na kailangan nating i-look out for. Pero pag tiningnan mo kasi yung trajectory na itong team na to, umaangat na talaga sila eh. Nananalo na sila sa mga matches nila. On the opposite side, etong APH, they were off to a really strong start. But right now, yung ano nila, di ba, yung curve nila medyo pababa. So, kailangan din natin talagang bantayan yung team na yan. But again, that is later story. May panel pa tayo mamaya para pag-usapan yan. Abangan nyo si Asuraf ang kasama natin dyan. Anyway, for this series, ready na akong ipakilala sa inyo yung first team na pag-uusapan natin. So ito na guys, himay-himayin na natin ang brains and firepower netong SR Nacague.
And here we have it, NCG, a team that really is better than the sum of its parts. They have that teamwork that most teams just strive to possess. This core roster has been able to top a lot of the top teams, and recently they have scored their victories over Game Lab Alpha and Abaddon Abyss. But moving on to this series, the big question is if they're going to be able to step up as a team or if they're going to fall into their old habits.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question, right? Because they had an amazing start. They're currently 3-2 in the current standings, and I feel like just because this last weekend before the playoffs is so critical, this is the time whether you want to bring out your secrets, whether you want to save that for playoffs, whether you're confident that this score is enough, and the rest of the performances ng ibang teams, you kind of like predict what's going to happen, and you're basically in a safe boat. So might as well just save it towards playoffs, kung baga yung sitwasyon ng SR Nacague.
Mag-ingat-ingat na lang rin sila, no? Ito kayang week na to, ikaw Fluffy, bilang isang analyst and coach, do you think this is the week na the people really have to bring out their pocket strats or kind of save it for later kasi malapit na talaga yung playoffs?
I think it depends on what your current standing is. Obviously, if you're towards the bottom or maybe middle of the pack, you kind of want to have to start bringing out those strats. You can't really afford to save it. But if you're in the top, maybe 2 to 3 teams, I think it's fine saving it overall.
Interesting. On the other side, tingnan natin kung itong team na makakalaban nila magsisave nga ba ng strats or tuluyan na nilang ibubuga ang lahat ng makakaya nila. Ipakilala na natin ngayon ang SKYE Empire.
Perfect.
SKYE Empire. Again, this is a team that is comprised of strong shards of many different teams that came together to compete for the VCT, RU, Disrupt, Eugene S, Kelly S, and Rabbit. And they had a again, as we mentioned earlier sa standings kanina, critical na yung laban nila ng SKYE Empire against Action PH. They were able to bring it to map 3 and as well as overtime, and therefore is able to get out of that bottom 3 spot. But their story isn't over. They can't breathe safely just yet kasi they're still 2-3 in the standing. So this is exactly why this game is super duper critical. And I feel like when we look at the previous maps, it is due to Kelly S and Eugene S. Again, both of these two players have clutched so many rounds, especially when it came to the double-digit scores.
I mean, this team, when you look at them, they really have all the ingredients to make something great. They have the veterancy that we always talk about, but they also have a lot of teamwork already built in. Rabbit and Kelly S playing before is one of the things that really keeps everything, I think, together. And with the addition of Eugene S, as well as a super solid controller like Disrupt and even RU, I think this team has really had that slow start, but they're kind of building into something. So if that goes into fruition today, they might, just go with a 2-0. It depends on how it goes, but they are very experienced. They have gone through a lot of these long series, so we'll find out.
That's pretty spicy prediction, Fluffy.
Oo nga, may preview na tayo ng prediction niya.
Kind of early, no?
Mamaya pa tayo sa prediction. Excited na si Fluffy Pero ito, meron tayong highlighted players ngayon na very interesting. Di pa natin sila masyadong napag-usapan in depth in the past. So ipakilala natin ngayon yung mga head-to-head players natin. We've got Sen, otherwise known as Senior Carl, and Disrupt. Napatanong din ako kanina Sabi ko, sino tong Sen? Bagong player ba? Pero hindi, it's Senior Carl. And Fluffy, I'm sure you have a lot of points between these two initiators and Flex overall.
Well, I think initiator and flex is a great way to put it. Like when you look at Carl, he's played like 3 different roles over this entire event so far. So he's played a lot of these positions, and he's also, I think, one of the better aimers in this lobby. And on the other hand, we have Disrupt. They have similar roles, but Disrupt really has an eye for a lot of the utility team usage. He really can support his team no matter where they are because he just uses it so well.
Yeah, I think definitely like bouncing off from Disrupt, he's a very consistent player. It's like one of those instances where if he's the only one left standing, you can definitely rely on Disrupt to just basically clutch for the team, either post plant or just playing around what he has on the table.
These two players are something else. One thing na gusto ko sanang i-point out din dito sa SKYE Empire is medyo nung umpisa, they were doing a lot of experiments dun sa composition nila sa mga teams. Oftentimes, makikita natin na nagkakaroon ng role adjustment. In fact, dun sa last series they played, I believe si Rabbit picked up on that controller role. Tapos si Ryu pa yung nag-Sova, which is so shocking kasi alam naman nating lahat na when it comes to the Sova for this team, laging si Rabbit yung namimili dyan. At nakikita natin na when he pulls out the Hunter's Fury, for the most part, lagi siyang nakakakuha ng value out of that. So medyo na-curious ako kung ano yung naging mindset nila for the switch. But then again, in the end of that series, nag-workout naman lahat ng mga pag-e-experiment na ginagawa niya. Anyway, let's look at the map, Vito, kasi baka mamaya, depende kung anong mapa, meron naman tayong map composition experimentation na magaganap dito. But right off the bat, Riku, do you think that we'll be seeing the maps along the lines of like Ascent o kaya naman Lotus coming into this map selection?
I feel like Lotus is such a popular pick right now, especially for the first, including the first two maps. It's not going to be a decider map, it's going to be an advantage map. And when we look at SKYE's performance dun sa Lotus map na yon against Action PH, I have a feeling if it's not banned, it's going to get picked up by SKYE. And we saw how incredibly strong they were and how relentless they were from extending these rounds.
Yeah, and when you look at a team like SR, NCG has no experience so far broadcasted, at least for Lotus. So I think it might be an advantage. It could be a surprise for SKYE, but also because they don't have the experience, it might be something that they are, not that prepared for. For NCG, though, they have a pretty good win rate on Haven, so I'm very surprised that they actually choose to ban that out. They haven't lost it on the map, albeit it's only one game, but I was thinking that they were going to lean towards banning a map where they haven't had that much success like Ascent.
To be fair, NCG has a really good map pool right now. Oh, may mga map losses sila from time to time. Pero pag tinignan mo yung scorelines, napakadikit. Which, yun, medyo worried lang ako kasi when they do lose out the map at dikit yung score, I worry about their ability to adjust on the fly kasi masyadong delayed if ganun yung nangyayari, diba? At the end of the day, pag sobrang dikit yung scoreline, dun mo malalaman na alam mo kung sino yung team na mas maagang makakapag-adjust, mas maagang makakapag-adapt, sila yung mananalo in the end. Pero over here, Fluffy, we're not gonna be seeing Fracture in this series, no?
It's a good ban, I think, coming out from SKYE. Fracture is one of the maps that SR Nacague really has a lot of success in. They've won the game that they played. But speaking of the games that they've played, this is one of the few teams in the entire VCTPH Split 1 where they haven't played a game on Bind or Split or Breeze, meaning that the current map pool is all the maps that they've been playing this entire time. And I think that is a big advantage in terms of like what you can review and study as a team. So if SKYE does their homework, I think that they'll do very well, especially with NCG moving on to Icebox, where when you take a look at it, it's not the best map for SKYE. I think they've lost basically all their games on this map. So I'm surprised that this isn't the map that SKYE banned.
Yeah, honestly, it's so surprising, right? Like, just as you mentioned, Fluffy, when we looked at SKYE's recent performance on Icebox against Action, it wasn't a close match where they lost. It was basically a snowball from Action side. So it's a bit worrisome. So let's see how NCG can replicate Action's performance.
Kanina di ba sinasabi ko yung role swap na naganap? It was in this specific map, Icebox. So nagtataka ako ano kaya yung plano nila at the time. Hindi siya naging effective nung nilagay nila nga itong si Rabbit sa Viper. I suggest that they go for the more comfortable compositions that they have. Kasi napapansin ko recently, di ba nung sinabi na si Kelly S yung magiging IGL nila, napapansin natin more on backline na siya, more on initiator roles. Pero recently, nung nagkakaroon na ng momentum etong team na to, etong SKYE Empire rather, nilalagay na ulit nila si Kelly S sa sa duelist role So feeling ko, since it's working for them, dapat gawin nila yon, especially now, Rico, napupunta naman tayong Lotus at nakita natin kung gaano ka-explosive talaga si Kelly S on that race in Lotus.
Yeah, we should not forget his 4-man spray sa may A. It's by doors. It's so insane. Again, if you put him in a position where he can carry and all of the factors are correct, he just gets a very incredible, explosive, and flashy play on a raise, especially on the Lotus map.
Yeah, Lotus is one of those maps where, like Riku mentioned, they really did play well in Sky. And I have to agree with Laika, moving Kelly S back to that duelist role is one of the reasons why in the former RQ roster they did so well and they made it to that APAC level. So if they bring some of that spirit back here on VCTPH Split 1, I think it's going to be very important for them. I think the Icebox is kind of questionable map for Sky. It might be a rocky start, statistically speaking. Lotus is fine. So depending on what they go for this next map, Vito will pick our decider. So with Pearl banned out, they are going to be locking in Ascent as the decider map, which is favored statistically to Sky, where they have won their game so far. Well, on the other hand, NCG has only lost 3 out of 4. They only won that one game.
Yeah, I mean, yun nga, going back to the point that I said earlier, etong NCG, even though hindi ganun kaganda yung track record nila in terms of results sa Ascent, dikit-dikit pa rin yung scoreline eh. Pero yun nga, siguro lamang talaga dito yung SKYE Empire if we do make it to the decider map. The big question is kung magiging online kaya sila as we go into this. Kasi alam naman natin when it comes to SKYE Empire na when they're online, sobrang ganda nung lahat aligned, lahat ng mga trades nila, lahat, every fundamental that you can think of for the game, nagiging active eh. Pero once na masira yung momentum nila, once na hindi rin mabuild yung momentum nila, medyo talaga eh, tumble talaga sila dito. Fluffy. Sorry, may naalala lang ako sa sinabi ko. Pero, ayun nga. So, we're gonna be taking a look at Icebox, Lotus, and possibly Ascent later on. So, Fluffy, confident ka pa rin ba sa 2-0 na pinapredict mo kanina?
If they show up, I think yes. But statistically, I think that NCG really has stepped up in their own way. They have a consistency that Sky has not really possessed or shown of recent times. They always had that potential, but since, analysts first, I still think NCG is statistically a bit better.
Is it safe to lock in that answer? Alam ko, gusto ko hintayin natin yung camera ni Fluffy kasi gusto kong makita yung reaction
Facial
niya.
expression.
Bakit parang hindi ka confident, Fluffy? Say it
all
convincingly.
These players are great.
True.
But I think NCG are slightly better.
Ikaw, Rico.
Ewan ko, mukhang mag-map 3 yata tayo according to, going back to what Fluffy said, statistics. Icebox, NCG. Feeling ko, whatever they pick, yun na yun. Feeling ko, map 3 na to.
Uy, abot to map 3. Alam nyo, sige, based from the map selection itself din, kung aabot tayo ng map 3, I'm just gonna go with SKYE Empire. Again, tulad na sinabi ko kanina, maganda yung momentum nila ngayon. Nananalo na sila sa mga series nila. And the team is starting to build confidence talaga. Yung mga adjustments, yung experimentation na ginawa nila, it's really starting to pay off. And actually, yung naging concern earlier on in the tournament was Eugene S. always locking in that jet. Pero ngayon, nag-a-adjust na siya. Nakita na natin siya on the fade, as well as on the sentinel role. And nagiging effective na talaga yung mga ginagawa ng team na to. So, I'm locking in with SKYE Empire. Papakita na yung mga prediction locks natin in just a bit. But kayo, sa mga nanonood dyan, mag-predict na rin kayo. Kung nasa Twitch kayo, I believe may predictions on tayo. Kung nanonood naman kayo sa ibang platform, i-type nyo na sa chat at i-support nyo ang favorite teams nyo. But once again, here on the panel, it has been Likeable, Fluffy02, and Riku, and we're tossing you guys back to our casters, or to our casters for the first time this day.
Thank you so much for that, Laika and the gang. Now we are just, as they were mentioning, preparing for this next series, or this series upon us, which is Stream Raiders Nacague versus SKYE Empire. It's me, Asarai, now joined with Raph, and look at, I like the yin-yang. We got the white and black going on here. I like it. It's a nice little balance. And now we look to see who will disrupt this balance, because both of these teams actually coming in from 2 series wins here, Raph.
Yeah, it's interesting to note us right now. I'm a little
disrupted by what you said because I know it's only been a week since we last casted together. I get it, man. You miss me. Do I miss you? I'm not entirely sure. But
okay.
what this series is definitely not gonna miss. I feel like this is gonna be one of the more even matchups. They even have a very similar, I would say, map pool, and we saw it especially in our veto. I honestly thought we were gonna go for a Pearl Decider, but instead we went the other way, the Ascent way. But in any case, with you mentioned them coming off a series win, I believe. I think they're on a bit of a streak. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in any case, they did come off that W, so that streak could extend today.
Yeah, absolutely. It also felt like SKYE Empire are bouncing back from what was arguably a very shaky overall performance for them. And coming into week 5, when this is the final week before we do get into the playoffs, which is happening March 8 onwards, the week after next, it is going to be crucial for them to keep on top right there, because this match that they will have, if they do lose this, they will tie to, I believe, with Abaddon Abyss, who is currently... Or they might tie with Abaddon Abyss, who is 1-4 right now. So if they get 2-4, if Abaddon Abyss win a series, then, you know, the ball rolls and such. But again, I do like how SKYE Empire is slowly creeping back up. They were able to get that win against Action PH, which was pretty big for them. Kelly S really stepped up. He got an overall bout of like 76 kills in those 3 games, really one-upping Blurred as well as Micro. So I feel like SKYE Empire are slowly turning around right now, and that's really a good sign for this particular team. On the other hand, can't also be remiss to mention this. I believe the panel also discussed this, that SR Nacague hasn't used Naru in their previous series with Game Lab Alpha. So I feel like the trend will also continue, that they'll be using Maxi once again here, because it feels like we've already talked about this again, that he just feels like he meshes well better with the team.
I mean, yeah, Maxi does make the team incredibly well-rounded, and I think they need that type of multi-tool to really deal with the, I guess, multitude of adversities that VCT has been throwing at them, especially when it comes to team strategy and just variation of how teams play and whatnot. But yeah, we focus on this series, Aster. I feel like this is going to be, pace-wise, one of the slower ones. Both these teams love to properly work the map before they initiate any sort of initial contact. And that being said, so there might be a little bit of, would it be fair to say, overplaying here or just adjustments on the fly? But in any case, speaking of overplaying, I feel like SKYE Empire, especially in their last win, when they start simplifying the game, that's when their strengths really start to shine. Everybody's firepower came to light, and well, if they can do that today, then I believe anybody who's going to be up against them is going to have a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but of course, their opponents, SR Nacague, touted as one of the, new best teams here in the Philippines. But of course, before any of that, we'd like to thank our official sponsors, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. And yes, it is unlimited, guys. So yeah, we're about to go into Agent Select, so we'll see what the adjustment will be. We'll see which players they're going to be bringing into the play here. And oof, all right, we already have our agents very quickly.
I like it. No hesitation whatsoever. We are going the fadeless route on Icebox. We go for the double Sova on both these teams. Like I said, they love to play that range. They love to really inch the map as carefully as they can. And it's very telling with the initiator of choice. Now, what I do find curious is that Patman is actually on that Reyna. So it does seem like NCG is a little more oriented to fighting here and a little geared towards aggression, Asarai.
Well, I do like how explosive they do want to entry onto this site. I do appreciate that. They are, as you mentioned, going to be on the attacking side. And I think we have still seen some teams, from the Philippines make the double duelist with this particular duelist selection on Icebox work, right? If you're able to pick up a couple of kills, you snowball incredibly well, you get backside control much faster because of, again, the duelists just having so much massive mobility with the Jet as well as that Reyna. So I feel like it's something that they want to be able to utilize, maybe even because of the fact that what's the word here? It feels like SKYE Empire, from what I've seen before in some of their matches on Icebox, they tend to rotate a little bit slower. So SR Nacague might have the the perfect comp to get started with things here on Icebox.
Yeah, now that you mention it, with double duelists, they will have, I would say, a faster baseline speed. But as of recently, the Reyna pick hasn't really been working out, even in the international circuit in our lock-in, I guess. So, that being said, this is a bit of a risk on the side of SR Nacague. They're usually not the team to push the tempo. They're usually the ones that are playing a little behind. They're going to go for the adjustments. As I say that, Asarai, we might have an early A hit here. A lot of forward space being taken by the Empire itself here. Kelly S already finds the initial duel, and Zind is going to be first blood of the day.
And because they do have that
to be a little painful.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get that kill very quickly. Not scuffed at all. Able to get away with no damage whatsoever. And they're already so prepared. Look at this. Wall being set up, 2 at the back of the site. And the longer that NCG waits, the faster or the closer another recon dart could come out. Disrupt might actually be opened up here, but the timing could be perfect. He's got to be careful, but teammate gets the contact. There it is beautifully. Maxi does find Kalias. They smartly back away, 4 versus 4. Damage is done. Utility is there to slow them down as well. And NCG might just decide to go elsewhere as, well, they're already battered and tattered. And I don't think they have too much utility to actually break the wall there from the Sage.
I don't think so, especially on the pistol round, right? It is incredibly annoying to deal with, especially with Max Self letting it charge here. And Senior Carl can't really find the duel onto Eugene S. Despite all of this, NCG still making good progress on trying to work this side. But wow, Rabbits could completely deny the plant here and even finds the end of Patman's barrel, surprisingly enough. Now they still have enough time to plant, but this retake is gonna initiate a mad scramble here. Maxi's very low ass, right? I don't even think he has the turret in range, and wow, Disrupt. True to his name is throwing a wrench in the plans of NCG. Now Patman has to make a big play here, and that heal is not gonna be enough to sustain him. Has too many angles to take into account. SKYE Empire, even if they didn't win that duel, they would have just stuck it anyway. Beautiful start.
Using the smoke as well of NCG against them, right? They had the Viper wall. They were pushing towards it. And Kelly S just zipped the line, got the angle, got the pick. And this is a difficult angle to actually play around with, but somehow he manages to do so. And it's just a set of unlucky lurk not kills from NCG that ultimately just, again, battered the numbers that they had and so on and so forth. Very quickly, we will see SKYE Empire actually pick up 2 rifles already here, Raph. So they're not playing around anymore. They do. Very confident.
And if SR Nacague can find value in the Classics, which they have been doing, interestingly enough, the Classic has been pretty effective this split. Now, well, even more so than usual. Now we see SKYE Empire, as you mentioned, work those rifles, work the range. Gonna provide so many problems on the side of NCG. They have no lurk threats whatsoever, sorry. So really the initial play here is to just get the spike down, but I'm not even sure if that's possible. Disruptive already finds in, who's been the sacrificial lamb, but to nobody's success on the side of NCG. Disrupt still cuts them where they stand. So what can they do now? Eugene S discovers the lurker. Maxi does get a tad bit of damage here, but that shock dart is just gonna feed him to the rest of the players here. And wow, perfect upgrade round here. NCG though did go for fairly conservative buyouts. I think I only saw 2
full shields
upgrades on them.
Challenge the rifle round right now, the gun round
of beauty, right? When you buy early
SR Nacague.
Your scalability into the bonus round is wonderful.
True. Especially if the riflers are actually the duelists, right? Because they're very what's the word here? Very low maintenance. So you don't really have to have all the utilities of a duelist that you need. I mean, it would be nice, right? But yeah. It's cheaper than utility agents, right? So even if you take damage, you can just purchase that 1,000 creds, get maybe 1 updraft, 1 smoke, and you're kind of good to go in a way, right? For the Reyna, you might just not have the Leer. So we'll see how that kind of unravels. Technical pause just for the moment here. Okay.
How many tech pauses have we had when we've been casting Astra? I think this is only like the second one, right? I'm keeping track. I'm keeping track. I think this is the only second technical pause. And guys, it has been a while since we welcomed you back to the Technical Pause podcast. Hello. So, while this is all going on, I hope you guys have had the chance to use your Grab Unlimited. You should. Do it now. But in any case, with all the points that Asar presented with the duos being fairly low cost, yes, absolutely. You should always give your rifles to them anyway, because they're going to be leading the charge, or they're definitely going to be in the thick of things for the most of it. With that being said, we have no ult charges on RU just yet. We talked about how just not dying can be the worst fate. Not contributing to kills could be one of the worst fates in the game, because you just really don't get any ult economy. Yes, you survive, but oh dear.
Bit of a struggle here for the start for NCG. At least his technical pause gives them a bit of time to also just, kind of discuss what has been the issue here. And that I feel like, at least from just looking at it, they're just having a difficult time finding Kelly S where he starts the fights, and he's just able to kind of mow them down, at least from that gun round that we saw. Of course, round 2, NCG didn't really buy anything. That's why you're seeing them having all of this utility. They got full shields. So, again, they're banking on the fact that this is going to be the round where they really start to mesh things well for them. But the big problem is...
It's high prio, definitely.
Yeah, can they beat down onto Eugene and Kelly S? And I gotta say, Eugene S was the player that I was mentioning that was kind of slow rotating before for SKYE Empire. Granted, SKYE Empire was kind of losing side control very quickly, so he was always the last to try to go for clutch scenarios. But this time, he's put in a position where he can actually go and fight, right? And because of that, look at that, he's 4-0. He's 4-0 right now.
One thing that I've noticed with SKYE Empire is they've been breaking the proverbial spear for SR Nacague, and that's being Zinned, right? The moment they get a pick on Zin, they just really back out and play the numbers game, which I feel like is a coach's favorite play. It's very fundamentally sound. They don't really waste any time nor resources going for an overextension of any sort, really. And we are going to be looking at this turret. Beautiful. But that being said, Astra, NCG, they have to take this round. Otherwise, this is going to be a quick 4-0 on the side of SKYE Empire. And that can be irreversible in some circumstances, to be honest with you.
So as we've kind of exhausted all of our talking points, because we're still out at tech pause. No. I wanted to move away from this game first and just look at the overall standings once again. Again, they did already recap this when the panel was discussing about it. But right now, SR Nacague is 3-2, so they're 3 wins, 2 losses. SKYE Empire is the opposite with 2 wins and 3 losses. So if SKYE Empire wins this, they equalize with SR Nacague and Game Lab Alpha. So we will have a pretty damn good, I think, what's the word here? Argument?
Tiebreaker?
Yeah, tiebreaker for these 3 teams. And again, keeping them above the 7th and 8th, which is at least the dead zone that you don't want to be in. So SKYE Empire really turning things around here.
I think we still have a few more days.
Yeah, tomorrow and
actually even out the day.
Sunday.
I can't remember if this is the last week already. I don't think so.
This is week 5.
Yeah. Oh, it is the last week. My goodness. Yes. I got distracted in Viper's beautiful green eyes that I couldn't count. Anywho, that being said, time flies, man. I mean, damn. Anyway. So it really is obvious why I picked Viper, the beta. It's like, why do you main Viper? Oh, because she's cute. That's it. That's the science behind it, folks. I should start playing Viper again. In any case, Astra, as they brawl out for...
There we go. Finally back.
The, for the... I guess for the better placement, I wonder how that tiebreaker is going to look. Because either way, it could happen today, right? The conditions are very, very possible. We see a different look on the side of NCG here. They go for a more narrow approach as they try to fight for green, but this time it's Kelly, yes, getting discovered by Maxi here. Look at this, SKYE Empire, they are unwavering. They are still pushing forward, and that is 2 members quickly eliminated from play. Zind has come alive and has found Eugene S, but Rabbit, undiscovered, gets a cheeky kill, gets another, and Mid Mathers will have to salvage the situation for his team. It looked so good at the beginning, but it's not how you start, it's how you end. He's making his way towards A here, but Sky Empire, they're going to be fairly suspicious why a plant hasn't gone down just yet. They double up, they play in a fairly safe position here. They are going to spot him out. They could potentially land a few pot shots here as he crosses, but he doesn't. Is Mid Mathers going to go for the double loop route? No, he doesn't, Asarai. He's just going to stick it, and now he has to pretty much isolate all these fights. But with him getting tagged and finding a body on that jump, it's not going to be the easiest thing to do here. Mid Mathers still has a double shock dart in case he wants to play post plan, but he has found himself a Sky Empire sandwich. And Ryu will eliminate him quickly. I actually think it's fairly curious. We're seeing Mid Mathers on the initiator. I thought he would have been a smoker forever, a controller forever. But I like the flexibility.
More so than not, I think that was just a great salvage at the start for Sky Empire. It looked like it could have actually gone bad because Maxi did get the first pick onto Kelly S. But Sky Empire, they had different ideas, dude. They just wanted to keep pushing aggressively outside of A main, get the trades as quickly as they can. And NCG didn't really expect that. Look, there was also this mid swing from Eugene S that Maxi just did not accommodate for or take an account of. And now they're in a really, really tight spot. They're aggressing through mid. Zind is, well, trying to do the best that he can with that Sheriff just to break utility as much as he can too. Giving maybe some entryway here for Patman, but Sky Empire is so quick to challenge Kelly S. He's so near. There, he picks it up. Easy.
We like to talk about flowcharts, and like you mentioned in that last round, that was really not something you would expect. Maxi was backpedaling, but this time it's Senior Carl getting caught in the crossfire. Mid Mathers trying to set something up, but got torn down before he could build upon anything. Now it's Maxi and Zin, pair of sheriffs, looking to do as much damage as they can, be a nuisance at the very least. Sky Empire, they are looking very, very compact. They have a big chunk of players towards this mid position, Asarai. And Maxi, I don't really agree with him burning his nano swarm for that. Eugene S gets that trade, and wow, Zin still pretty much fighting tooth and nail here. Gets a third, picks up a Vandal, but to his unfortunate end, didn't realize that was the point of no return. 4-0 Asarai and CJ, they have to pick it up. Yeah. I feel like this is still a historically attacker-sided map, so this is not good fortune for them.
That's true, and having double duelists, they're gonna have to play a lot more proactive come the second half, but man, you cannot take out of account how just clean the defense is for Sky Empire. Look at that, look at that. They had like Zind maybe had a chance to really get value off of that. Yes, he got the 3K, but that doesn't really truly matter because Maxi dropped so quickly before he got the combo for him. Needed to really get that impact, but unfortunately could not. Zind though, oh, the shutdown. Kelly S finds it up, and again, look at this, the flank from Sky Empire. It's gonna be Sen to hold the fort here. Smoke will force him back away, but the pinch is there, it's real. So your Carl is gonna have to go all the way around. Try to pick up Spike if he can, but look at just how quickly Sky Empire is like, yeah, we know he's gonna be coming through mid. Let's just go B main. If he tries to pick it up, we still have great positional control, and if he goes here, we still have the 3 versus 1. If he rotates into mid, we have eyes there. This is perfect call from Sky Empire just to keep Senior Carl at his heels. He's gonna burn a lot of time just to pick up this spike, and he's not even close to his ultimate, so he's gonna be playing it at this with literally just a wall and maybe his snake bite.
30 seconds left.
Wow. Big info dump there by Asarai. Hope somebody was paying attention, because I certainly was not. Enough of the jokes, though. With nothing but a wall and a single snake bite in hand, it will buy him enough time just to maybe isolate a potential duel here. With Kelly S on that operator, though, he is going to be on Overwatch. He is going to look over every single member of his team here. This cross is so dangerous. If he can land the first shot, but that is not a fable for him. And SKYE Empire really building upon the blocks of that first swing. Asteroid, they put the pedal to the metal, never really looked back. NCG, they look incredibly disjointed. Perhaps putting Mid Mathers on the initiator was something to really discuss upon. But I don't want to say that this is a compositional problem.
Yeah.
Because it feels like NCG are just lacking any sort of confidence to take any aggressive space or hinge mid just so they can have safer rotations. With that being said, they do have 3 functioning ultimates for this next site hit. And they do go for a timeout, so this is the most opportune time to do it because, hey guys, we just lost 2 swings. And now, yet another swing is potentially in the favor of SKYE Empire. So better do something about it. I'm just gonna assume that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the big issue here for NCG is the same one that happened on the bonus round of SKYE Empire, which is they haven't really just paused at their own side of the map, right? They try to actively get map control, which is good, but they haven't answered the fact of SKYE Empire just always pushing on A main, right? They always have put both of their duelists, Zin and Patman, together, which is fine, but they keep getting stalled by Rabbit. And then that gives Kelly S and Disrupt time to push up onto A main or mid, get that op kill rolling. And it hasn't really panned out the best here for NCG. Now look at NCG. They're gonna go, I think, for a 4-1 split now rather than a 3-2 because they know they really need to just shut down somebody pushing up here every single time onto Belt. There you go, you find one. Kelly S still has the dash, but Zin, he's had enough.
Oh dear. He's had enough of this nonsense, Asteroid. And they finally get some sort of control over their situation here. They have the lockdown, but Eugene S, he chooses to stay and even gets a freebie onto Zindi or Patman, far removed from supporting his teammate, now being detected by that owl drone. He's gonna have quite a bit of a problem trying to move forward here. So effectively that push was still denied by SKYE Empire despite losing 2. Now NCG, they are really hoping a fire could potentially start and Patman will be the igniter. Unfortunately for him, he will get cut down at Mid Mathers as a double kill. Rabbit responds in kind. Maxi in a 1v1. Both have their ultimates. Both could be a sufficient investment if they really want this round badly, but Maxi doesn't know where Rabbit has hidden himself. Oh dear. I don't even think Rabbit knows where Maxi is.
It's a game
Rabbit has a better clue, but it is indeed a game of cat and mouse. But the Rabbit wins the race, apparently.
Sure enough, Rabbit's position awareness is insane on that particular round. Just able again to hold the fort. That was so important for them. The lag behind for NCG not pushing together, and the triple stack by SKYE Empire. Very well rounded. Playing through the smoke there was just massive for them. Holding key positions at key times really helped them out. But I will say, this was the first good round for NCG that they finally shut down the aggressive push of SKYE Empire on A main. But how far can this go?
Sorry, I really feel like they should have responded already 2 rounds ago. That should have been their wake-up call, but this is not to discredit SKYE Empire. They have been still pushing the tempo, pretty much playing bully Valorant, right? I mean, they're still doing the same sets. Now they have Kelly S on the operator, and will adjust onto Senior Carl.
got 2.
Will get detained for troubles. There should definitely be a prompt for NCG to move up. And the march continues. They have their feet planted towards the site, and even the spike itself, they will get delayed just a little bit. But look at the anticipation on the side of, I believe that was Eugene S popping the Nano Swarm. Unfortunately for him, they went for something a little more vanilla, a little more default. With Disrupt bringing Kelly S back into the fight here, the operator, the big bad, is going to be returning to the field. But look at this. NCG not budging on this retake. However, they still get 2 kills. Mid Mathers
Oh, that was...
Apparently not enough. Oh my goodness, that's even a worse heartbreaker than any of those last rounds, Asteroid, because it looked so good. They even invested the Hunter's Fury.
They did, but I think they still fell into the trap of SKYE Empire. Again, they knew that Disrupt had the ultimate. They could just play the retake as long as the Sage survives. Yes, you do have 2 players that got detained, but one is safe. They can't really push him because he's outside screens. The other one, Kelly S, I mean, he got knocked, but as everybody from NCG goes to play for post plant, he's really going to just be revived in a position where he's not going to get shot, you know, vulnerable. This double swing again from SKYE Empire. This has worked so much wonders for them, and Zin doesn't even know.
Oh dear.
Wow. He just got the rug swept underneath him. Eugene S by himself here, but yeah, he's going to be able to hold this on. Double Nano Swarm used so that he doesn't get rushed, but SKYE Empire's grasp of the situation is just unbelievable right now, Raph.
Unbelievable it is, Asteroid, but it is unfolding right before our very eyes as Mid Mathers does get one for himself. Doesn't really change the situation too much for them. It will give them a little bit of leeway to move. And they use that tiny window to go towards the opposite side. SKYE Empire still have a very advantageous retake. Actually, no, realistically, having an operator in retake will somewhat make this into a 3v3. Kelly S could potentially just swap weapons, but Maxi playing in a very aggressive spot here. Does he get checked? Not in time to save the Rabbit, who's been a focal point, a pillar for their success in these 7 rounds or so. Now, Senior Carl trying to go for the fairly aggressive play here. Mid Mathers has pulled attention, and as long as that pit is up, the chance of winning this round is going to be phenomenal. But Kelly, yes, I can't believe he still wins that duel, but Senior Carl also gets discovered by Ryu. Oh man, this is a heartbreaker, Asteroid. I think Fluffy was talking about his suspicions about Icebox. Maybe, just maybe, his suspicions were right. NCG, they are incredibly fragile at the moment. 8-0.
And this is the issue that I think NCG also had before when they spiraled down, right? Is they stopped going for rotations, which we've kind of, again, praised them a lot to be, you know, being able to sniff out situations and then such, being able to be one step ahead of the opponents. And then the other way is they go into this weird bout of heroics that at the start of the round, it looks good, but mid-round to late round, it does not pay off because they can't execute it properly. They can't get the kills that they need to. But we'll see this time if it does work out. Really exploding for the back end of Zin, who's already picked up the 3K. 3 versus 2. Kelly S, 1 away from his blade. So if anybody gets caught out here by the Jet, this is where it gets incredibly difficult. Kelly, this is Spider Sense tickling. No need. Gets shut down. Disrupt not tagged at all, so has a chance to actually fight. The Zin is wrapping all the way around through mid and will double up with Sen very quickly enough. And they really want to fight this. Disrupt. Spotted. And Zin.
Wow.
Alright. I was mentioning that they were lacking heroics that was paying off. This time, he just puts it in his own hands. Does the Thanos. I'm gonna do it myself.
Thanos doesn't say it like that.
I know.
He's like,
fine, I'll do it myself. Alright? Happy?
Oh no. Ant-Man, don't do it. In any case, Zin, like you mentioned, Asteroid, they needed a hero, and Zin really stepped up to the plate. SKYE, their perfect record broken, but still a pretty dominant lead, if anything. Now NCG, they have a Blade Storm on the back end of Zin, and he's going to be reserving that for a round that he might actually need it this time. They look to default towards B. They are getting a little impatient here as Patman has already found himself on top of green. They swing off that drone perfectly, but Kelly still somehow threads the needle and gets another one, and the Blade Storm is just going to be enough for Ryu to finish off his initial target.
Oh
but
my
NCG, they play it so well up until that point, up until Eugene S goes nuclear. And now we have Maxi, the demand of being the hero, to be the savior of the round, thrown out the window by Rabbit himself.
Man.
Rabbit actually playing on the Viper too. I just noticed that now.
Yes.
truly is strange times, but effective nonetheless. That could have been the curveball that they needed.
was just gonna point out that Disrupt, great bait play mate, the great bait mate for him, so that they would not have cleared out Kelly S, because Kelly S was already in a bad spot. I was gonna say NCG really good utility usage in that particular round. Already the drill was there, but I don't know if they were aware of it, because I didn't see the POV of Zin quickly enough. If he was aware that that was Disrupt just breaking the util for his teammate.
Ooh.
But Zin, time after time, able to find pick after pick, just for their teammate. Patman getting some crucial information here. But the utility, ultimate lockdown, also baited out. This is perfect. They can rotate around right now. And they will.
That they do. Although this might give SKYE Empire a false sense of security, I wonder what their plan is next. They are down a man for the retake. Eugene S. already quite curious of what's happening. There should be a little bit of noise happening on our end. He goes to investigate. But instead, he finds Maxi just showing his shoulder and intention. Intention has been discovered by NCG here. How are they going to approach this retake? B's going to be completely locked down. Patman already lurking for any would-be flankers. But SKYE Empire, they opt to go for a more front-facing route. They will take this fight mano-a-mano coming from Snowman and potentially from under 2. But Patman, look how close he's crept up. Eugene S's senses are still tingling, but unfortunately for him, at the most inopportune time, he looks away. This is gonna leave a wonder duo of Rabbit and Ryu to do all the heavy lifting, at least for this round. Mid Mathers finds his counterpart, and that's gonna be the end of NCG. At least for this round, right? The 9-3 curse, people love to talk about it, people love to bank on it. My, I think this is one of the cleanest icebox halves we've seen in our circuit so far, Asarai.
It would have been cleaner if Zin is just not a monster on NCG.
That is true.
Like, he's 11 kills right now, but the impacts that he's gotten feels like he could be 20 here.
He won both rounds for NCG. Let's be realistic.
Yeah,
here.
exactly. That's the big reason why. Kelly S. already going for the aggressive push out through Kitchen here. Maxi, he wants the challenge. But is that the right, rather the wiser of the decisions? Ultimate is there. Zin once again put up onto the helm, onto the pedestal, right in front of him, but he will get sideswept by Disrupt. The flag coming in. Maxi finally finds Kelly S. And they've given themselves maybe a breath of fresh air. Good damage onto Rabbit here. Does not have the heal just yet, but look at how far they've flung themselves forward. And Mid Bathers, he knew that they're gonna come like at least 3 people there, maybe even 2, just because of the res. And Ryu just marking the rotation if they want to go for B. Oh, this might be perfect though. They actually could catch Ryu here.
Oh,
that could open up the B site. But wait, hold on. No damage.
Wow, that was a wide swing and a half. And now Rabbit, he does get Patman trying to run away here. Senior Carl trying to establish some sort of control in this clutch situation. 1v4, we have seen crazier things happen, but stopping in the middle of a double swing is indeed one of the crazier ones. Now SKYE Empire, yeah. My goodness, man. That last debacle has really confused me. And 10-2, they avoid the 9-3 curse, which a lot of people love to, once again, really highlight here. This is still doable for NCG. I mean, like I said, the clutch factor is something that we can truly rely on any of our players. But the Empire, man, they are looking unstoppable. I feel like there were a lot of micro decisions too that really did not benefit NCG here. Maybe they're just off to a slow start.
Yeah, they definitely are.
They are better at adjusting, right? Instead of, like I said earlier in the match, they're better at adjusting than actually initiating the play. So maybe give them enough time in this series to cook. And they're going to do something about it.
Well,
exactly.
This isn't the Empire Strikes Back anymore. This is more like your SKYE Empire state of mind.
This is pretty much a new hope. Where the Empire is still as dominant as it is, and Zin he will feel the force of that sheriff, and he is gonna smite down any non-believer. Patman also coming alive here, but once again, NCG cannot press any sort of advantage that they create early on. Rabbit working this default towards mid, picks up his own orb. He's just waiting for another victim perhaps. And Zind, yet another body sent to, I guess, to the slaughter. Maxi and Senior Carl, they do have a firm grasp of the site, but only temporarily.
Man. Oh, this needs a lot of cojones here for Maxi to be able to just get the 2 versus 1. Especially with just prolific fraggers such as Eugene S. And against that, turret, it's gonna be so difficult. Okay, Nano Swarm right in front of him. Gives him a bit of space. Throws out his own turret here. Maybe a fighting chance. He's still gonna get double swung, and Eugene S. No chance you're gonna be able to have that whatsoever. Rabbit, of course, just showing a bit of a love seas. Because he's Maxi, so you gotta give him the love seat. The love crouch.
You truly are an interesting fellow. I have no idea what you're trying to allude to. But NCG, this could be done and dusted. I am surprised they're not forcing this one out, Asarai. They want to play for the tie. I love the confidence, the supreme confidence to bring it all the way back.
I mean, they still buy like 5 sheriffs. That is not cheap at all.
Like I said, it's still a fairly conservative buy. It's not cheap, but I feel like they could have just went all in. As Kelly S understands the firepower discrepancy and will just press WM1. No two ways about it. Maxi will be holding down the fort, but will be invaded. And this could be the first ace of the day. They are setting it up. But Kelly S. Wow. They are really feeling it now.
Man.
Are you feeling it now, Asarai?
That I am. The Sky Empire state of mind.
Well,
in
Icebox is the Icebox is the concrete jungle that it is. An industrial complex. Yeah. Hey, look at it, man. Just look at the map design. I am just really surprised that NCG are kind of getting folded on this map one. I am not gonna be like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, man. This is not a good look for NCG. But Sky Empire, they're looking mighty fantastic.
Absolutely. The thing is, you actually pointed out already that it's the micro decisions right now for NCG that hasn't really paid off for them. They got that mid control so early in the second pistol, and they kind of forced the issue and just botched it. Hatman though, heroics, right? Good reposition. Try to push in through the smoke here. But Rabbit fights too. Wow. He's got to fight any value here, but no. Zin. Oh, reaction time is just smooth as can be. But Sky Empire not denied. And they'll be picking up game number 1.
Convincingly taking game number 1, Asterai. We gotta reinforce that. Convincingly taking game number 1. The Empire has truly returned, and it is trying to solidify its reign. Narrative, though, is still them avoiding the tiebreaker. The stakes are still quite high. NCJ, I wonder what changed, really. Because coming into this tournament, they were pretty much projected top 4, right?
Yeah.
Sky Empire, you could make the same argument about them. But these last 2 weeks have not been kind to these teams. They seem to be hitting some sort of form coming into our very last weekend. At least before our playoffs. But, man, it is not very competitive so far, Asar. I'm just going to be very straight with you. It has not been competitive so far. Sky Empire, they look to have a great read on what NCG would do. Meanwhile, on the side of NCG, their macro has just not been present. Their dueling, it's been coming in spades, and it's been incredibly streaky. They have to really kind of shake this up for map 2. Otherwise, this could be the stomp, and it's only like, what? 130. Wow.
Yeah. There is a certain disconnect that you kind of feel with how I think Zind has been playing with the team. I mean, he's able to find all these picks, but the follow-up just feels like it's lagging behind.
It's not there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And look at that. Zind is up there with 14 kills. Everybody else is... I mean, Patman's close, Mid-Matter's close, but this is definitely not enough. And Maxi felt like he was just getting, I don't know, botched, forced to just try to play the clutch every single time when he's still up against, again, the top fraggers of SKYE Empire. Look at how just shaky the economy for NCG has been throughout this entire 15 rounds of a first game.
Oh man, like you said, despite there were times where NCG did have initiative, their follow-through was just absent. SKYE Empire, they responded so well. They remain undeterred, even with an early number disadvantage, and with that tenacity, they're very quick to equalize.
Yeah.
But like I said, there were just fights where I thought were very questionable on the side of NCG. I get it, they're running double duelists, so they have to keep going for that contact. They have to go for the more confrontational route. But I feel like there's something that they could have done. I mean, we're gonna be VODing this just to study it a little bit more. And we could go into detail for it, but I guess to put this in a more concise way, SKYE Empire was incredibly hot. They just were responding perfectly time after time. Zind had monster rounds, but that's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like they're not getting the contacts. Like, look at the stats from a while ago. 6 to 9 in terms of the first kill. So that means that there is waves being done by NCG at the beginning of each of these rounds. The problem is the transition to the end of that round. In any case, to end this particular first game, we have delivering the win of Grab and Limit, of course, with SKYE Empire's Eugene S. Definitely S for just performance. Truly was top tier in this first game. Gotta say, man, what is the comeback for SR Nacague? They're looking just absolutely shook in this particular
Remind
game.
me what the next map is, actually.
I believe it is... Wait, now I can't remember what the rubber map was. It is Lotus. There you go.
It is Lotus. Okay, so, wow, that is going to be a different look for everybody. I feel like it could be pretty even. I mean, we've had a lot of data for Lotus already. This is including lock-in, and we've had a great sample size of how the map could be approached and how you could build teams around specific sites and whatnot. But before we can nerd out a little too much, that handsome gentleman over there is Asarai. My name is Raf. Go grab a snack, go grab a drink. We will be right back. we are definitely wondering what kind of mind trick NCG has to get past the guards of the Empire. But right now, Asarai, we are assured that the Empire has the firmest of all the security for at least that first map. Once again, guys, my name is Raph. That beautiful gentleman over there is Asarai, actually on the opposite side. There you go. And we're back. Wow, what a map one, man. I mean, have we seen a more dominant performance on Icebox this split? Not yet, right?
I feel like we might have at least seen one other, but there's so many weeks here that I can't recall the other one. But for today, you're absolutely right. This SKYE Empire that we're seeing right now, it's just the trend continues for them. There is nothing that feels that could really stop them up until this point. Whatever is happening with this team, it feels like they're saying, we're here, we're here to fight, we're here to stay, and they are just absolutely giving it to SR Nacague. And right now, I don't know how SR are going to be able to bounce it back. Maxi really struggling. Actually, no. The whole of SR Nacague, probably except for Zind, really has been struggling here. The mid control of SKYE Empire was putting them on a ride. Of course, before anything else, guys, I'd like to remind you that we do have, of course, our language redirect, where we have 2 broadcasts, one in English that you're watching right now here at Twitch at Valorant_PH, and the Filipino broadcast that is happening at Valorant Esports PH on Facebook. And of course, both of these broadcasts have their replays, their VODs, all up and available on YouTube at Valorant Esports PH. So if you guys don't like hearing English, you want the makata na lenguaje.
Oh my god, man. Please, just... You see, guys, I understand why there's a language redirect now. I am really sorry. I am absolutely sorry. Please forgive all of us. Asarai has done Asarai things yet again. But with that being said, yes.
If they want to, feel the Filipino, they got to go to the Tagalog broadcast. But, we English in here.
Sometimes there are no words. Sometimes there are no words, and I have to realign myself to really get things going. Wow, my goodness, Astra, you are fairly excited today. I wonder why.
I am.
And in any case, guys, do check out the Tagalog broadcast, especially after that horrible stint Astra just pulled off. Stunt, actually. But without, any more confusion, I think right now is the perfect time to go grab a snack. Maybe get yourself a little bit of lunch. Maybe it's your second lunch. Maybe you could get more food, as Grab Unlimited is always around the corner and is right there on the bottom left. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only, say it, Asarai,
9 pesos.
I know it's like
on your first month,
week.
guys. Yes.
On your first month. It is absolutely the best. Actually, I might do that right now when we go off cam. But just to refocus our lenses here, Asarai, we were talking about how the woes have been continuing for NCG, which is truly a shame because there's so many good things about that team. Zin being the most obvious one, really. He does have that capability to just win rounds for his team when he needs to. He will pop off. He will go nuclear as people expect him to do so. Mid Mathers is one of the most consistent clutchers that we've had in the split, and we would love to see more of him. And the list goes on and on for NCG, but for now, they have to get their bearing set. They have to get their gears going because they are looking so rigid, and in that sense, they're also looking so brittle on that defense, a very, very short defense. At least we saw an Icebox.
And that's a good point to mention, right? Because again, when we mention NCG, when you see them on a good day, you're absolutely right. I feel like it's not only Mid Mathers, but everybody in that team feels like they're able to just create tempo and in dire situations be able to clutch. But somehow NCG's magic has run dry in that first game. Whether they get that reset coming into Lotus, I'm uncertain yet. I actually don't know if we've seen NCG actually play on Lotus here. I'm trying to check the stats real quick just to make sure, but they haven't. So this is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing SR Nacague on Lotus, as well as SKYE Empire did win their Lotus map. That was against Action PH, which was 15-13. So at least from that, from that look, I would still say that there is a chance here, because it feels like SR Nacague have the ability to bounce back. And at least from what we saw with SKYE Empire, they weren't able to finish cleanly the match that they did against Action PH. So maybe that's why we're going to be looking at a back off here for NCG. In any case, we'll see how this goes. But NCG with a complete drift. Mid-Mather is going to be picking up the Harbor.
I like it. I mean, it's Mid-Mather going his true comfort role, and we might see him pop off this game. Double controller, something that we already expect for Lotus. On the side of SKYE Empire, though, they go for a double initiator spread instead. They might not have as much side pressure, but they definitely will have more offensive value if they go for a more aggressive stance. That being said, it really will boil down to execution. SR Nacague, I believe they can really slow down the pace now that they have that Omen in play, now that they have the Harbor, if ever they want to go for a more dynamic approach. Getting the SKYE, that's something I'm fairly curious about, because I feel like a Fade could have done something similar but would benefit the Brawl a little more. I did talk about them being one of the more patient teams with their approach, so maybe just the extra flash is the reason why they're getting her over the Fade. In any case, that's right, we are jumping in to the newest edition. Is this our first Lotus game? Actually, I don't think so, right? We had a Lotus game like
we already had
last week.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not the first, but this is the first Lotus game for NCG at least.
I see. And NCG, I believe they're one of the quickest innovators. I mean, they did it with Pearl, right? When Pearl wasn't super inspected per se, but Xin, with the Sheriff, just waiting this Nano Swarm out, he's already prepped his dash. And there you go. Off to the races. And Senior Carl trying to back his friend up. Eugene S throws the C's out. They go shoulder to shoulder, but Xin is here to find him. Get that frag, but Ryu is going to be shot from behind from his fellow Omen player. And this is by far one of the strongest post plants in the game. You can just play Mound. It's almost impossible to retake. You just have to see what SKYE Empire has in store and what they have for this specific setup. But Patman coming alive with that double kill. And NCG already shaping up with a better performance relative to that Icebox map.
That's why they wanted to play the SKYE. They wanted to have something that just pop flashed very aggressively so that there's that 1-2 combo between him as well as Zind. Of course, they can't, sit on their laurels just yet. There is that devastating breach raise combo that can be played outside of A main. And lo and behold, there's a 4-stack here. There's the stun. Kalias got the nade. Let's see what happens here. We're waiting for it. Nade on the side. Wall to give a good bit of cover. This is really strong. Look at this. They're able to use the wall. If anybody pushes through that, there's a flash from the SKYE. And it's just awkward city for SKYE Empire on the contact here. Oh, sorry. It's a dog. Woof. Okay, gets the kill. UGS in the back of the site. Just good for the one.
That is, I think, the second Trailblazer kill we've witnessed in the last year. I think the first one was in APAC, right? This was Boom or Fancy or something.
It's been a while. It's
but
been a hot minute.
It is an interesting statistic and something that has come to mind. And that also reminds me of that old meme, right? Oh, the dog just went, and then he starts like imitating the dog, and the woman next to him was just so confused. Rightfully so, by the way. Enough of the rarities as NCG. Now they're getting into the groove of things, right? I think that was a fairly decent round for them too. They didn't really lose anybody barring Mid Mathers, I believe. No, actually, no. Mid has not died just yet. Those are all assists. My eyes, they deceive me. There we go. The Harbor already fighting value, pushing just the defenders towards the side. LES has already prepped himself an angle, but unbeknownst to him, NCG, they pull back. They are looking for other ways to create some chaos, and it's Maxi. If the Trailblazer had the bite, the Bulldog does as well.
Yeah. This is the reason I think why we're seeing the Sky over the Breach or the Fade is the combo between the Harbor and the Sky is quite undeniable. You can already see the value that it's giving. The pushback. Oh wait, that's a huge paranoia, but no picks from Kelly S.
Wow.
The plan on the spike? Nowhere on the B side. And look at that. As the Cove dissipates, it's already on A. Senior Carl should be hearing the footsteps here. And he punishes ever so quickly, daily and nightly. Oh, but are you unfazed by the flash, unfazed by the bullets? Basically just matrix through it. No need to John Wick this, but maybe he has to. As both, or rather NCG, at very different angles of attack. They don't really have to play the site because the spike is out in the open. Mid Mathers, 5 HP in a dream. This turret is gonna be difficult to fight. The swing, one more, and Zind just puts the final nail on the coffin. 3-0, and NCG back with a vengeance.
The vengeance indeed. That's right. They look like John Wick, they look like Neo, and they made Sky Empire look like sad Keanu. My goodness, they made him drop the ice cream all over the floor. But a beautiful retake. I did feel like it could have been a little suspect if Zind did get cut off first, because Mid Mathers was dangerously low there. But with that being said, Asrai, Sky Empire, they are forced in a situation where they also put NCG in. It is a blender that is unwelcoming and unforgiving. Now Disrupt, a little confused what to do against this harbor wall. That's Cove, right?
Cascade.
No, that's Cascade. It's High Tide. Yeah,
Cove is
so many things.
The shield wall.
The ball. But now Zind.
The shield smoke, excuse me.
Trying to hold down the side, Asra, and despite the confusion that's brought to us, it's also brought mass confusion towards the side of Sky Empire. But Disrupt, quick to find two for himself. Patman will one him up, and are we going to see the first ace of the day? It's still an eco, yes, but an ace nonetheless for Patman.
And in less than 3 rounds, excuse me, I was just gonna mention, Patman already has his Seekers up again.
That's pretty crazy, actually. We just saw it get burned, and now it's back. And the Harbor Aserai, it does have a passive with the Cove. It becomes the Orb of Confusion. I feel I talked to you about this, right? We're gonna have a field day when we're gonna see a Harbor.
Yeah.
Is this your wallet? No.
I gotta say,
is this
man,
your ID card?
I feel like Harbor is just incredible right now. I had my, get out of my way. What is it? My criticisms about him, but the playstyle really shows itself right here and now. Rabbit just trying to go for the heroics. The one-man army. Unfortunately, this army is gonna get retired as the push comes through. Zind blades out. Okay. Backs away. Does not want to get tethered. Nobody wants to get tethered. It's fine. Kelly S, though, if he gets one more kill, that's going to be the ultimate activated.
Uh-oh.
But they're not giving him a chance. Eugene S tries to creep up, but it... Oh! Okay, Eugene has creeped up. He showed up his barrel, but in that one, it's the double slap.
Yeah,
if you're near enough, a jet that has the blades, it looks like she's slapping you with 2 hands.
Yeah, like you said, and like I was about to say, he's a creep, he's a weirdo. What the hell is he doing there? Doesn't belong there. It's Radiohead, guys. Asari doesn't get it for some reason. Anywho, Sky Empire. They have 5 sheriffs here. Wow, they really are having a taste of their own medicine here, Asari. I didn't think this is how competitive the series would be in a round sense, right? Because NCG has just been dominating this matchup. Sky, I know they're trying to go for a 3-1 setup here. They have a rotator in the form of Rabbit on that initiator, but so far NCG, they have been outmaneuvering Sky, and as I mentioned earlier, they're very good at innovating on these newer maps, and the stun is completely non-existent as Maxi will erase any trace of any of these players trying to invade the site here. Eugene S could potentially get one, but he is a none and done person. Disrupt has a lockdown. But right now, he's just gonna go for exits. And with this round basically pretty much in the bag, Asar, what do you think the adjustments SKYE Empire have to do here?
I was gonna say there's a lot more utility that could punish NCG if they're not careful, but SKYE Empire has kind of just played around that because of the smokes here of the walls. I mean, the way to fight against this feels like it's just two ways. It's to either disrupt the push or play the post plant or the retake, right? But even with all of their ultimates, it doesn't feel like it's plausible because they don't really have a clear line of information as to where NCG plays. Yeah, sure, they're gonna find maybe one tag outside A main, but the wall stops them from making any more information other than that. If they try to push onto mid, there's going to be a lurk. If they try to push onto C, there's going to be a lurk. It really leaves a lot to the no line of sight reads for SKYE Empire, and that's very difficult to kind of pull off.
Well, those are reads to begin with, Astra. I feel like if you see what's coming, you're reacting and not reading. This is great wisdom that was imparted upon me by one of my coaches when I was still competing in another game. But now, SKYE, they take a little bit of time to relax, maybe. NCG did win the round after their timeout, so maybe it's gonna happen for SKYE. But I wonder what the discussion point will be to make this map palatable for them. They haven't really changed the layout for their Sentinel. Maxi has been initial contact on C, and that's been the majority of these rounds. Maybe we could see Maxi try to go for a hold towards B and just use that ult for a retake, not play a dangerous position. Just once again, just try to survive. Because if we really think about it, Astra, yes, this is an incredibly attacker-sided map, but NCG still have to clear a lot of these angles that could pose a serious threat. Look at Mid Mathers. He doesn't know how close he is to dying. As Kelly S will find him leaping. And look at Senior Carl, though. He gets a freebie. I actually thought he could have gone for more there. But he goes for the safer play. And SKYE Empire, they're looking a little better. Actually, not a little better. They're looking hella better here. They do find Mid Mathers, and Rabbit gets his initiator counterpart. But Senior Carl will cut him down. And so smart indeed. Look at this, Asser. NCG's never hesitant to really just move and wiggle their way to whatever opening that they can find. Zin does have an operator, but this is a pretty claustrophobic site. And with Maxi helping him out, doesn't seem to be a problem. Alleviating any fear whatsoever. Eugene S, all alone. Him and his Prowler, what can they do? Eugene S gets that initial kill. But we did talk about that operator and how he can dominate those sightlines. Lucky number 7 for NCG.
Tables have definitely turned here. You mentioned how, you know, NCG, they're just never shying away from plays like that. And I think that was the missing piece of the puzzle that we forgot to mention. This is NCG at peak form. Like, even if they lose a bit of that control, they're able to bring it back again. And this is the power of the Lotus rotate, where they baited out Disrupt's ultimate, thinking that it was going to be a B plant, but once they saw the lockdown was there, they're like, you know what, let's just push A. We already know that one player is there by himself, it's Rabbit. What's the worst that he can do? One pick? We'll take him off, get the refrag, and we have more bodies to just get more map control.
Yes. Yes, indeed, Asrai. But this is one of the more heavy-handed approaches side of NCG. You can really see that SKYE Empire is really respecting how quickly they can turn these types of situations. But look at Eugene S. He's gonna find hella tethers and will find himself the spectated lobby. I didn't actually think they would still reaggress that, but I love the bravery there. Maybe could have saved the Nightfall for an actual retake. But once again, hindsight is 2020. NCG, they have perfect clarity of what's happening right now. Zin even going for a very, very aggressive peek. Kelly yes could barely get any damage going. But still, holding on for as long as he can. Still not enough dissuade NCG from absolutely crushing it. I love this recovery. This is probably the best recovery we've seen too. Oh yeah, we got stopped the first map. It's all good. Now we will stop them back. That's true.
Yeah.
One kill per round.
Yeah, and he's been getting such massive, I'd say, like, control and threat that it's very difficult, I think, for SKYE Empire to deny him. Aggressive push from Kelly S here. He's had enough. One-way smoke onto A main, but no push-outs. And this is a lot of utility already. Fault line, flash, smoke, and nade. And all of it got shrugged back with just a little bit of utility.
Oh, wow. Hatman actually threading the needle yet again, Astra. He talked about all the utility that could potentially stop them, but it has been null and void. As Hatman still has not stopped. And in the blink of an eye, the round is over. Again, it was an eco round, but you would expect SKYE Empire to have a little bit more resistance. It seems that performance has been on a pendulum just for today alone. I mean, there really hasn't been any sort of competitiveness in these games so far.
That was a nice angle of plant there. You saw there was a smidge that Rabbit wanted to use an aftershock, but because the plant was out in the open, he couldn't really throw it at an angle where he was coming from that had any aftershock effect, right? Because aftershock, you have to throw it on a wall, but there was no wall to throw it through that it will just hit. So that was kind of good. Use that again. Maxi, though.
They won.
I was talking about SKYE Empire there. But anyways, that's what we wanted to look for SKYE Empire. The pick onto mid. Now they know that, again, there's no more lurch from Maxi here. The Reckoning activated. Eugene S is by himself. Eugene! Oh, gets his head decapitated. 4 versus 4. As Zin, he's not stopping! He's not stopping at all! 3 kills already! And this man is zipping, zapping, and blading everybody right in his front of his face.
The kids would say, Astra, he got that dog in him.
Dang.
Man, he has been ripping SKYE Empire apart. He's really been upset of what happened in Icebox, but
he really
he
is
doesn't
upset.
stop there even.
What
He will
happened
just
in Icebox?
continue, and that operator has not left his hands ever since. SKYE Empire.
You could say that
What
the
happened?
op is an extension of his body.
I mean, we know how fickle this game can be.
You know, it's another part of himself.
Yeah,
exactly.
It is another part of himself, Astra. Right? I did disappear into the void for a split second there, but yes, whatever you said, yes.
Ooh. Smooth.
There. There.
And there we
are
go.
good, yeah.
We are good indeed. Kelly S, like you mentioned, he is pretty fed up of the snowball that's been happening. He gets 2 for himself. Can he find a third with that showstopper? Absolutely not. But it's Rabbit to supplement this type of loss, and Kelly S going crazy. And that is going to be the first round on the board for SKYE Empire, and what a statement. They look to at least respond in kind. Actually, Astra, wasn't their last map win, or rather before the series, was also on Lotus with that iconic Kelly S door play?
Yes, I believe so. Ooh.
One enemy remaining.
Can they actually build upon this, though? To get like a 210. That would be massive right now for them. And they've given Disrupt an operator.
I actually feel like this is one of the maps where you can put an operator in virtually anybody. There's just so many long sight lines that you can dominate. How? What? I didn't think Kelly S would be getting there that quickly, but with him being eliminated from play, this is going to be slightly problematic. Rabbit evens out the odds, but still tipping in the favor of SKYE Empire as NCG. Now it's a 3v3 endeavor. The lockdown is here. Eugene S, he has to make something happen. Otherwise, he's not going to have enough time to really sprint back. And Senior Carl has a perfect read on that situation. And one for his troubles, but Ryu nearly gets hit by the sidestep, but his tracking is as clean as it can be. Maxi is fairly unhealthy right now, so he has to play bait for his teammates. Doesn't even matter, Asar. He even gets a kill for his troubles. Now Ryu has 2 smokes and 2 shadow steps available to him. He could potentially burn 1 just to alleviate the delay in this nano storm, but doesn't want to give his position away. Values the information just a little bit more. And who is teleporting? Where is the question?
Ooh.
Would have been a small window for Aryu to abuse. They do stack up. They're all fairly low. Fakes once. Sees Senior Carl. Maxi's really low, like I mentioned, but he's defied the odds once. Can he do it again? Aryu's on the hunt. He hears the footsteps. No, he can't. But the time. This. Oh, man. That would have been hell of a clutch. But time waits for no man, Asarai.
Switching sides.
Time definitely waits for no man. And NCG, this is even like more dominant than what we saw with Sky Empire. They got a 13-2. There's a possibility that NCG can get a 13-1. They're like, okay, you can do that. We can do it better.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Big oofers.
Okay. Oof size large is what you're trying to say.
Yes.
NCG, the 1-up on Sky Empire. I love it. This response is fantastic. I believe we're going to an Ascent 3rd map. If Sky Empire don't get this round, then I believe it's pretty much done and dusted for this rodeo. They have been pretty hesitant, at least in the last few rounds. But hesitation is pretty much unoptimal at this point. Go for a heavy tree take. They clear out said tree. Find nothing. And now the cascade is gonna be there just to be a slight disservice to anybody who would try to cross, but Disrupt and Eugene as they're splitting the NCG defense effectively, Asura, and they sense the urgency here. And they take it. This could potentially transform into 2 more rounds, and you know where that leads.
To comeback territory.
Yep. But that is a lot of rounds that they have to string together, in all fairness.
True.
Even if they get up to 5, that's still a long way from really making this a map still.
Yeah. But I think the formula is already there for Sky Empire. The composition for NCG really I feel like doesn't allow too much backside defense because of 2 specific agents on Sky's side, and that's Kelly S on the Raze as well as Rabbit on the Breach. There you go. And that's precisely why the 1-2 punch. It's a big aggressive combo that's just so hard to dissipate. Although, because of the smokes, because of the close range here, Mid Mathers as well as Senior Carl found themselves a bit of value. Okay, the pushback. Mid's gonna have to wait for at least the rotation. Senior Carl, ooh, he's got the headshot angle, but is that gonna be proper? The delay tactics. Maxi's been spotted out. It's Carl here. What's the adjustment as Mid finds one already? The swing. Oh, he gets the pick, and it turns it into 1 versus 1. TP into the smoke, maybe? No need, but Disrupt chases him through the wall, through the window even. And Sky Empire holds on, even through a messy buy round.
To the window, to the wall. Till the sweat drop down these halls, Asarai, is 3-11. Sky Empire, they are slowly building up a foundation that they can lean upon. But the margin for error doesn't really decrease. Still very, very good effort for them. NCG. They can't slow down now. They're literally 2 rounds away from taking this map. Sky Empire still looking very, very confident. They take immediate space, and Kelly S gets saved by, I believe that was a teammate smoke of his. The door has been broken, so they will try and occupy this hallway. Try to look for this harbor who's been causing so many problems, potentially making a lot of the Sky Empire players drown, and Mid Mathers so low. But Rabbit is on the hunt yet again. He will find that frag and will make this retake that much more difficult on the side of NCG. And there is just so many duels happening left and right. Rabbit finds Senior Carl. And yet another run and gun frag for him. Interesting round to say the very least, as Kelly S will play the blind spot. And now 4-11 Asrai. Bit by bit, brick by brick, they try to build a comeback.
Man, that's the formula I was talking about. It just doesn't feel like NCG have the utility to face Sky Empire. Right? So it's all just gonna boil down to how well they can punish Sky as they're pushing in to the site, right, in their transition. Unfortunately, Zind and Patman haven't really found that, at least in this second half. You saw them just crumble down to UGNS. Yes, they finally did take him down with Patman, but he took so much damage that and time that as the smokes were dissipating, Sky Empire are already in positions where they could just fight much, much better than NCG could.
Oh dear. I love the timeout here, Asterai. Once again, I love it when teams just take a step back and reassess what they can do. I just love how careful they can be. NCG, I'm trying to figure out what they can adjust in their defensive lineup here. I think this is also the problem when you have a Harbor. You don't necessarily have any smokes to respond with when you're getting defaulted on. He kind of becomes a dead agent when the game gets a little more static. And now Sky Empire, they're hella abusing it to the max. Well, Sky Empire, they have a very big gun advantage, so expected they might win this round, but we've seen a few thrifties today. Not entirely sure if they're going to hinge off that one tree play they did a few rounds ago. What they smoke it. That is a very interesting smoke, Asarai. I wonder what it does.
You don't get any vision as the door's opening up, so...
Oh, I thought it was a Sky Empire smoke. My bad.
No. Oh, yeah. It was from Senior Carl. Look at this. This is what I wanted to see. The 4-man flank. So it's going to be Patman to just play delay. If they can get Disrupt, this is going to be huge. And Disrupt is just running for dear life. And there you go. It's picked off. But UGNS is here on the case. And he is just able to deal with them. 2 versus 2, though. And there is one weapon that get picked up. Oh, come on. Give me the Senior Carl. You know you want to. Yeah, that's the play, right there.
Well, in any case, Senior Carl is the healthier player, thus making him a better trader potentially. It doesn't really matter if he gets shot in the face. No, not at all. Now NCG, I feel like the same problem has presented itself. Harbor is a very offense-oriented smoker. So even in the defense, you gotta get going. You gotta be a little more dynamic. We haven't really seen too much of that.
Yeah. And again...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and even though they do have the Omen to help out with, even more defensive smokes, they've already, they've already utilized 2 slots for controllers that don't even have a molly ability here. That's a very risky play. They want to get ahead of the pack, but it seems like they stumble onto the ground. Down to Maxi and Zin once again, but Zin's already been picked off, and it's down to Maxi. The play was there, but, I mean, they're just going to run into flashes too, so... Okay, the flank. Oh, all right.
Wow.
Maxi's got some bite.
Statistically speaking, the stun has been the most ineffective status effect the entire game for the last few weeks or so. We've seen so many teams crumble under their own rolling thunder. And even with just the regular stun, hasn't really been all that effective. And here we see the duality of this map, Astra. Now it's NCG not responding. I felt like I did overlook that Senior Carl was on the Omen, so they do have just a little bit more utility power, perhaps.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really come into fruition here. Maybe not stack both controllers on one side. But right now it's an eco, so they have different plans here. Eugene S finding a completely blind and stunned Zin. And they have they're not gonna have any qualms of finding these weakened players already. And back to my original point, I feel like they should have a little bit more presence, active presence at least, with that Harbor. Patman does get one for himself, but just a Sheriff in hand against 3 Phantoms, statistically, it's not good for him. Very convenient for Sky Empire to bring the score up the way it is. Everybody has a good economy built up. But, again, I got sidetracked so many times. Wow. I feel like Mid-Mather should be a little more active on another part of the map, just so Senior Carl can stagger and just stagger the opposite side. But I mean, what do we know, Asar? It's not like we were close to Radiant, huh? You know what I mean?
I mean, true enough. They are trying though. At least that one round where they were saving. This time when they do have the weapons, they feel a lot more hesitant, right? Because I feel like
they are hesitant.
Yeah, and I guess this is the reason why you were meriting that you wanted to see the fade more, because it's just exact.
It's better stagger.
Reconnaissance. Yeah, exactly. It's more precise reconnaissance, and that's what I feel like NCG is lacking right now, because they have to actively find opponents. Yeah, you have the Skye with the flash, says blinded, but you still don't know where they are, what they're gonna do.
I'm not entirely sure if I like that smoke.
Yeah, you kind of give access to your opponents, just push it too. Unless there's like people, gonna fight for it, but I have to see. But they've already lost the site once again. Xin drop down her fight. It's fight and actually survive and win. Ultimate from Breach. One taps is going to be very crucial here, and we're down once again to Mid-Mathers, and this is just a comeback for the ages for SKYE Empire.
Come back. Now this is the Empire Strikes Back. Sorry, pardon me for interjecting earlier, but there is a lot going on for Lotus, and it's really a map that we all have to study. Lock-in has provided us with great data. This is providing us with great data, so it's one of those points where we still have to VOD. Like I said, I'm not really a big fan of that smoke that they do for Switch. I don't really think it does anything. Yes, they're coming out of a smoke, but I feel like I don't know, man. Yeah, sure, the initial duel is gonna be in favor if you have a stack towards Streif. It's specifically geared towards that. But with Xin actually kind of baiting Mid-Mathers there, doesn't matter. He does get the trade, but that is one smoker down. So once again, pressure, pressure, pressure. They're not gonna have enough presence for that utility shuffle. NCG, they are gonna be moved back a little bit. But what is technique in the face of overwhelming power? A shot that I appreciate. Patman, you beast. 3v3. Kelly still has the showstopper, and Patman has been rootin' tootin' with that 6-shooter. Kelly, he responds in kind, and man, you made me pop my showstopper. What are you doing? Maxi, back foot of things, he will get a little bit of info here, and this could be a momentum killer. But holy indeed. Asarai, what is going on? Now SKYE Empire is rolling NCG. Surely an interesting day.
I don't know. Like, I felt like Maxi would have known that Sen actually went to tree because of the TP, right? Yeah. Because he saw the TP already from the box, and I don't know. Maybe he expected that he TP'd out in the open to help out his teammate, but I don't know. The read just wasn't properly there.
And yet another round we go, Asterise. NCG, now they take the more active route here. They do get pressured, but this puts a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Maxi. We have seen him showing up. Disrupt. Don't play around with those angles. Mid-Mathers with perfect timing here. Kelly, they have diverted their attention towards B here. And NCG, they have been put in a loop. Actually, what a read here. We do see some sort of separation from Mid-Mathers, maybe trying to back up Maxi. Not really sure what route he would take. But rope accuracy. Amazing.
Yes.
That's right. I'm beginning to think this is NCG kind of falling apart. Never mind.
Man, they are bringing it back. They went for that 1-3-1 split, and it's finally getting value here. The flank is just what was kind of missing for them. They didn't really have anybody willing to go for that particular fight. Maybe because of the composition, maybe because it's the willingness of SR Nacague. But this time is their time to definitely strike hard into the heart of the problem. But inside the smokes, no way, turned into a 1v1. Omen against Omen. It's a play. It's a game of cat and mouse, of hide and seek. And Senior Carl does not have enough time.
Double smoke
right behind him. And they both almost botch the situation. But at the end of it, Aryu comes alive. And are you okay? He's definitely more than okay. He's are you.
SKYE Empire. What a comeback. I thought this map was pretty much done, but wow, that's on me. That's on me counting out SKYE Empire to respond with full force, and what a clutch by RU. Now NCG, they are on a very, very weak buy here. Not very weak, but
half shields,
disjointed
though.
nonetheless. Yeah, half shields indeed. So those body shots are gonna shred them to bits if ever that comes into light. Now we have NCG going for a 1-2-2. They have Zind on the flank here. I think SKYE Empire is actually waiting for something to happen on the back foot of things. They do have a double anti-flank setup, so that is gonna be hella insurance. I'm not sure if they prepped the door also on the side of NCG, so that's yet another factor that we have to think about. But look at this. They realign, they reposition. I love these reads by SKYE Empire. I love it. Do they actually re-aggress towards B is the question. They still have quite a bit of utility ready to be invested somewhere. They have a boom bot. They do have, I believe, both Prowlers available. Zin just not being able to land the first shot here, but he will be the early warning system that NCG needed. You see a bit of a sky flash on the opposite side of things just to confirm if there were any lurkers. But I think SKYE Empire still have a better timing here. I think Zin should have just vacated the side outright.
30 seconds left.
Oh, but Disrupt has found an avenue towards B instead. They go for the double wraparound, and my, SKYE Empire. Mighty impressive offense here. The Rolling Thunder provides so many problems, Asarai. Maxi still gets one for his troubles, but Zind. Oh dear! That's 3 for him. And Patman gets the final kill. Where did that come from?
We need to see Zin's POV 100%. I thought the call already for SKYE Empire was perfect. They heard that RU, or not RU, but Singer Carl was already rotating to help out Zind on C. Disrupt pushed up onto B, opened the door, went to B side, and then nobody just, again, thought about Zind. And there you go. 1, 2, 3. That's all you need. A hat trick. And once again,
Literally.
NCG is, I mean, they're not back on top, but, no, they're actually back on top right now. One more round to go. That's all they need.
Yeah. But Zin was literally unkillable in that situation. So tanky, so, I guess, reliable. But now, I really am not a fan of that smoke. I mean, yes, I get it, but you know they're gonna smoke box out anyway. You know they're gonna smoke stairs. I guess it's just a deterrent of some sort. Now we have SKYE Empire. A little more leaning towards that A defense. NCG. I feel like they could potentially anticipate the B rotate here. Maybe, just maybe invest someone on an early aggress. Let's look at that. We see somebody on the side of SKYE Empire. I think this is Disrupt. Already very patient towards the door position. Atman. Pretty red hot in this situation. We'll find the Roomba. Oh my goodness, he has taken all of the utility. Still somehow dodges that seize for himself. So the side presence by SKYE Empire. So very much strong. Now they finally get Patman, who's been lurking around in the shadows. And SKYE Empire. Suddenly a Death Star firing upon an innocent sight. Oh, the humanity. And Maxi finds one for his troubles and Disrupt. He's waiting for that flank. Turn to Disrupt. Still trying to get that duel going. Zind and his heroics are much needed in this situation. But Kelly S will deny any sort of comeback. NCG, Asarai, this lead is not looking as secure as it used to be. They're gonna go with a half armor buy again. Blades, not too far off. Maybe they could gamble for an orb here. I don't know. Feels like it would be a pretty realistic play to make.
Have to. Because right now, you can see Disrupt has an ultimate, and they want to go for the C push. This is where the Killjoy lockdown just envelops the entirety of the site, so you're absolutely right, they have to fight for it, but, I mean, there still is rifle for Zin, so no need to aggress towards the orb itself. They just really need to stop them dead in their tracks. Easier said than done, to be honest. Kelly S, though, there it is. That's the Blackpink, the Boombaya. is ready. He's waiting for it.
He's
Zin is
waiting
1
for it. Look at
HP.
Zin.
Oh my goodness.
Once again, literally unkillable, Asarai. And he has the regrowth to top him back up in case if he wants to fight again. So they couldn't get that orb control. I feel like Sky Empire also had a pretty decent read on what might happen. I think this is yet another mound plan, so they will vacate this site as quickly as they can, but they will leave a few bits and pieces of insurance, and Kelly S with the best explosive solution as Mid Mathers goes on a rampage there, but finds one for his Berserker's call. Batman also finds Eugene S. And this site looking like a bit of a brawl. Hasn't really stopped. Patman goes for the wide swing and goes for the spray. What an adjustment for him. He fakes the defuse, but that Seeker is going to stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch. NCG, what a way to steal the map. Oh my days, Asarai.
Oh my god! The plant where that spike is favored NCG more than anything else, to be honest, because they pushed Sky Empire outside of the site as much as they can. The contact play was just there, and now we are going to be looking at a game number 3. Oh my god! That last round, man.
Oh wow. Oops, pardon me. My tears are actually falling from my face. It's just, it's what a game, right? That was a thing of beauty. That was a thing of art. The way Patman actually just adjusted for that spray. I feel like that's one of the more impressive clutches we've seen. I thought he was dead for sure. He was really playing with fire, trying to get that to half, but the great heads-up play with the Seekers just being thrown out, and just basically everything in between, pretty good.
I would really love to see highlights again from, or a replay actually from that particular round. Patman got 26 kills. I didn't even realize that. Excuse me. He just exploded. I thought it was Zin again who got most of it, but I feel like those last couple of rounds is where Patman really did shine. He had great performance at the very start of the first half. Had 2 quick Seekers to, again, snowball the lead. Oh man, look at that. This is where it started to plummet. Look at the change of economy, at least, for NCG once we got. Yes, I feel... Oh yeah. Sorry, excuse me. But in any case, it was just so far. The almost comeback there from Sky Empire. Man, I honestly thought we could have actually gotten for an overtime.
It could have been an overtime. I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility, but once again, you did mention that Patman landed and dropped a very quiet 26. I feel like this is pretty much a Patman signature. He's very, very fundamentally solid when he is online. And he's so reliable to make the proper call when he is on his comfort rolls. So there really is no reason to deviate away from that formula. He's kind of just like, you know, the big fundamental Tim Duncan. You won't notice, but he's probably dropping a triple-double on you.
Absolutely. Man, what a hero save from Patman. He got swatted away from getting more crucial rounds so many times in the second half, but able to bring it back.
Once again, one of the more impressive clutches is that RU clutch as well.
Oh,
Zin,
yeah.
This is one of the reasons why you would expect him to top the leaderboards and obviously get the numbers in his favor, because the way he does get his kills is just so flashy. And it is quite a bit of a statement when he does it. But that was a very, very interesting map too. We thought it was at the cusp of a comeback, but yeah, actually, Asterai, what a way to set up a map 3. And of course, we have to thank Patman delivering the win with Grab Unlimited for NCG. Oh my goodness.
That was huge. So with Patman being online, with Zin being online already, does SR Nacague stand a chance in winning that third map. Because let's be honest, second map, it still did not look as decisive, at least for NCG here, because of just how far they had to fight for that second half. In any case, guys, we are going to go on a break. When we come back, we'll see the decider here on Ascent in this best of 3 between SKYE Empire and SR Nacague. Excuse me. So anyways, don't go anywhere. Oh, wait, not yet, actually. Well, we are still preparing for that break, guys. I think another thing that we have to mention here is, at least from what I saw, Maxi definitely night and day difference from game 1 and game 2. His lurks and his holds were just much better on that first half from what we saw entirely on the first game.
I feel like you could say the same thing about NCG as a whole. They really showed up the way we expected them to show up for most of their games, and I think this is a really good look if they can just be consistent with it. And again, consistency is one of those things that is just so hard to develop, even after a long time spending the same amount of hours and long days with the same core. But before we can nerd out Asrai, finally, we will be throwing this to a short break, guys. Stay tuned though, because we do have a map 3, but for now, we will be right back.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiinggit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin dumaro sa ganitong league, and ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing VALORANT so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yung last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin, kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat, and nag-usap-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra, at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
one player para sa akin si Moder, kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I'd say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports, kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential, and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, I think. Kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong ng individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split 2 naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami, ganun, para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong nangyari sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team. Outside the game, para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin. Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami, buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang, mag-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Maujer. I'm Wits. I'm Ja. And we are Naos.
Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No fancy intros this time because me and Asterai are just as stunned as SKYE Empire with the clutch Patman had. What a play still. I feel like that's definitely going in the highlight reel for the next time we are going to see our beloved league, of course, Asterai. Now, with confusion aside, you did mention a little bit on how this map, I think it's Ascent, could go haywire for, I believe, NCG. I have a counterpoint for that, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, what was your counterpoint? Now I
Lovely.
I thought there was more for that.
No, I was just saying, I was asking you first, what was the first thing you said about, I think it was SKYE Empire or was it NCG, that they could potentially drop this map? I just wanted you to reiterate.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Actually not paying attention.
No, I was looking at the stats real quick. That's why I wasn't able to pick up on that last question of yours. But in any case, man, what I was mentioning again before we went on to that break was it felt like NCG look unstoppable at that first half, but they struggled so hard to transition the second half, where SKYE Empire almost betted or almost netted themselves a overtime situation. So it seems like NCG, even though they did look unstoppable, it was just one formula of what they were doing in that Lotus map. Come into the second half, there was virtually no change for them, whether they respected the anti-lurks of SKYE Empire, or the approach was always the same, or they really struggled against the Breach Raze combo on the offense. There was something just was not clicking for them. And fortunately enough, in that last round, the fights that they took against SKYE Empire were just so clean, and again, Patman stepping up. But overall, that still does not, at least from where I'm standing, doesn't feel like it inspires confidence just yet. But at least this is going to be Ascent, where both of these teams, I still feel have somewhat equal footing.
Yeah, again, my counterpoint was NCG, they're probably going to go back to a lineup that they have practiced so many times. They're so incredibly comfortable with. Mid-Mathers going back, obviously, on that Astra. And everybody else just kind of defaulting towards their comfort picks. Ascent has been fairly shaky for both these teams, at least in recent memory. But they do have that, again, historical data that they can fall back upon and just use this as somewhat of a last stand. I mean, it is the last map of the series, and you did mention about a tiebreaker earlier on the broadcast. So once again, they have to be fairly, how to put this, they have to be very cautious of how they would approach this. At the same time, have a sense of urgency to close this out, because now both teams know that they have the capability to go for those hard reads and snowball off of that. So we might actually see a lot more of a careful approach, maybe a little more measured.
Yeah.
And with that being said, Acer, I think we're just going to be jumping into the agent select.
No, as you mentioned, I don't think we're going to see any difference of comps here for both of our teams right now. Yep. As simple and as clear-cut as it is. The only difference being the controllers once again here. You're absolutely right. Astra on mid matters. RU with this. Just a slight difference. The thing that I would probably would kind of see the most at is that catwalk control, that cat control. I think we've seen both of these teams really develop a love for that push because they do have these setups of both the KOs here. So that's something to at least watch out for as we prep ourselves to get into Ascent.
I mean, we've seen so many iconic plays happen towards that tree position, towards that cat position, as you mentioned. But yeah, man, I mean, I'm really trying to wrap my head around what they would honestly plan on doing, because we already saw a slew of approaches. We saw a fairly heavy, frenetic pace that I think it was NCG displayed in the earlier parts of Lotus, and of course Sky Empire having the more responsive defense on that icebox, right? So if you just piece everything together, Ascent could be the melting pot for everything, and either this could evolve or devolve into a brawl. In any case, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. We have that KO pick on both sides, so that suppress value is going to give both our Killjoy players quite a bit of trouble. It is just going to be a matter of fact how they manage their ranges. There is a double initiator setup on them. So yeah, these are really signs that the game is going to be going at a snail's pace, perhaps.
There's just one thing I wanted to point out here as well, is that every single Ascent map as of recent for SR Nacague, they've almost always lost. But to be fair, a lot of the matches that they've had was up against Action PH, Naos, I think Oasis as well. And with Sky Empire, the only opponents that they've had as of recent in Ascent was Puggers and Game Lab Alpha. So, but in the regards of NCG, yeah, look at that, catwalk push again. It was very close when they faced off against any of those other top teams. So there could still be something different here. In any case, Eugene S already at his push. He's actually going to be on the jet now compared to the Sentinels. So this is something to definitely watch out for.
It is something to look out for, and there's always a happy point of discussion. But for now, the post plan is going to be showing itself in Disrupt. Good for 2. The Senior Carl will eventually get that trade, but not before 2 of his teammates are get cut down. And the retake efforts going to be incredibly difficult, as Mid Mathers just left to his own devices. And despite getting a kill onto Rabbit there, will eventually just get sniped down there, Aserai. Sky Empire could potentially repeat the same success of Icebox. I mean, I don't think Ascent is that snowbally of a map, right? It always feels like there's a fair chance of a Thrifty. Yeah. I think just the way the map is designed, it's very realistic. And also keep in mind that the ranges of both sites, once you enter the sites, it's actually pretty lethal for any of the pistols.
Well, that's why we're going to be seeing Sky Empire just clump up together here for the moment. You can hear the footsteps right now. There's going to be the smoke. Util is going to be down for just a couple of seconds. The dash in, and Eugene S gets slapped away by Maxi. Great 180. You're mentioning about the pistols, and they still do so much damage. No respect to the utility there, as nobody broke it up until the very last second when Eugene S was already pushing up. Were they able to pick up any of the weapons, though? That's the question. No. But, I mean, it was a 4 versus 5 in this situation. Still doable. 3 versus 5, you kind of start wondering and hesitating if you're on the end of Sky Empire.
The thing is, they'd have to wait for RU's smoke to come back online just to alleviate any pressure that could potentially happen from the hotspots. That being said, actually throw down that that smoke towards Train. They get Maxi here, but yeah, man, these classics, they're just putting too much pressure for SKYE Empire to really handle. They do get that spike down. Like you mentioned, this damage has been done, and Zin actually gets a stray kill onto Aryu here. Now there's just way too many fronts, too many points of attack that's available for NCG. And this has already been such a great round for them. If by some miracle, Mid Mathers gets this shot towards Disrupt, then we are going to see some serious thievery. They are both incredibly low, but Disrupt, with the help of his trusty turret, will get that round down in the bag for SKYE Empire. No sweat at all, Astraf. What are you talking about? Expensive? No.
Nah, they just, lost like 4 people. This holdo from Maxi is absolutely beautiful, gorgeous even. Fortunately for mid there, in the final stretches, just couldn't really deal with the positioning because of just how well the jiggle angle for Disrupt truly was. With all that being said here, already we look at the pause. Oh, technical pause. Not your everyday average tactical pause. That's kind of boring, Gotta look at the technical pause first.
I bet Ray's casting. So many tech pauses. Not entirely enamored by the idea of having so many tech pauses, but it does give us a little bit of time to podcast. Now, the one thing that I'm actually quite surprised is that we don't necessarily see too much of a variation on set play from both these teams. Again, it is so easy to say that, oh yeah, well, because they're a default heavy team. I mean, at this point in time, what team isn't default heavy? Everybody has already developed an idea and a semblance of how to approach the map and vie for control. But that being said, I feel like this is the time where we have to evolve, add a little more spice to that playbook. Because I feel like the set plays have been the X factor for a lot of teams to really just get that initial momentum. Case in point, Oasis and Nows. They have a deep playbook.
Yeah, I get what you're coming from with that. At least we have seen some teams, kind of elevate the default set plays with very quick executes with on-the-fly adjustment as you're executing. But I'm not sure if we've, kind of truly encapsulated that just yet for a lot of the teams. That's kind of gross, though. Just looking at a filled-up trash can, but we good. What happened
Interesting
here?
answer. Yeah, all the things we could talk about, it's the trash cans.
I mean, we're following the POV of the drone.
That
now.
is the first time I've seen that giraffe ever, though. Whoa.
Which giraffe? That one?
Look at that. Yeah. I've never looked up in that situation.
It's been there forever, dude.
I know. It's part
have
of the map.
Have you ever played a Sova in Ascent?
Yeah, I play Sova in Ascent, but...
Then you should have seen that before when you recon dart.
Why?
Because you recon...
What?
That's a standard recon dart spot.
Depends, man, because there's so many recon darts you can do. You can stand behind hut. You can stand in front of hut for that specific recon for switch. I know what dart you're talking about, but you don't necessarily see it. Like, honestly.
True.
But in any case, there are many lineups or many approaches to the game. I feel like there's also a lot of people when they look at Valorant and just VODing in general, it's like, oh, he should have done this and that and this and that. We just have to remind people that it is freeform. This video game is very freeform. There's so many ways you can just solve one problem in this game that there really is no right and wrong. Maybe there's optimal and suboptimal, but like I said, that's the beauty of esports, right? If everybody played optimal all the time, it'd be pretty soulless. It'd be pretty boring. Valorant is not boring. It is incredibly exciting. It's just this technical pause. It is making us discover many parts of this map that we would normally never look at, in all honesty.
Imagine if the cameraman wasn't invisible, right? And you just see like an agent just flying around. Whoa. Whoa. How did you get there?
How did you get there? That is truly one of the scariest things to see, a random floating man.
Oh, the Korean jet dash. Oh, no.
He barely gets it. I thought he was going to go for a switch play here, but Patman actually denies Eugene S of any forward space. And this defense towards B is absolutely rock solid. Despite all the utility and pretty much everything SKYE Empire have invested towards it, it just has not bounced back in their favor. Rabbit has a Sheriff. I don't think there's any way to retrieve any of the fallen weapons. But in any case, this is a wonderful response on the side of NCG. I think they can just hold down, honestly. If anything, after that Senior Carl kill, everything could be considered an overextension at this point. They want to keep the hunt going, though, because they know Disrupt has still a Vandal. That's going to be an extra orb for him. So no matter what happens in this round, he is going to have access to that lockdown. Potentially a round-winning ultimate. And there you go, Maxi will secure that Vandal. None for you, sir. Delay the set play just a little bit more.
Disrupt now has his ultimate, though. That's huge. Like, 3 rounds in. That's going to be something to definitely watch out for here, making things much easier on the push for SKYE Empire. But the Disrupt's going all the way through B while the 4 of them are A here. Is this cut the noise, let me lock down B, pull the aggro towards there, and then push on the A site? Is that the play? Or... No, I think he's going to squeeze through Catwalk first, which would make a lot more sense.
What does make sense in this world now, Asarai, where the meta has changed so many times, right? I remember one time where, oh, mid control for Ascent is a no-no. Now it's really just another way of expressing your approach of the map, as I said earlier. I'm honestly surprised SKYE Empire had enough to fully buy up this round still. NCG, they are quite close to their own lockdown. So if Maxi can get a pick anywhere in the map, then their retake potential is going to skyrocket. But for now, everybody's just taking their time, waiting and looking at paint to dry, and both the KOs are turning it up for both these teams. Rabbit is a witness to how all his teammates are getting cut down really on this A offensive. Now we have Kelly S trying to duel out anybody who's trying to take his precious control away for him. Maxi, not entirely sure why he committed to that spray. But SKYE Empire, they don't really think about what the enemy is doing, but they only prioritize on exterminating them. Apparently, Senior Carl, as the Jenny position, gets one. And are you quick on that trade, killing the robot. SKYE Empire taking that cryo round yet again. NCG forced to eco here, Asarai. Actually, no, not yet. They have enough to buy, but they go for a safer route. They want to secure the economy just a little bit more. I think they might bring out the op, actually. It looks like that way, right? Because you can honestly buy up in this round.
Yeah. Zin's at like 3,200. They're definitely going to be getting the op in the next round. But it's curious, though. That last round, though, I got to say, I love the kind of one-way-esque smoke that Mid Matters set up for himself. That was brilliant. Unfortunately, did get flushed out, though. Disrupt could be in danger zone. But no. Not going to fight with it. Mid Matters just unleashed or opens up the box. Oh, the suck is going to be there. It actually still gets away back into cover, which is perfect for him. Disrupt's going to be holding the lurk here, but Sin finds him once again. Sin, the magic man, gets the flag. Senior Carl hits another one. And somehow, this is getting turned on its head here, Raf.
Like I said, right, Thrifties are very, very common in a sense, if not the most common on any map. Just the way the flow happens, and now we see Kelly S. He'll have to cook. He has no choice. Is this gonna come in time? Uh-oh. That was funny. I like that. I appreciate that. NCG take yet another round and in great stylish fashion. And wow, that is maximum returns of investment here, Asarai. If anything, though, at least SKYE delay the operator by a round, right? Well, that is a very unconventional way of doing it. No, please don't. That's adorable. Does look like they're gonna go for a very, very heavy B hit here. Maybe potentially going for a lockdown play. Ah, no, that does look like they're just gonna fight mid. They have sheriffs in hand, so they do have just a little bit to pressure range with. Maybe Eugene S is gonna pull out the Blade Storm. Most likely it will happen, and as I say it, it does. Oh. Oh wow, look at that. They're doubled up. But that is just
swatted
so
from the
unlucky.
air.
I hate that. That is the worst feeling in the world as a Jet player. Oh dear. But this, still finding value. Wow, again, we talk about how Rabbit is so consistent with those Hunter's Fury. It's a crying shame we don't see him on Silva a little more often. And that's saying quite a bit. But Zin responds in kindly. Gets another kill. Disrupt thinking about it. And he does go for the more sensible option to just not go for it. It's a 3v2. He needs to find a pick to make this doable. But Zind, so solid. Will not lose to a duel like that. Rabbit. Something up his sleeve. That's 3-3. That was a very confusing dart. I thought that was a lineup towards maybe potentially a B fake. But I guess not.
No, it's 'cause, I think it's because just of the smoke, right? Because he couldn't clear both left and right, so he wanted to delay dart just to maybe get some noise in. But unfortunately, the smoke just vanished right in front. So we were mentioning how Zin should have the operator right about now. Last round, it was because they were aware that there could be a lot more brawls than anything else. So they wanted to play rifle first. Now he has the operator, even though there is going to be that lockdown in. I mean, he plays B by himself, so the rotation from NCG, look at how just swift they are able to play this. About 2 seconds in, there should be the molly. Yeah, Eugene S is going to be clearing things up. The swing, and he's fully blind! Batman took a lot longer than I expected to get the pick, but no way in hell is he going to let that stop him from picking up the 3K, immediately forcing back the 2 remaining from SKYE Empires, RU and Kelly S. Just have to run all the way around, or because of the wall, giving them much cover, even with the sounds, can rotate to short right about now.
Oh my goodness, Kelly S. He just face checks that, man. That was scary. But they do get the flash. And a bit of a mishap here, but these 3 rounds, I honestly, this is my favorite map of the series already. Both these teams, they're very, very competitive now. Kelly S. actually gets Senior Carl. Still a very, very difficult road ahead of SKYE Empire, at least for this round. RU does have from the shadows if he ever needs to reposition, but they have to confirm presence first before they can do anything. That's a second kill towards A. They might not assume that there's a third player here, but they're still on their toes. Do they swing from the same side? And Patman on pace for the ace! And what a guy. He clutches the last map and gets an ace for himself. I believe he is online as all hell, Aserai. SKYE Empire, they have a handful and they have a problem to deal with.
That's the second ace for today, for the series.
True.
Woo. I guess we can call him Pat, you're the man.
No.
Yes. All right. Hold on
No.
to your britches. Because we're in for a wild ride.
It's been a roller coaster of a series, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Map number 1 just seemed like it was the SKYE Empire show. Map number 2 was the NCG show for the most of it, up until SKYE Empire decided to come back. And now, both these teams, they are warm. And we cannot stress, ladies and gentlemen, how important warm-ups are. Don't just jump into your ranked games. Go have a proper routine. Yeah. Why am I so inconsistent? It's probably because you don't aim train and deathmatch and properly set out your day. Stop saying those things.
Do not do deathmatch.
And I will say this, guys, and I will say this with tough love. You're inconsistent. It's absolutely 100% your fault. Yeah, there's something you can do about it. Go do about it. Go do something about it. But now, we focus yet again on the game. That's right. Not a very good buy on SKYE Empire. You know, I'm surprised that Stinger gets picked up as often as it still does. Despite the nerfs. Despite the very obvious nerfs. Despite the price change. That Mathers will play around his smoke here. But how long is he gonna last in front of as many players as there are? Batman will try to get a frag with that Hunter's Fury. But it's actually the rest of his teammates chiming in. I wouldn't necessarily say this is expensive or acceptable on the side of SKYE Empire, but at the very least, they made Patman expend the Hunter's Fury. In that vein, Disrupt will have a faster pace to get that lockdown and have potentially a round of a counterless lockdown. My lord. So many confusing words today.
I'll shut them down. Until then, survive.
I was just looking at chat here as they're just seeing the knife kill on that lockdown. Oh, he's brought it out, man. The Odin, the Nido 45 my sight with the Odin spam.
What?
Because again, Odin spelled backwards is Nido.
Oh wow!
And you can fortify the site.
Very clever.
With an Odin on Ascent very effectively.
That is true. But like I said, Disrupt is going to be on pace to get that lockdown very, very soon. Patman is just not there yet with his ultimates, but it doesn't really matter as Zin gets an initial kill.
Oof.
Taking this offense a notch again, Aserai. Has it been the last 2 rounds that SKYE Empire have been getting caught off with these very aggressive peaks on the side of NCG?
Yep, they have been. Well, this is the strength of NCG, especially here on Ascent, where, again, if you give Zin that space to just work the operator, he is able to just elevate its impact even more so. Speaking of Zin, how did he... yeah, he's rotated all the way around to A main. That's going to be a literal shock to the head of Ryu there, as he gets decapitated, incapacitated, and just got into the next round. Is Senor Car going to get kicked off by Disrupt?
Nope.
No, well, obviously. That's going to be the answer to that. And we're down to Rabbit once again. 5v1. Okay. Lots of steps. And he fumbles at the first one. Senor Carl was already at B main, waiting for his swing.
I am really thinking of what happened there towards that mid play. Did they flash out for that? Did they drone for that?
For SKYE Empire? Well,
oh, they went full contact.
Yeah, they wanted to cut the noise, but unfortunately, this is where NCG just loves it, right? I mean, when there's no utility, Zin can always just get out with his dash. When there's no utility, there's so many angles that you have to deal with when you're pushing through A short that way. Mid's exposed, B main is exposed, A short is exposed. You're kind of put out in, just literally out in the open, you know, fending off against the elements.
That is true, and nobody wants to be naked and exposed to said elements. But like I said, maybe they were gambling on the fact that the operator could have been anchoring on a site, and maybe mid could have been open. But more likely than not, that's just really not the case. Eugene S, despite taking the vulnerability, doesn't really take too much damage here. Disrupt on that lone Bulldog and is lurking towards B. I don't think that's enough pressure to justify a rotation on the side of NCG. And wow, Zin still lands a shot here. Super, super smooth indeed. And SKYE Empire, they are having so much difficulty in really entering a site and establishing a post-plant situation. Again, the weapons have been weaker, but the response to this operator has been non-existent just yet, Aserai.
Yeah. You probably wonder why that felt so scuffed from SKYE Empire, but I mean, they didn't really have any means to win the round for the most part, unless they can maybe get 1 or 2 picks. But with the weaker weapons, no shields, low utility economy, it's not really something that you can really get that impact on, as you can see here. But still, there is a bit of chance. We do see now Kelly S having his null command primed and ready to use. The setup's still there. It's the 4-1 split, giving Disrupt just, again, free reign on the lurk. But I wonder how far the setup will go, especially when they really need them to, well, they really need them to step up.
For the lack of a better word, right? I mean, we expect quite a bit from all our players here. And again, that's just how it is in VCTPH. we've had so many great names, and we've had so many great moments. I'm just expecting a little bit more from everybody. Disrupt, so close to that lockdown. I am surprised it's not Rabbit actually trying to have a little bit of suppressing fire towards B main. The Odin, fairly curious, especially on an attacker side, but maybe they're gonna go for some sort of cheeky post plan. Both null commands are in play now. What does it achieve though? They did manage to delay this rotation just a little bit. Eugene S. So trying to find and make space here. Will confront Pathman, but will get traded out immediately. Zin taking for the Skies.
No.
And oh no indeed. Sky Empire, they are now galloping towards the site.
30 seconds left.
Spike yet to get planted here, man. So there still is some time for mid matters here. Look at how, again, they've delayed the plant on the spike just yet because they wanted to get a little bit more map control. RU is one tap away. So the double up is going to be incredibly crucial. Any more stars for mid matters here? That's going to be important. Absolutely not. Okay, spotted RU. Now at least they know where mid is. That's going to be important. Mid should know that it is going to be one other person onto the site itself that did plant the spike in.
Where's
if he had a smoke, this would be so good for him right now. He's not going to know about the speed lane, but the shock dart kind of exposes the position here from Rabbit. Is this really what he wants to go for? Because now again, mid's attention was put on Rabbit.
That was really well played by mid. But I thought that was the perfect time to actually pick up the Odin and start spamming the walls, right? I mean,
true.
Realistically, that's what the Odin would be for. But what an insane clutch. Like I said, Mid Mathers is one of those players that you can truly rely on, and you put him on a comfort pick, he just becomes that much more dangerous.
And he had all the information in that round, dude. Again, he knew RU was low. Now all he had to do was figure out where Rabbit was playing, and Rabbit exposed himself by throwing those two shock darts. Yes, you could also argue that he was delaying. Ooh.
Oh no, the orb of confusion. It's taken Asarai.
All right, that was nasty. That was pretty good from Disrupt.
It is the Uno reverse card. You have an Odin, I have an Odin. And he's still trying to pretty much hold the beaches down. And the sands run red with blood. The senior Carl will finally be eliminated from play. I don't know how Maxi actually crawled up here, but he thought Disrupt was alone. No. The entirety of Sky Empire was actually there, Asarai, and NCG, they still have a pretty reliable lead to build upon, but if Sky Empire get this round, then it becomes that much more realistic. They get the pistol, they get the priority, rather, they get the buy round, so on and so forth. Disrupt, put that turret down just for extra insurance, but that Odin, I am surprised. Are we going to see the third ace of the day? He has enough ammunition for it, but Mid Mathers, he's dancing. Aw, Kelly. I feel like he could have just pinged in and given the ace, but maybe that's just asking for too much. Sky Empire, they come alive when they need to.
All stem from Disrupt just having nasty lineups altogether.
Last player standing.
Even gets himself as you mentioned, a good 4K. But still not the end of things. As you mentioned, NCG still have somewhat of a commanding lead here. Where's going to be their play to push, though?
Where is it? Is a good question here. But once again, the pistol, it is a reset. Both these teams have, I believe, won their equal share of pistols this series. There's really no telling who might take this one. However, if Rabbit will rear his head towards the tile's position, might just have a horrible, horrible time. He does see the utility, so he will back out. I don't think they will be in the range of this 0 point, but they are walking up very, very slowly. He sees the markers of a push, and Kelly, yes, responds very appropriately. He will get spammed, and Zin gets spammed back. Wow, Zin was actually so close to dying there, Asterai. You see a mad dash here towards the middle as Disrupt would yet again be the linchpin.
Oh, Maxi!
Wow. Actually, it's Maxi still. Like I said, Disrupt would be the man of the hour. A clean 3v4. Zin already tagged very, very low. Elias still has a molly in hand. He can somewhat delay anybody from pushing or actually use it to flush out backside, but they're both suppressed, so this is going to be devolving into a gunfight, at least for a few seconds. Maybe Kelly's will find a pick here somewhere, but it's Patman finding Disrupt. Kelly's all alone towards stairs, and Patman yet again coming alive, getting a big, big multi-kill. Wow. Sorry, do you agree with me that Patman has been the outstanding performer of the entire series, perhaps, at least on the side of NCG?
Oh. I'll go the opposite direction. I agree to a certain extent, but I still would probably give it to Zind. I feel like Zin has just been outlier, yes, but overall consistent top performer has got to be Zin for NCG.
I see.
Yeah, but I will say, the one player that I think has gotten a lot, or feels like he is under, maybe appreciated right now from just pointing him out, has got to be Maxi. Again, if you're lurking, one kill is already pretty massive because you make the defense flinch. But again, these 2 games, man, he started to just explode exponentially with his positioning and his timings. He feels like he's a lot more confident now, not really breaking to the mental strain pressure of the multi-lurks. So with that, NCG are more free to just go for the push, not really fear the lurk. And now it's the 4 push outside of B, and it's just going to get completely drenched in bullets by NCG. 10-4. They've broken the barrier, 2 digits in.
Oh, they got obliterated, honestly. And NCG, they have a few rifles in hand. It is going to be on Maxi and Patman. Zin, of course, with a Vandal here. No problem whatsoever to buying up in the next round, perhaps. So this is going to be a highly contested round still. But what I am wondering is, Disrupt going for the Odin yet again. Will he get a cheeky kill? He's lining it up, Asra. You can see the man go for the squat. Oh, the dart combo. NCG. They narrowly avoid certain death. Zin still trying to lead the charge here. The turret is going to delay him just a little bit.
Oh.
Not entirely sure if Rabbit should have peeked that, but Zin is getting tagged up by everybody else. The trades will finally come down. But that is going to be crucial information gathering being removed, especially in the mid-round.
They've called the rotation back onto A here, but Eugene S, he's got the positioning. I feel like NCG should be aware of this. Now that they see RU, overshot though. They're not going to check this anymore. So Eugene S has the perfect time. Is mid even going to... No. Trigger discipline, 1-2. It overshot. They did not respect it. They didn't double check. And now this is the time for Empire to definitely strike back. No pun intended. One's going to be on the side, but Maxi again steps up to the plate. And boy, is he showing up big as Patman and Maxi to remain 2 versus 1. Disrupt. He's got the Odin. He's got the spammers. What an incredible weapon this pickup has been. Is that turret actually going to spot him out? Well, not this time at least. But what is good for Patman here is he will hear where his opponent will drop. Now he knows. 3.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he does. It's going to be so crucial.
Disrupt.
Timing. Oh, the turret just not enough to actually see the little corner of hell there. Little slice of heaven, at least, if you think about it in Patman standing.
Like I said, right, that was going to be a very, very tightly contested round because they did have, despite the advantage SKYE Empire had with the armory, having 3 rifles and a plan is just more than enough. Maxi, of course, getting a very impressive double kill. And that being said, SKYE Empire, they are forced to basically just have one functional rifle. It's on Eugene S, who's been pretty quiet this game, Asteroid. Hasn't really done too much, at least in terms of what we're used to coming from him. But with the pistols in hand, I'm curious how SKYE Empire are going to approach this round. They do stack up towards B. They do have presence towards A main. And mid Mathers might just be in a bit of danger. But SKYE Empire, they decide to reel it back. Retaking with pistols, not the greatest thing, not the easiest thing to do, definitely. Especially when you're down a man like that. Disrupt already getting worked on with that turret. And Rabbit gets a free kill onto Patman there. The trades are coming in quickly as the attackers are working. Rather, the defenders are trying to plug up as many holes as they can. Now, in a weird twist of fate, NCG don't have any real meaningful map control here, Asar. They've once again gone beyond or returned back to behind the safety of their own line of their map, rather the share of their map. Interesting movements to say the least on both these sides. We do have 2 players on B, but it does seem like NCG are gonna double back towards A mid Mathers. Surprising, are you there? They do have time. But Eugene S has a rifle. Mid Mathers is very, very low, Asarai. Lockdown is still in play, just in case of emergency. And I think Maxi is gonna posture himself up for exactly that. I think it's a good investment. Eugene S, the only healthy player alive on the SKYE Empire side. There is a bit of a pocket here. Oh, wow. I think that could have been huge. Senior Carl not being there to have split pressure. Mid Mathers is so incredibly low. He can't even find a kill here. 2v1. Maxi has been a hero. Eugene S, is he going to stick it? Maybe not. A great idea. As we've talked about the merits of having Maxi on the team, Masterai. Very calm, very calculated, and will always, always make the sound decision.
I remember we mentioned this, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, right? The woes of Maxi as a player for NCG. Now, hear me out, for the chat. We were mentioning how it felt like he was lacking in terms of how he is in terms of the duels. His rotations, his reads, the way that he controls the map is absolutely there. And all he needs to complete himself for NCG to really be a fire starter has got to be how he wins those firefights. And right now, he is making a damn good case of just, being a complete player right now for NCG.
Spike planted.
What happened to SKYE Empire? Did we just witness them implode?
Feels like it.
This map felt like it was way more competitive than the scoreline would suggest, but Rabbit getting picked off early again. It's not a good look. Now Senior Carl gets 2 big frags for his name as Zin is working this flank. And there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have NCG actually taking the series, even after such a shaky start.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
I'm
goodness,
getting attacked
indeed.
by my studio light. Hang on.
What are you talking
I'm getting
about?
attacked by my studio light. It fell on me. Hang on. Hang on. My studio light started attacking. It's like...
Are you okay? Are the
Yeah,
battle
yeah.
of the inanimate objects actually still getting to you?
Yeah, I got shook, dude. But, you know what? Now that I've gained my composure, another team has definitely got back their composure with SR Nacague, man. I was absolutely taken aback at how well they were able to bounce and just dominate SKYE Empire in that 3rd game of theirs. And again, we were mentioning how incredibly, I think, important this is for both of these teams. I think right now, at least in keeping themselves up in the top 6, it's already fine. I think both teams can get into the playoffs because they're mid of the pack. But more so than that is just continuing to build the confidence. Yeah. If you look at the stats here, actually, maybe SKYE Empire is in danger if Abaddon Abyss wins. Because, as I mentioned, Abaddon Abyss is 1-4. Without their next, if their next series they win that, it's a possibility. SKYE Empire is now 2-4. But to finish off what I was mentioning, at least them being middle of the pack, it's more of just building the confidence, right? Because both of these teams, I think more than any other 2 teams that are playing right now, is just looking incredibly shaky, even though they have the right pieces readied up for them.
Well, with that being said, Asteroid, they have the tools to succeed. It's just a matter of how they're gonna use it. SKYE Empire, I still feel like they are having signs of greatness, but they do have very up and down performances as of late, especially this one, right? Again, they fought so well in the first 2 maps, but maybe it could be a stamina issue for the 3rd map. NCG, like we said, always, at least a pretty slow starter recovered as well as they did. This is definitely going to be bolstering their confidence because they did also have a fairly rough start in the first 2 or 3 weeks. And here we are, them finally finding a little bit of footing. And 14 first kills on the side of NCG. Wow.
Absolutely.
Have we seen something as lopsided of a stat as that? I don't think so.
I'm not sure if that stat is one of them, but we have seen at least another lopsided game with at least, one of the top 2 teams, Oasis and Naos. But I don't think we've seen any other team do that yet. So
it's pretty
I
crazy.
guess we can add NCG back to the pile here. Now the question here, as we're ending up week 5, actually does NCG still have another match within these next days? I think this is their last game overall. So the question now, is what's going to happen to them as we move forward into the playoffs? Are the same issues going to resurface once again, or have they finally, kind of dealt with it?
I think there's levels to it, Aster. I mean, once again, we've seen the upper capacity of a lot of these teams, but definitely some of those weaknesses show themselves every now and then. But Maxi, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, definitely showed up today. And you mentioned on how he's improved on his general dueling and his ability to just straight up brute force some of these fights. But I feel like the biggest quality to him is how he does engage in those fights. He picks his fights very, very well. And in a lot of those situations, it's already been established that he has the advantageous position. Therefore, not necessarily leaning towards, he has to land the hard shot and whatnot. Maxi very, very clean fundamentally. And once again, congratulations to NCG.
Yeah, and you can even add to the fact that Maxi not only wins, his lurk battles against, the low-performing players of the other teams, but he also gets those picks with the firecrackers of the team, such as Kelly S, such as UGS. So he's really done, a fantastic job here for SR Nacague. So for now, guys, I think we're already done. We're just going to throw it to the panel to discuss things even further.
Tulad yan ang sinabi ng ating mga casters, it's Likeable, Fluffy02, and Riku back here at the panel. Ang ganda ng labanan na yon, pero once again, foiled na naman ang prediction ni Fluffy, hindi 2-0. Tama yung team na yung prediction, pero hindi 2-0. Sabi mo kasi 2-0 eh.
Oo nga. At least tama yung team, diba?
At least
consolation prize.
At least Rico, diba, for once, ito na, nagbibuild na rin ng momentum si Fluffy dito sa mga predictions niya. Pero dito, Rico, hindi natin in-expect na Ascent would actually fall into the hands of NCG in the end, no?
Yeah, I feel like ito na yung momentum na sinasabi natin. I mean, SKYE Empire, I really thought it was going to be the opposite that was going to happen because we saw SKYE struggle on Icebox, but it felt like they knew what they felt like they need to repair and go back to the drawing board after their match against Action. And look at them now! Their Icebox performance was incredible. And when we take into account the Eugene S and the Kelly S combo in this particular scenario, it's just so incredibly strong. They're hitting all of their shots. They were just very aggressive. And there's even some instances where we see the team stay at spawn and just wait for NCG, and they just executed it beautifully.
Yeah, Icebox, I think, was totally different from what we've seen from SKYE Empire before. But moving on to Lotus in the series highlights you can see in front of you, a lot of things have changed for them too. One of my issues with SKYE Empire was that consistency, and that's where I think SR Nacague really shined in this map. They were able to streak so many rounds, especially during the first half. They won 11 out of 12 rounds, and then even though they kind of struggled in the second half when SKYE Empire almost had a comeback with this play, like here from Kelly S, you can see how at the end of it, it's really SR who learned to adapt. It was a little late. I was kind of scared, not gonna lie, because my prediction, but all good.
Alam mo, actually, we were talking backstage and pinag-uusapan natin na itong SKYE Empire, medyo late yung pag-build nila ng momentum for most of their series, right? Tulad nung laban nila against APH. Late na talaga sila humabol pero nakahabol pa rin sila and umabot pa ng ilang overtimes. Pero this time around, nagulat nga tayo kanina, Rico, diba, na ang aga nilang nagkaroon ng momentum dun sa icebox. Pero hindi nila napagpatuloy.
Oo nga talagang binara ni NCG yung momentum na binild ni SKYE Empire. It was a little sweaty. I really thought it was going to be makahabol si SKYE Empire, but gotta mention na ay kumanta ka kanina, Laika.
Uy, hindi ako yun.
It's my turn to hindi ba ikaw yun?
Ikaw yun.
Yeah, ikaw yun. Pero after that clutch na dininay ni Patman dun sa overtime, it carried over to this map in a sense, and he was on a roll here.
Actually, nireject niya yung overtime. Nireject ng ating series MVP yung overtime. Because the scoreline was 11-12. Kung hindi yan na-clutch yun ng 1v3, aabot talaga tayo dun sa overtime. Pero once again, Fluffy, the Batman, aka the Patman of this game, is our series MVP.
I love Batman. That's all I can say. But other than that, I think he played phenomenally. Even on Lotus, right? He was on the Skye. Normally you see him on the duelist, but being that duelist flex, he really has the ability to really make space for his team, regardless of what agent he's really playing. On Skye, getting these kills also fuels your ultimate, which in a map like Lotus just has so much value.
Yeah, and the way that he contributed to a lot of these, again, these clutches, we've seen that in Ascent. We've especially seen it in Lotus. It was so important. It was so pivotal to win and deny that overtime against SKYE Empire. And here we are now, just bridging and keeping, help the team rather to gain more distance in the scoreboard between the bottom three teams.
Kanina nga napag-usapan natin yung scoreboard na to, no? And how crucial it was for SKYE Empire to actually win this series. Kaso, hindi napunta sa favor nila yung results natin dito, which does mean they still have a chance to move up dito sa ating scoreboard and proceed to the playoffs, but only if they perform really well dun sa upcoming match nila. But again, ito na yun nangyayari dito sa ating series number 1 na NCG for the win for this specific matchup. When we will be going off to a break, but when we return, exciting matchup ahead rin dahil APH versus Abaddon Abyss naman. So kita-kits tayo after this break.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
Hi, I'm Jaden.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin dumaro sa ganitong league, and ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing VALORANT so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat, and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra, at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Mojer kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Ang feeling ko anong yanik sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team. Outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin. Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami, buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang, ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mojer.
I'm Wits. I'm Ja. And we are Naos.
Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila.
After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve as a team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparation for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa Naos and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para dalhin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yeah.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slatom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rababs.
I'm V Black. And we are Abaddon.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO, with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon Abyss, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay!
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week lang yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City, and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get like to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to V Black's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ayo because dami niyang tinuro sa akin and at the same time gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us.
Muling nagbabalik ang VCTPH. Kasama nyo naman ngayon here on the panel. Of course, yung host nyo na si Likeable at ang ating paboritong Konyo caster sa si Asu Raf. Yan. Yun ba yung combination nyo? Ano ba dapat?
Raf Sarai?
I don't know. I'm not even...
Hindi, kung yung dating IGN ko pa na Maya pa yung nasa name ko, pwede tayong tatlo Masuraf.
Siyempre. Tama.
Yan, agree tayo dyan. Pero eto na nga, nakita natin kanina ang ganda ng laro ng SR Nacague. Gising na sila towards the end of the series. Unfortunately, on the side of SKYE Empire, syempre kinas nyo yan, nagkulang talaga on their part. But hopefully, moving forward, this team comes back stronger. But we're gonna talk about another set of teams over here sa ating second series of the day. And I'm talking about Action PH and Abaddon Abyss. Raf, I wanna know your initial thoughts kasi syempre homegrown talent nyo yung mga Abaddon Abyss eh. Any insights na pwede mong i-share when it comes to this team?
I mean, like I've said on cast and every time that we've talked about this team, I'm really happy the way that they're developing because they're still a very young team, but the way they approach the game, you can sense that they're trying to be a lot more mature about it instead of going for, as long as we win the gunfight, right? They're trying to be a lot more reliable, and I will say this again, I've said this a million times, I hope this team stays together. I really do hope to see more of them in the future.
I agree.
I absolutely agree.
Shut up, Asarai.
Pero I agree, yes. Shut up, Asurai. Yun pala yung agreement. And then, for anybody who's watching, Asurai is the resident taga-budol dito sa aming talent pool. So, we like it when he's quiet because that means hindi siya mag-share ng mga kakaibang links dyan. But anyway, everything that we've been witnessing so far, Syempre, posible yan with the help of our sponsors. So maraming salamat of course to Riot Games and Mineski Philippines for making all of this happen.
And of course, to our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So thank you everybody for making this possible. And of course, that's Asurai's iconic 9 pesos. He said it twice today. He's so happy.
I was so fixated on that. Pero dun pa lang, di ba, binubudol na kayo ni Asurai. Pero kung ako sa inyo, magpabudol na kayo. Sulit eh. 9 pesos. 9 pesos. 9 pesos lang. Yan.
Again, if you've watched, guys, TV shopping network ng bata kayo, you always hear them say, for only 999 pesos.
Defend yourself.
And stainless
now.
steel blades that can cut through anything.
Let's go to the team intros. I don't want to talk about this anymore. So the first team na ipapakilala natin, like I said, medyo meron na tayong introduction on the side of Raf because they are homegrown Cebuanos on this team. So ipakilala natin ang Abaddon Abyss.
Perfect.
Abaddon Abyss. Just like me, they are homegrown, and I always have the highest hopes when we have players coming out like these beautiful gentlemen here. Absolutely cracked, absolutely insane. Of course, right? They're from Cebu. But once again, guys, when talking about Abaddon Abyss, there really is an Achilles heel that I will address now as soon as possible. And it's not the blistering heat in Cebu, it's really that stamina that has been a bit of a problem. Every time the series goes into more than 2 maps, it's just so apparent that they need to work on that. But I digress. If they can get that hot start, then you are asking for a lot of trouble.
One of the things that I have to say naman dito para sa Abaddon Abyss, right, is even though they do tend to lack that stamina in that stamina department, isa sa mga strong suits naman nila is they're not really shy to try to do anything and everything that gets them that round. And you see that in the creative ways that they've tried to approach yung mga fights nila dito. And with that, I hope they do get themselves a win because right now, they are critically endangered in just not being able to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, na-discuss namin yun in the earlier panel. Pag tinignan mo talaga yung scoreboard natin, delikado tong Abaddon Abyss. But at the same time, again, nireiterate ko to na hindi pa imposible, hindi pa huli ang lahat. Kailangan lang talaga every single match from this day moving forward, sulit na sulit yung mga rounds, sulit na sulit yung mga maps, just to ensure na makakapasok sila dun sa ating playoffs. But on the other side, ang makakalaban nitong Abaddon Abyss, hindi sila yung rock solid na yung performance right now and hindi rin sila sure na makakapasok agad-agad dito sa ating playoffs. Again, the tides can still shift, so ingat-ingat na lang for the side of Action PH.
Perfect.
Excuse me. As I was mentioning, guys, another team that seems like they were being plagued then with issues in terms of losses. They lost to Naus, they've lost to Oasis, they've lost to, SKYE Empire in a very unconvincing fashion. Kasi may buga dito ang team na to eh. Ang problema na sa kanila is still maybe the fact na they're that incredibly young in their infancy stage pa lang sila. And because of that, we haven't really seen, I think, the true form ng Action PH that they have teammates or they have players that were teammates from the past, but there haven't been an iteration of this team na sila naging teammates for a very long time. And I think that's one of the biggest issues that has been, as I mentioned, plaguing nga ang Action PH.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned, right? At this point in time, they've only been teammates for what? 2 months max? But the results have been great. I feel like the baseline for this team is fantastic. They have made a lot of the contenders, especially in the number 1, number 2 slot of our region, really sweat. It's the development, and it's really just the time that this team needs to develop. It really needs to cook a little bit, Asarai. And welcome back, like I feel like you're a little tired of listening to Asarai here. You're just like, oh my god.
Bakit na naman ako?
Siyempre ikaw. Palagi naman ikaw eh.
Grabe, center of attention pala.
Oo nga, kaya wow, okay, Asarai. You have once again silenced the entire panel, my friend. You truly are I don't want to say it. I don't think it's very nice.
Oh no, that's not nice. Don't push through with it. No. But what is
be
nice?
nice to me, guys.
No. We're gonna be nice to the featured players that we have at our head-to-head. We have Kevzi and Rababs, and these two are very interesting players to say the least. Kasi they're on that flex support role. And actually, I'm so shocked na at this point, hindi pa pala natin sila na-feature despite all of the impact that they've had on their team over here, Asura. I mean, look at these ACS. Look at, even if you watch their gameplay, lalong-lalo na when it comes to Kevzi, we've seen this name over and over again dito sa VCTPH.
Yeah, he has been the absolute clutcher talaga. Whichever team he joins, when he was on Naos, he was able to perform. When he moved up into, I believe that's RRQ for a couple of months, ganda din ang performance dito ni Kevzi. But at least on my end talaga, out of these two players, I have to give it to Rababs. Kung kailan nagkakaproblema ang Abaddon Abyss, when they're spiraling in terms of the rounds, I feel like it's Rababs and Exotic that have done the most impact talaga for their team. And that is, as you mentioned, amazing to say when they are on particularly the flex roles dito.
That is true. I mean, both these players have the same traits, Asar. You mentioned it. When both their teams need them to clutch, they will clutch up. And Kevzi has been pretty much known for his fragging Sova. He has flexed a little bit on that Sentinel these days. I think Rababs has done the same too. But with that head-to-head specifically, it is really hard to call who has the upper hand. But with experience and I feel like just longer time spent in VCT, I think Kevzi has a slight advantage over Rababs there.
Nakikita ko rin yan. Asarai, are you okay?
It is.
I can see the Asarai allergies kicking in once again.
Yes. Lovely.
Okay, feel better, my guy. But here, we're gonna head on over to the map selection, which I hope hindi allergic si Asarai. Maririnig nyo na lang kung humahatching-hatching siya dito sa gilid. Pero Asarai, as we go into the selection, meron ka bang map picks na sa tingin mong i-bring out ng mga teams dito? As I look over to my notes, I am actually expecting that we get to see a Pearl, but I don't know. What about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I think we will be seeing the Pearl if Abaddon Abyss really wants to.
Wrong.
Action PH. Teka lang kasi. Action PH naman. On this other side, I feel like they've almost always gravitated na lang to the more well-known maps. Ascent, Icebox. We have seen Lotus from them before, but I'm not sure if they want to go through that once again. But this time naman, they are going to be going against Abaddon Abyss, so we'll have to see na lang.
I feel like Abaddon have to get rid of Fracture as quickly as they can because despite the progress they've made, and it's actually Action PH
APH is doing them a favor.
Wow.
I mean, that was also
a bullet
APH's,
dodge.
kind of,
Weak map?
Yeah.
Well, we talk about Fracture being one of the most interesting maps when it comes to macro. So at the top level, it does become incredibly difficult to execute properly. So both being really young teams, it makes a lot of sense. Now, Abaddon, I think they should definitely keep the Pearl in. They, once again, dodged the bullet by letting that Fracture map go. I feel like Ascent should be a ban for Abaddon here.
I agree with you there. Not only because hindi pa ganun ka-solid yung performance ng Abaddon Abyss dito sa Ascent, but also because APH has been really promising when it comes to this map. Ang ganda ng performance nila overall. Like, they won against Puggers, they won against NCG, solid the formation dito for the side of APH. And I wouldn't be surprised actually kung ito pa yung unang map na i-bring out nila, which we'll probably see in 3, 2, not yet, Asura, ikaw muna.
In any case, napaka-onti lang ng mga maps where Abaddon Abyss really does shine nga. And like Raph mentioned, it has been, this is one of the maps actually na nag-shine for the most part ng Abaddon Abyss. They were able to beat Game Lab Alpha. They were able to beat Puggers in this match then. And other than that, at least I feel like this is one of those maps talaga na nakaka-bounce back ang Abaddon Abyss. So, I feel like for the most part nga, minus lang siguro ang Pearl and possibly Lotus, we could be looking at a very generic map pool for both of these teams. We should be looking at maybe a Haven and possibly even an Ascent. But we'll have to see nga lang din.
Okay. If we do see an Ascent, I'm not sure kung anong direction tayo mapupunta. But as I say that, Lotus pala ang mapupuntahan natin. Medyo same. Tatlong sites din naman. Mas marami lang pasikot-sikot talaga pagdating dito sa Lotus. Looking at the performance, wala pa tayong history for the side of Abaddon Abyss when it comes to Lotus. Sa Action PH, maaalala natin yung mahabang game na na-comeback ng SKYE Empire. So, maganda naman talaga yung starting off doon ng Action PH. Maganda yung momentum nila. Very good at taking the site and making space for the rest of the team. That is something na kailangan mag-ingat lang talaga yung Abaddon Abyss. But since this is their map selection, feeling ko may plano sila dito eh. And if I Raph, are you there na? Raph? Okay, not yet. Asura, ikaw na lang muna.
Yeah.
Do you think that Lotus is gonna be strong on the side of Abaddon Abyss? I mean, siguro may pinaplano sila dito, no?
Wasn't Abaddon Abyss the team that also brought out din yung Harbor dito? So
where's the Pearl though? This is really my biggest question for Abaddon.
Yeah. Anyways, just to finish off lang pala, we could be looking at a different comp than what we saw from against Action PH. Because Action PH also brought out a chamber nung map na yon. If they go for something that can flush it out, maybe a breach and raise combo, feel ko kaya dito ng ano eh. This is probably one of the reasons why we're gonna be seeing Abaddon Abyss pick up the Lotus nga. But again, same with what Raps mentioned. I feel like you're putting yourself too much out if you bring Pearl into the mix. Pero seems like that is the direction that this series is going. Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, that the solution for Abaddon isn't actually just expanding their maps. I guess they will eventually see that Pearl for the Decider, so maybe it's just reordering of what's their strong maps and how they're gonna approach it. But for me, Lotus, since it is still a fairly new map and therefore making it fairly attacker-sided, because nobody really knows how to defend it as well as the other maps, I feel like Abaddon are going to be banking on that snowball effect that they're very, very good at engaging. That being said, it's also a very well-suited map for duels. It's a very well-suited map for ops. A lot of long sight lines. Both A and C are going to be pretty much dominated by Exotic if he chooses to go for that jet. And we're all hoping he sticks to that jet because he is a monster.
He really is. Natatawa ako dun sa point mo kanina na heavily attacker-sided siya at the moment kasi hindi pa alam kung paano i-defend. Going back lang dun sa game na kinas nyo kanina di ba? Lahat talaga ng mga points na napapasok ng SR Nacague saka ng SKYE Empire nang galing dun sa attack nila dun sa Lotus. So, ingat-ingat na lang for the defending side or the defense ng mga players, especially dito sa side ng APH dahil sila ang unang magde-defend dito sa Lotus later on. But again, kita naman natin dito, Pearl will be the decider. We've got Icebox, Lotus, and Pearl on the map. Asoray, where do you think the wind direction is going? Is it gonna go on the side of APH or Abaddon Abyss?
Oh, are we at that good point na?
Yes, good point. Wow, maganda yung prediction streak mo
I can't remember actually. I have to consolidate kung tama yung predictions ko lahat. Big
you
word,
must
right?
consult with the elder gods.
Well, as I consult with the eldritch gods, you know where they come from the abyss. Kaya ang ano ko is Abaddon Abyss for my predictions.
Bro, did you really just call Cebu the abyss? What's wrong with you, man? It's pretty nice here. What's wrong with you, bro?
I can't with this panel. They're just there's so much chaotic energy between the two of you.
It absolutely is. Well, that's just how it is with us, right? You can see with all that chaotic energy, we're kind of like yin yang right now. But I actually will have to agree with us right there. I think Abaddon have the capacity to really topple APH, especially when APH hasn't really found that structure for that entirety of their team. Again, baseline is absolutely fantastic, but it's the protocol, the flowchart that they need to really break through. That I would say that median line for them to become truly a top team. So yeah, Abaddon is. And they're from Cebu, obviously. Come on now.
Okay, unbiased prediction yan. Pero I'm not gonna agree with the Azaraf duo. I'm not gonna agree with the Konyo. Doon ako sa Action PH. Oo, medyo hindi in favor sa kanila right now yung momentum. They did have a good start dito sa ating tournament, pero recently, hindi maganda yung nagiging end result ng mga matches nila. But they're pretty close. And I feel like ito na yung time to shine talaga ng Action PH at kayang-kaya nila na bumalik na. Ito na yung bounce back moment nila. Feeling ko na-frustrate sila dun sa last series nila against SKYE Empire. So this time around, they're coming back with a vengeance and they are gonna win this series. So I'm locking in my prediction to Action PH. So that's gonna be Action PH for Likeable and of course, Azuray and Raf, Abaddon, Abyss. Yung mga Cebuano representatives natin. Yes. But ayan na, hinintay ko nang dapat i-lock na. Lalock na natin yung mga predictions natin, guys. Wala nang bawian. Payag ka, Raf? Agree kayo ni Azuray sa prediction?
So listen.
Honorary Cebuano na ba ako?
No, absolutely not. Anyway, so the thing is, we still have Blurred on Action PH, so there's really no losing situation for me here. But of course, I have to go with a young Corp Abaddon Abyss because I have high hopes for this team, as I mentioned earlier. And Azuray, you still don't get that card, and unfortunately for you, sir, we have pretty good humor. You need to work on that a little bit. I'm kidding, of course. You have your own very nice brand of humor.
You know what, Raf? Since you are so wholesome today, why don't you give like a short, encouraging speech to the players of Abaddon Abyss in Cebuano?
Ooh. Wow, I feel like I'm getting hot seated.
Pressure.
Maura dyan na. But of course, that also applies to Blurred. That's it. And if you guys didn't understand, it just means don't lose.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
plain and simple. At ayan na ang panel segment natin for now dito sa ating panel show. We're gonna be tossing you guys over to the casters so we can begin with the second series of the day.
And welcome everybody to the second series of the day. It's already week 5, everybody. We'll be your casters. I'm Riku. Joining me is Fluffy02, and it's going to be an exciting matchup between Abaddon Abyss versus Action PH. But of course, this is not the only broadcast that we have today, by the way. Just saying, just going to sneak that in. We have 2 official broadcast. If you'd like English, this is the English, you're watching it right now, but we also have the Filipino broadcast on our 2 channels on Facebook and on YouTube.
And of course, if you're watching the stream for a while, you know it's already second series, so grab a drink, grab a snack, and grab the Grab Unlimited promo. Celebrate great wins and great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited for only 9 pesos on your first month. And I'm sure that the teams are also hungry for some action as well.
Oh yeah. If we've seen all the map 3 earlier, then it's highly possible that you're gonna need extra snacks for a possible map 3 in our second series because a lot is on the line on week 5. This is literally the last weekend for some of the teams to climb up and not be at the very bottom to face elimination and want to join the 6 teams onto the playoffs. And let's begin as our agent select is ready for our first map, which is going to be Icebox here, Fluffy.
Icebox indeed will be the first battlefield, but the remorseless winter that's going to pop out from Abaddon Abyss is going to start with a bit more liquid, bringing out some DRX action, bringing the Harbor into play. I think it's an interesting pick. Maybe they've learned some things from the recent lock-in events. On the other side, we do have Action PH, and they're running what I'd say is more of the standard composition. They have the one duelist to burst, they have the staples of that Sova, as well as the Sage and the Viper, and this time going for the KJ. Not a big surprise in pivot, but compared to Abaddon, it's really, you know, them being able to adapt to how Harbor will pressure them, I think, is what this game is going to be about.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see because it's two teams basically having either standard, which is Action that has received a lot of success on Icebox for the VCT Philippines, and meanwhile a lot of adaptation on the side of Abaddon Abyss, especially for this particular series. This means more to them as they are part of the bottom two with Puggers. So again, they're hungrier for this win, for this Icebox, for the next maps, and I'm so excited to see what they bring to the table with this new adaptation on their composition.
That's right, and I think Harbor is a great addition. If there's anything you could have changed, you know, maybe you can run that double controller setup, but if you're going to try to risk something and surprise the enemy team, I think it's completely fine, especially as we move into Icebox for our round one. It looks like that Vanta Black is going to opt for the Ghost, meaning he won't have the Cove available this round, but he will have the double Cascade, and that's a lot of pressure, because one thing about this map is you really don't want to take a gunfight unless you have to. This game, or this map, is really decided on gunfights, and only having that one recon dart on Kevs, which is going to shoot out really short to clear out B, can be really timing in which the enemy team can move after the dart is thrown.
Yeah, that's right. I love how you pointed that out with V Black here. Cove is just so good to slow down some of these aggressive plays, but at the same time, it seems that Action PH seems to just go for this default and not going for a rush on their pistol round.
Not going for a rush, but they will slowly default onto the B side, already getting some more map control. No fights yet have occurred. KJ turret holding mid for the attacker's side, as well as they have the option to rotate into A if this KJ does move back. But here on the B side, we can see that they already have the Viper wall set up. They are already prepared for this attack. But for me, it's going to be the KO that will make the massive difference. There goes the knife. They already know that it's clear, but it doesn't clear back yellow, meaning that they still have to be very wary of that location.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of information to work with just yet. Abaddon just being very patient, just waiting for the right timing as the Viper walls already go out as Rabubs, ready for the Nano Swarm, waiting for the plant, waiting for that sound as the alarm bot will tick. There's the attack. Slatham waiting in mid, knowing that Derek is lurking around and about.
I like how they pause here. They use the timing. I mentioned a bit earlier how this KJ has the ability to push deep into A, and with that, they're going to choose to stop, cut some noise, and with only 12 seconds remaining, Vanta Black and Exotic already get through. The plant is stopped, and with limited time, it's going to be very difficult to get this round out for the attacking side. Couple trades here and there does happen, but at the end of it, there's not enough pressure from APH. They already had the wall. They already got the read. They were able to lurk up onto A, but still it wasn't enough to convert. And with that, Abaddon Abyss is going to buy up to the Vandal on Exotic.
Yeah, that's a very strong buy for round number 2 here. I mean, yeah, it's just how patient Abaddon was on that first round to just see where Action PH, and the fact that Slatham just waited behind and saw the lurk, the far lurk coming from Derek, just really nicely paid.
They are on the low buy, so most likely they're going to go for this stack. They're already postured to go for the A side. The Recon Dart's going to give some information, but Blurred is going to be able to dodge that. They're going to be able to move up, but with the Viper wall already placed and knowing that they're on an eco, it most likely means it's going to be a commit, and it seems that Abba is already ready for it. They have the Jet up onto Nest for the first contact with that Vandal in hand, but also a couple players playing really close. And with only Class 6, it's going to be very hard for APH to do something.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. You only see like one frenzy from Kevzy, so he just wants to fight with all of these close quarters. And Slatham is just gonna spray down! Crazy stuff from Abaddon. And at this point, it is a quick round number 2 for their team.
It's a very efficient round for ABBA as well. I mean,
Yeah.
granted, you think that they'd win the round because of the bye, but how they won the round is also equally important. They were able to deny APH from getting any value of that round, aside from saving. They didn't give them the orb. They were able to get enough orbs for themselves because of that multi-kill coming in from Hydra as well as Slavim and Exotic. And the teamwork really is what cleaned that round up. And moving on to the third round, we will go into the buys, APH with a full rifle by this time. And what will they do for it? They have the standard lineup in comparison to ABBA. So they really have to be wary of this KO and this push with the Cascade.
Yeah, could mask their attack. And again, we'd like to point out that Abaddon, Abyss has been very coordinated for the past 2 rounds. So let's see if they're able to snowball, as we've seen a lot of snowballing today, Fluffy. A lot of
See
snowballing
what you did
today.
there. Snowball, icebox, snow.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
wordplay.
you very much. Mhm.
But yeah, we can see that we have some advanced positioning here. Because Jet already controlled B main for the defensive side, the attackers it's a pretty easy read coming in from the defense, knowing that there's one player. The drone spots out Yanagi, forcing him to go back, but they're still going to go in with the commit. Blurred, already dashing into the site. Going to try to make first contact, but the Harbor Cascade as well as the High Tide's really going to divide the site and divide the attention of the attacking team. He swings through, but doesn't get the frag. Blurred is the one who lands the first kill.
Yeah, they get the plant down at least, but Hydra is in enemy lines with the plant on board. Blurred has really good sights onto spawn, spots out 2 people. He gets the first spray, but gets the trade immediately by Rababs. Slavim will drop down as Yanagi will get the kill, and there you go. APH gets their first win in Icebox.
First win, and they're able to come up with it pretty unscathed. They save the 4 Vandals, they're able to buy up as well. They still have a decent economy. And Abaddon Abyss, I'm pretty surprised because how they played the first 2 rounds was they always had one lurking onto spawn. They had one to control their flanks. But this time, even though Exotic was able to clear out B main, he still decided to double back and go on to mid. And losing that pressure from the possibility of a flank really allowed Action PH's attention to just focus onto the site, get those good trades, and they only lost 1 player because of it. Well played by them.
Yeah, they're able to penetrate the defenses despite all of the waves just having their numbers into the site. Derek gonna get cut down into 30 HP, quite low, but the attack is going to be A.
It's going to be A, but I think it might get spotted on. This great timing on the recon. It's going to be able to spot at least 2 players. He saw the Nest player as well as tag the one who's playing in the bottom near the orb. Will he go for more? He still has the recon dart available if he's going to save it for the retake. The High Tide does come in, but it's going to be also a high pressure situation. But the first frag going to be landed on by Blurred. The recon dart still not being used. Not much information. Kind of waiting for his teammates. But it's going to be very interesting as he walks up the rope. Yanagi gets the first kill and Blurred gets another for himself. Now forced into this 2v4. Rababs is going to be taken out, and Hydra, the last player alive, has to make a play here. He does have 1 flash available, but the double swings looks like it's not going to be enough, especially with the time ticking.
Yeah, with the numbers disadvantage, it was a little bit difficult to take that round back. Just a lot of isolated gunfights that Action PH was able to dish out. And the fact that, again, they always have to worry about the very far lurk from B. I saw Micro being able to just distract towards B side. And there you go, it's 2-2 now in Icebox.
2-2 and Blurred's going to buy up with the Spectre. He has the knives if needed. And it looks like for the defensive side, they will be stacking on to A. They are on the lower buy. It's a pretty good idea, but with them being split up and having 2 players on the B side, it might be detrimental to their overall strategy. Blurred quickly is going to be spotted out, as well as get some forward momentum. It will draw a lot of attention from the defenders because they also use the drone. Gonna try to get one, but has to use most of his utility to get out, as well as the Sage Shield. They still have the wall and a lot of time to work with, so they can pivot the rotate, but the contact turret from the KJ's defense will block off that option if they do push through.
Haven't committed just yet. We'll have to. Yeah, that is definitely an option. Again, Micro has been absolutely scary, playing far back, just spotting out any sort of rotations and being that sort of secondary or the primary distractor, if you will, with the plant coming soon. That's going to be a nose. Kevzy finds 2 Action PH. Cleaning slate, just only 2 people left from Abaddon Abyss, and that clears up the potential. Plant, linked that a nose, black, fights Yanagi before anything else. And Derek has to do the plant instead. 1v2 situation with a frenzy. 100 HP still, but 1v2 against a Vandal as Micro finishes the job.
In fairness, I think for their overall strat, it's actually pretty good. They weren't necessarily prepared for the push, but they were able to kill 3 players before the round ended, equalizing their economy somewhat, saving them some resources. And now when you look at their ultimates, they have the knives on Abaddon Abyss, they almost have the Null Command, and they almost have the Hunter's Fury. We take a look back for what just happened. Kevs is going to get the first contact, but his teammate's going to go for the spray down. This amazing kill by V Black, I thought, would actually change the tempo of the round because he dropped the spike, or he killed the person holding the spike. But at the end of it, the rifles do succeed, like you mentioned, and moving on to the 4th round, it's going to be a very difficult situation for Abaddon Abyss.
Yeah, it is the advantage right now for Action PH as Exotic brings the knives out. So far, there's a lot of success coming from Action on this A attack. And Micro has been doing a lot of low-key plays, just sticking far back and winning and getting information, and I guess not dying is such a huge deal for this very far lurk.
Yeah, I have to agree. Lurking like this, getting the info, he already spots out the KJ contact. He also knows, because of its positioning, how far it is clear, allowing his team the option to rotate to B if necessary. And with the KJ turret on the attacking side watching mid, it's going to be difficult for Vanta Black to really make any plays if he pushes out too deep. Now calling in his teammate, he does spot out the alarm bot, so he has a bit option. He doesn't have a poison orb to smoke it out, though. I'm not sure if he'll be spotted out. I think he's going to be ready to shoot so they can swing off it. But it's a lot of pressure that he's providing just because he's playing his life.
Yeah, and with the additional information, never mind, Micro actually gets the kill. Might spot one out from mid. Can he get the 2? Yes, that is correct. And that's a huge numbers advantage on the side of Action PH.
You mentioned how Micro was such an impactful player, and he's able to get so much space for the attacking team. Now it's all up to Blurred, who's stuck in this weird situation. He spots out the first player, but with so many of the defense falling, the attackers just have a huge advantage coming into this round. They're going to be able to double swing this as well. They know where the last player is. They're not going to be worried about the spike as much. And with time ticking, it's a very desperate situation for Hydra.
Yeah, this is definitely an Action PH win. Yes, Micro doing a lot of work, just destroying the formation that Abaddon has, just destroying the defenses and the positioning, and just making Abaddon Abyss just scramble throughout their defense. And it started with this 2 kill on B.
Not only that, but just because he was able to lurk so deep into that B side allowed his team to really make informed decisions of what their plan is going to be. And now Abba's going to go into a timeout. If we look at what they have so much resources in terms of their util, but not so much on their economy. But it is a lot of chances for them to come up with a play. The Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, and the Reckoning, even the Null Command, if you want to stretch it, are all great retake ultimates. But is it enough to actually gain the space? Because yes, you can force them out, but will you be able to fight after? Will you be able to damage them enough? They really have to come up with a solid plan. But on the other hand, I think this timeout also gives Action PH a good idea that they're gonna do something. And even though they don't have as many ultimates, the economy alone, as well as the one Viper's Pit, I think is enough for them to really make their own informed decision.
Yeah, I think that's the crossroad that Abaddon Abyss has to take. Do they want to use their ults while they're on eco to bridge the score gap, or do they want to wait later when their economy is better and then set up for a potential snowball? So it's just one of those things where it's a decision that they have to make for this round.
Big decision, because if they lose this round, it's not going to be great for their economy. Next round, they will be able to buy up. But yeah, it is always a toss-up because this game is so momentum-based that you kind of don't want to give it up. It looks like they're going to go for a mid-pinch here, but the Sage Wall is actually going to stop the crossfire coming in from the people pushing into B. On B, though, Cavs is already going to shut down 2. Will he spot the 3rd? Yes, he will, but will he be enough? Cavs is going to get the 3rd kill.
Again!
Insane with the positioning. And on the mid side, Micro gets one of his own, spots out the last player, and he takes him out. A clear round. You don't know what happened during that tactical pause, but that was not very tactical.
Yeah, it didn't stop Action PH's momentum at all. Again, it feels like Abaddon now has to find a solution to Micro's his way of playing very far back and winning the gunfights time and time again. They really have to make sure when they rotate, they have to brace themselves that Micro is somewhere in the corner.
I like how they went for the read though, knowing that they went for the attack boss. They changed up their momentum. Instead of defaulting A and B, they just went for that mid play. That one Sage wall really stopped a lot of pressure. And moving on to this round, it also conditions the enemy team to think, okay, they can go mid if they really want to.
And that's the switch up on tactics coming from Abaddon, investing a lot more members on towards this B side and just play for retake, just as you said, as they do have a lot of ults to work with, especially the lockdown, especially to stop plants coming down with Slatham's Hunter's Fury.
They do have the Hunter's Fury available, but will it be enough? They have rifles this time, so there's a lot of second chances for them. The Mollies are going to be spotted out, and it looks like they're going to go for a plant here. Pretty safe, but the Viper's Pit, regardless of what you do, it's not a lot of info that they have. They only have the Recon Dart to work with in case they do push this Viper's Pit. And with APH already ready for the retake, it's going to be very difficult for Abba.
Yeah, it's like, where do you want to come from? They do have a bit of information to work with. There's the lockdown, Hunter's Fury to flush out everyone. But so far, Nacague sitting pretty in place as he spots out one member. Can he find a two? It is still a 4v3 situation as Exotic is forced to go in, but he's gonna get greeted by a wall here. You don't have a lot of time as Hydra spots out Derek on top. He gets the kill, but there's still two members inside the Viper's Pit with the shotgun, with the jumps. They finally find Micro, but I don't think they have time to even get the plant, the defuse, and there you go. Action PH, beautifully done.
APH's ability to just take space and hold the space, knowing that they just have to play around the time once the Viper's Pit is active, is so incredible decision making, especially with how the Shorty. That gun, I think, got 2 kills this round. Yeah. Unfortunately, Hydra does get that kill, and moving on to this, maybe even a third for the Shorty, but it was just enough because they only have to stall at that point.
Yeah, they had the advantage. It was Abaddon that didn't have a lot of time. They were forced to basically go inside the pit. They already used lockdown. Everything else to flush. Every single one from Action PH, but 2 members remained inside. Enemy kill. Now Blurred gets first blood, an aggressive push towards B.
I don't think he expected the height advantage to be so high. Normally the Jet goes to the second floor, but not the third. From the high heavens, he gets cut down. Tries to get another one, and Blurred lands the second kill. Opens up the side for them, especially that they're on that low buy. Kevs gets one as well. Now forced in this 2v5 with only Sheriffs in hand. It's going to be an almost checkmate position for Abba.
Yeah, it's looking to be a 2-7. And it's one of those things where can Black and Rababs get 1 down, get 2 down, or anything else? And that's going to be a yes! As he finds Nacague. Can he find more? Get to see Rababs pick up a Vandal, but gets distracted by the Recon Dart. And now Derek, only 1 left. There you go. That's 4. That's 2-7, as we said.
The moment that they lost too many players on the B side, Derek made a good read and went to middle, and that play allowed them to secure more pressure, because that's what you want to do as a team. You want to be able to control the side, and if you have control, you have the option to really spread out whatever resources you have, and because of that, they didn't expect him to come from mid, able to get that kill, secure another round for APH, and as we move on, it looks like they don't have the ult advantage for Abaddon Abyss, but they do have the operator, so if they walk into this, it's going to be very difficult, especially because APH doesn't have a flash to really deal with that angle.
Here. Yeah, it's all up to Exotic to make this count, to get a lot of value off of this buy, to stop the snowball that APH has built throughout sets of rounds.
They can play the slow, but they choose not to. They pop a very, very early lockdown. Could possibly be a fake or not. It does clear out the whole A site though. But while they're doing this, it's going to be Micro again pushing into B. So they have the option to rotate. But it looks like it's going to be a full commit here. So Micro does get taken out. It's an advantage to Abba. They drop 2 players immediately, and the spike has to still be planted, forcing that to be a -1. Rabs gets 1 as well. Looks like to be an Abba round with 5 players remaining and the operator still alive in hand. It's going to be all about positioning. Now forced into a 2v4 with the first frag, but now all alone. He lands 1, tries to get the second, but Banter Black shuts it down.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be a headshot and a transfer. But at the end of the day, Abaddon stops the momentum that APH built, just exactly what we said, and it all boiled down to, again, Micro losing the 1v1. He's been doing this time and time again, and Abaddon was so ready for that.
One enemy remaining.
ready and waiting because the strategy so far has been working. They're able to salvage something out of them, but 3-7 is still not a great position to be in. They do have the operator still to work with. They were able to get so much value out of that in comparison to what they did before. But now APH can, they had the resurrection before, but they can still use it now. They can play slow. If they fall to the operator, they can still revive one of their teammates.
That's definitely going to be helpful if they do want to seek information where Exotic's going to be playing from. Seems like it's going to be mid. So Kevzy, there you go. There's the res. Possibly going to come through. And they do have information that he is there. So now the question is, what will Action do?
They do have the res, like you mentioned, but it's kind of an awkward angle. They're going to go for it straight. He can go for the pre-fire here. He gets the first one, drops to 70 HP, but instantly gets traded out. There goes the operator for APH. Now, they have momentum. They have mid-control for the attacking side, and they have a lot of options. On the defense, though, 2 players still on B are going to be able to hold that, especially the yellow player, knowing if anyone does go B, and it looks like they're going to be forced to meet each other if they do continue this push-up onto B. Hydra, on the other side of the map, it's going to be holding mid, but not jiggling for information might be detrimental for the overall strategy.
And this time, because Derek now is the one playing far back, and the transition is happening right now. You're right, Yellow, 2 people will be peeking and seeing possibly and meet eye to eye with Action here. It's 29 seconds on the clock. There's still no movement as they want to wait for the last moment to strike. Here it comes. There's the snake bite to flush out anyone from Yellow as Blurred gets the first kill onto V-Black. Flatham finds Blurred, but the trade will come quick as Derek and Micro kill 2. 11 seconds, and the spike has been planted. It's all up to Hydra this time in a 1v3 scenario.
1v3, but with only 42 HP remaining, he still has that knife to work with. He's gonna be able to spot out the Viper, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Will he go for the saber or will he try? His mid player died, so he has no idea if there's anyone possibly lurking. With time burning, all that APH has to do is hold a contact turret and swing together. It's almost impossible. There goes the swing. He tries to get the 1v1, but loses out to Micro with a great 3K, securing another round for APH, pushing that advantage to an even wider gap.
Now, beautifully done by Action PH. The momentum that was stopped earlier, it didn't stop them at all. They just basically took it back away from Abaddon. And it all started because of their scouting for information. They found where the op was going to be, and they basically stormed mid.
Yeah, I think this information game is not the game that ABBA is really playing that well in comparison to APH right now. So they're going to have to make a play of their own. It looks like they're going to pop the knives early, trying to go for an early pick here with the shock dart as well to get some early pressure. But with the wall already being placed in mid, a lot of options are going to be limited for the defensive side. They have no idea if anyone crosses into Tube. They don't have anything for contact on Tube except for that KJ turret. So B main is open. B side is yellow is open. They have a lot of ways that they can move around this map, and with A already being so taken control of by Exotic, pushing up that close, Derek is gonna run into a problem. I mean, Slatham, and both players actually gonna be able to control this angle.
Yeah, both of them are looking at that point, and it's going to be so difficult if ever Derek decides to rush. I don't know why. There's something satisfying about this formation.
Yeah, the up and down double swing never fails unless they get sprayed down. Then unlucky. But
yeah, because you line up for them.
For ABBA. They do get the read though that they're probably on the B side. With so many players playing so deep into A, they have to know with 40 seconds remaining that they're gonna exec on the B side. They have the Viper wall as well when it's ready, but they're gonna run into the alarm bot as they push up the yellow. The high tide gonna try to slow them down, but I think it's very, very early to throw that. You do know that there's one on mid. Rababs gets a good read, gets the first kill, gonna try to get some spam kills through, but the Haunted Fury is gonna force him out of position. Oh my god, and Exotic from the air gets 1, 2, 3. He's just flying everywhere into the face of the enemy team. Will he get one more? The stun's gonna come through. It's not gonna be enough, but he will get a trade from his teammates with a triple peak. It's gonna be a great round for ABBA and a great way to end the half. Hopefully they get more rounds on the attacking side, but a good last round, and I think that's great momentum moving on.
Yeah, that is a confidence morale booster. And Exotic, yeah, he was flying through the skies. He was finding every target. He had eyes on the prize. And Abaddon Abyss 4-8. What a beautiful Icebox start. Sorry, what a beautiful second series start rather for both of these teams. And this is a good, again, what do you call this? Morale booster for Abaddon with with a deficit on score.
Yeah, and this time they're going to try to get the pistol round. Very important. Always winnable if you win the pistol. Means you always probably will win the second unless they force. With the Cascades from Harbor, it's an easy take for the B side, but they choose not to use it actually. They just choose to walk in. They have to clear yellow, not knowing that if there's a player or not. But with so much utility, this fast push is actually going to be a good reaction from the defensive side, already taking so much control up onto mid. They're going to go for the clean retake here. No one's going to try to fight. Got a clean 5v5. They know the attackers spent so much util in taking it, but a very interesting wall. They're going to push all the way back into the back side, and it gets so much space.
Yeah, that's a lot of control from Abaddon. Just trying to cut and see anyone coming from defender spawn. This is just a lot for the side of Abaddon, as Action Cage is going to come from a different direction instead. As Latham gets the kill onto Yanagi, they know where everybody is at this point, as Micro is just so low as Black. V-Black finds Derek. 2v3 situation, everybody is so low at this point as Blurred finds Latham. They're gonna try to peek together, but the wall comes up as V-Black kills 3 so far. So with 6 HP, he just has to buy time. He just has to buy time. Both of them are low HP. And he has the tides in his favor. He has eyes on the spike. And as the waves crash down, they need to defuse. Look at this patient play.
That was
Gets
so
the
good.
headshot. 4K for V-Black.
He saved the round. They had an interesting plan, taking so much space, using the Harbor Cascade and High Tide to be able to plant so deep. I think they would have gotten timing also if the defenders played fairly standard, but with a good read coming in from APH, they were able to circumvent that, moving on to B. But I think V-Black just hitting those headshots, and this small detail, turning to the right, means that when the jet pushes you, he can't see your pistol because it's a ghost and it has that silencer. You can't see it extend, so by turning and just waiting for him to tap, knowing that he's low as well, was just the play he needed to not be fully checked. If he full cleared that corner, Blur could have won that, but because V-Black thought on the spot, he was able to just take that advantage for himself.
And it's so crazy. It was such a well-thought execution coming from Abaddon, and they're thinking of possibly doing it again as a lot of these walls are coming up. The nano swarms are being activated, Cloud Burst to protect the spike being planted, and now it's all up to post plan for Abaddon to secure, as they've already gotten the plant down.
Post plan is, I think, where Harbor is also strong. They have another Cascade to work with to block off a bit more area. They have the long range firepower as well since they won the pistol round. It's going to be a very difficult situation. They do have the Sage Wall and no Cove active yet on the attacking side. The Sage Wall can go for a possible retake. They might be able to have this actually, but it almost explodes. They're still sticking the bomb. So if they keep fighting this, they can just go for it. They go for the defuse and they get it.
That's nutty. No one was dying, even though the spike has already been planted, even though they were firing shots at each other. The goal was clear. Action PH managed to get the defuse, and we keep talking about, Abaddon when they get the post plant, after what we saw earlier, it seems like they could have converted it into another win, but it didn't happen.
That's so heartbreaking. This one stage wall, because no one played on site and they all played for that post plant, not recognizing that this is an option for the defensive side, was enough time for them to get the defuse, but also it means that they lost their bulldog because they think they plan to win that round into the next round. But because of that, the economy just shifts, and with that, the operator already going to be in the hands of APH.
And that is absolutely huge here, as we see where the op is being played. Blurred has eyes on towards A. It seems to be a stack so far, with no information on where this op might be just yet.
They have nothing to scout it out unless they use their util right now. They have the double initiator, so they will be able, or they should be able to spot him out if they do it carefully. But on this low buy, it's going to be that question of, do we spend now and try to win this round, or do we just save our util and buy up later? Looks like they're going to go for a very aggressive push, but the slow, as well as the molly, is going to be able to stop that. Dropping that Viper wall already means that they have an opening. They spot up all the players. A great recon dart. Blur gets one. Backside already protected by Yanagi. They were able to just jiggle, go back and forth, and now the 4th player left alone. It's all up to V-Black, but he's in an awkward spot. Yanagi and Micro are going to be able to close that out for them. A great hold from the defensive side.
Yeah, honestly, that was a crazy recon dart by Kevzy. Just be able to spot out where they're just stacked up in that area, and it's just having to wall bang and basically read their movements afterwards. And Action PH, they seem to be able to grab momentum back and forth, even though Abaddon has been trying to cut that short. And now it's 5-10.
Abaddon's going for the timeout here. Gonna think hard of what their next plan is. They really need to start getting some momentum, start getting the rounds, bring that ABBA that ended the last half into this half, and really show them the firepower that they're capable of with this team. But APH, with some good reads and good positioning, back to the dart that Kevzy did, not only am I impressed with how many people it was able to reveal, but more importantly, I say this to a lot of Sovas out there, it's not about the lineups, it's about knowing when to use it. Because he threw his recon dart when the Viper wall went down, knowing that the enemy team has to be ready for the push and stare there. So no, it's kind of awkward to like look back and shoot the recon dart,
that's true.
Which enabled it to get that like scan that it really did, provide that value that you really need.
Yeah, definitely a lot of value considering that
wall?
it was during the. It's that wall where you have that really. It's a TikTok wall.
The TikTok wall coming in from
A
APH.
TikTok wall. Except usually it's the Sage that does this, but this time it's Blurred that's gonna be doing
Does he
it.
see over the cascade? He does.
He does!
Oh my god, that's Giga Brain.
Giga Brain, Fluffy. Now Blurred reposition gets the kill, and that's a lot of value off of the wall. And now, with that said, APH, or rather, Abaddon knows where the op is, and Fluffy, what a beautiful start so far by Action here.
A great read from them, knowing that they can take belt and that the cascade, normally you'd rely on the fact that it's so high, but Blurred's not going to stop any of the actions. Going to be able to get one more. 3 already for this operator, and still backs away, saves his life, and pops the blades, ready to fight yet again. Gonna go for the reposition here, but now they know that V-Black is so low. Micro gets one, and V-Black barely has any HP. Anything that hits this man, even a cold breeze, will defeat the round, and it looks like Derek is going to be able to close it out 5-11.
Yeah, Action PH is feeling the action for sure, with now at 5-11, close to match point, and they really show no signs of stopping. This is a beautiful wall, Fluffy.
This is like a high-risk wall, to be super honest, because it's like 400 credits to just get this wall up, and if it fails, you get one shot, you run away, nothing happens. But because of how the round played up, it just saw over the cascade. Normally, you rely on this cascade for that height advantage, to be able to block a lot of the second floor. But if you create a third floor, there's no purpose.
The third floor and the dashes, it just helps Blurred reach new heights, as now Abaddon, their job right now is to stop this momentum, stop the steamroll from Action PH. Because again, Abaddon needs this series more than Action. They're currently bottom 2 in the standings. And that is scary, knowing that this is the last weekend of the regular season. And here comes the attack. No first bloods just yet, just a lot of flashes here and there as the Cloudburst will block and help Yanagi reposition off of this. There's the headshot onto Slatham. They know where Yanagi is at this point, and he finds the second, but a trade will quickly ensue as Blurred also gets a trade onto Hydra, and it's 2v4 right now. Derek with a spray down until reload and another recon dart. A scan is just so beautifully done by Action PH, and they get the defuse.
Derek's awareness just amped up by the fact that he already knew he was there because of that scan. Kev's scans just have so much value. The recon darts on this man is why he's one of the best initiators that I've seen in the Philippines, but also pushes APH to that match point. Now they have everything that they need to win this round, and even if they don't win this round, they have so many rounds that they could possibly win after. The pressure is on as ABBA fight for their life and possibly their tournament life this map. They still have another map in case this goes awry, but there's still a lot of hope. This team has a lot of fight, but will they be able to bring it right now?
Yeah, the fact that even though Abaddon would cut the momentum of APH here and there, it's just APH just basically grabs it back. And now with the match point, Abaddon again has to win this map. We keep talking about how this is an important series for them as a Viper Spit already activated by Micro. So this is a tough area to penetrate, especially the Viper Spit isn't on particularly in the middle of the site B. It is just right near the spawn of Abaddon. And now Micro gets the first kill onto V-Black with a shotgun, with a shotty at this point. And so far, it's a trade.
They trade controllers as well. It's going to be an interesting retake without that line of sight. Nacague without the wall also will have a bit of problems. They do have the res if they try to go for this, but knowing that they're probably stacked on this B side, it will be a 4v3 because they Sovas all the way back onto A. They don't have any contact. But one thing that's very interesting is they sacrifice their Viper, but that's also where they're stacking. They still have the KJ Util. Normally you'd separate the two, but it's kind of working out for them this round as they go for the push.
Derek able to get a kill onto Hydra. There's the lockdown already initiated basically as Kevzi. Sorry, Yanagi going to drop
Scan
down.
again.
Oh, the scan, the timing of everything. Kevzi is just doing it. 1v3 situation. Again, it's APA already on match point. It's all up to Slavin to try and clutch, and now the game ends at 5-13. Very strong showing by Action PH on Icebox.
APH confidence must be at an all-time high, especially as the first map to their series. It's gonna be a great game, at least for momentum for them. It's gonna be all up to Abba to be able to bounce back from this. And if we look at the boys right here, APH, kind of, another day at work. Everyone just chilling here in Icebox. One of them already went to the bathroom, just relaxing. But they still have a lot more work for them to do, so you have to take this break into consideration. No one's even talking. They're just mentally connected. That's where the connection is. That's why they're so coordinated.
The bonding through telepathy, they've already accomplished map number 1, so it's just that calming. It's another calm before the storm before they head on over to Lotus at the second map later. But before we talk about what's going to happen, let's talk about what happened in this match. And it feels like Action PH just knew what to do every time.
I think the problem for ABBA is they have these strategies, which at its core is fairly simple to do, take A, take B. But the way they execute it is they put so much resources into taking the site that they don't have a lot of util to really fight after they do get that plant down. The second thing that they do is they always try to group up together, but what APH does in response is they're able to just provide pressure and find a way for some of their teammates to flank or do something, just provide that extra threat where it forces the people playing on site on the retake to really divide their attention.
Yeah, I feel like the plant is fine for the side of Abaddon for the second half, but every single time we've only saw one instance where Abaddon had an amazing post plant, had an amazing execution on a committal on a site, but after that it felt like Action PH just saw it one time and just denied everything that followed.
Yeah, we just saw how Blurred also in the statistics have those 5 opening kills, and I think that's one thing that really also changes the tide, especially when you got that operator. Because they won the second round, even though they won the pistol, buying that operator so early was so impactful. Aside from that one cute wall play that we saw, just the consistent fact that he's able to start the game 5v4 is just huge in a map like Icebox.
Yeah, and he's definitely like the high-key MVP, and I feel like the low-key MVP, I gotta hand it to Micro. The way that he lurks, the way that he was always winning the 1v1s, he's always very patient, always getting the timing right, to the point that Abaddon Abyss felt like they had to worry about every single corner because they know that we're gonna rotate there, Micro's probably lurking around. So at that point, they can't exactly be comfortable rotating and heading over to sites just because of that guy.
I think the MVP is also Micro Shorty. I have no idea how this guy kills so many people. They push through the Viper Spit, they take too much decay damage, they're too low, even at the long range, they just evaporate to him. And even playing on his own pit on the A side when he did hold it, it was just insane. Speaking of insane, Exotic's play here, I thought was a saving grace for ABBA, but it looks like it wasn't enough momentum for them to carry on into the second half, but hopefully they can have that for the second map.
Yeah, especially the fact that, again, we keep talking about it because it's very, very important. This is the last weekend of the regular season of VCT Challengers Philippines, and it's one of those things where, again, a lot's on the line for the side of Abaddon Abyss, but we do have delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. It's Action PH's Derek.
Derek, phenomenal player, able to use all the util that his team provides him to really just become the turret himself and shooting down a bunch of the ABBA players walking into whatever site he holds. He delivers the win, but he also delivers the first map advantage to APH, which means that ABBA just has, they have to plan for this long series, but one map at a time. Moving on to the second map, it's going to be very interesting to see how they adjust their tactics, knowing now how APH plays.
And welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Philippines, and we're still your casters. I'm Riku, together with me is Fluffy02, and it has been a dominating performance coming from Action PH on our first map at Icebox against Abaddon Abyss, but we're heading over to our second map, which is Lotus, and I believe it is Abaddon Abyss's pick, if I'm not mistaken. So what are your thoughts coming for the second map, Fluffy? Because there's a lot on the line, and it's one of those things that they have to hold the fort strong and try to get that reset for this map too.
They're gonna really need to hold the fort, and they really need to bounce back this game. You know, they're not only playing for this series, but like you mentioned a bit earlier in the cast, they're also playing for possibly their tournament life, depending on how the other teams perform. With limited games remaining, everything is up to what they do in the next coming map, and possibly for them, the next map if they do get it. For their, you know, brash choice to pick Lotus, I think it's a good bold move for them to do, but it's also partly a risk.
Yeah, it's so risky. So it's one of those, I believe we talked about it at the very beginning of the panel, where if you have trump cards, if you've got secret strat, that now is the time to bring it up, because series-wise, Action PH is already match point. They're 2-3 in the standings, but it's 1-3 for Abaddon Abyss, and it's the last weekend, so a lot is on the line for this team. And if there's a team that needs to bring out their A game or S++ game, it has to be Abaddon Abyss once more.
Yeah, and speaking of bring out, I also want to remind the people, you know, everyone in chat, that we also can bring out a bunch of different languages from all our talented talents here on the broadcast. You can find us on our English broadcast here on twitch.tv/ValorantPH, as well as the YouTube. And for the Filipino broadcast, if you want to join them, you can check them out on Facebook, as well as the VODs being on YouTube.
Yep, sirree. Those are the two channels. You're watching the English, but if you want to watch Filipino, we also have the Filipino broadcast on our Facebook and on YouTube. But of course, you've got Grab Unlimited as well to keep you company just in case, you know, we go into map 3 once more. It could be a double map 3, who knows? But celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day, guys. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. Only 9 pesos. That is a catch. That is a treat. So treat yourself, friends.
Treat yourself and treat correctly. You can use a QR code right beside Riku there on your screen that you see that you saw shortly. But also another person that has to grab something is Abaddon. Abyss really needs to start grabbing this map and grabbing control of their fate this VCT. They have a lot of options and we've seen them play well before, but when we look back at their standing, you know, they've fallen against Naos, they've faltered against Oasis, and they've also lost against SR Nacague. So their only hope is these remaining teams. If they're not able to pull out everything that they need to, or maybe a bit surprises, maybe the Lotus pick, whatever agents they choose on this map, it's gonna be their tournament life at stake.
Yeah, so winning this Lotus map is absolutely detrimental to take it to map 3 and make their just keep their tournament life on the board. And at this point, it's one of those things where we did see a little bit of an adaptation when it comes to the icebox. You mentioned this earlier, that we saw the harbor on towards icebox on the side of Abaddon Abyss, but at the same time, while we were watching some of the Lotus maps that we had today, you're like, Lotus is such a flexible map to play in.
Yeah, I was saying before the broadcast that one of the reasons why I like Lotus personally is because unlike other maps that have kind of their own identity, you think of a map like Icebox, that is very dual focus, very defaulty. You look at Ascent, very basic, similar to Pearl, and how you play that. You can play post plants a lot if you were to go in Bind, which currently is not in your map pool. But in Lotus, every single site, A, B, and C, are very, very different. You can play post plants in A pretty decently. It's hard to play post plant necessarily on C unless you go for a very narrow angle. And B is just a site that if you don't have control of it, can control you. There's so many angles, you're so exposed, and it is interesting not only because of the layout, but also gives a lot of agents different moments for them to shine. It means that you have a lot more options with what util you want to bring, and at the end of the day, that util is the reasons why you're going to select the agents. And depending on what they choose, you know, they might bring out like a harbor as well. They brought it out last game. Banta Black played that very well, but depending on how they use the util that they bring into the game is really what's going to make the difference.
And that's absolutely exciting to see as we head on over to our agent select. We mentioned utilities, we've mentioned how flexible this map can be for the teams. We've seen it all. We've seen triple sentinels on Lotus. We've seen double controllers on Lotus earlier. So now, what kind of compositions will we see this time around as we're seeing neons, we're seeing chamber once more?
Neon's an interesting one. You know, you have the speed to go in, you have the stun similar to a breach, and with a lot of narrow corners could be possibly really good. But I think it beats the Sky Flash in terms of speed. So instead of using like a breach or a KO to go in, I don't know if the Sky is going to work as well, but I'm sure they have something already in mind. They're going to stick with a harbor, limiting their options in terms of other utility. They don't have the Omen, Flash, or Paranoia to work with like Micro does for the side of APH. And APH, again, they're going to stick for a less experimental but more traditional setup, having that Cypher as well to hold down the site.
Yeah, this is going to be it's going to be a treat for sure to watch these two compositions duke it out. Especially we saw Action PH's performance when they went up against SKYE Empire. It was a very close match. So at this point, there's a telling tale that they're pretty good at this map. Now there's a bunch of question marks for the side of Abaddon Abyss, and hopefully for this team, the question marks will be to their advantage as there's not a lot of information on this team with this particular map.
They did choose it, so they have to have a plan going into it, or else they wouldn't be as confident in picking this in Neon. So hopefully it does some work, because on the other side of things, having that Cypher as well as Chamber for Action PH means that there will be a lot of util to stop the rushes coming out from the Pinoy Pride agent.
And at this point, Action PH, they're in a comfortable 2-3 at the moment, while Abaddon Abyss literally has to climb up from the Abyss with a 1-4 score. At this point, it all starts here for Abaddon to make sure that they survive.
Starting off this round, the Flash and the One-Way is going to delay this stacked push from Abba. One thing about this comp is they really have to play this full committal. They get away with the chamber, and the smoke from Micro is going to be able to go for even more delay. Will they choose to rush in? I guess they will. They will get the stun off, getting the first kill, but Blur's going to go for the easy trade. Now in the 3v3 situation, the shots are being pummeled through. The wall's going to go for buy them a bit more space and time, but will it be enough? The harbor wall is going to fall. The high tide going to be brought low very soon, but as they do that, they're able to get a stable advantage on the site.
Really nicely done so far. As you can see, Derek looking really far ahead. Sladum is able to get a headshot onto Kevzi. There's no plant just yet as Yanagi cleans Hydra off. It's 2 for 2 so far. It's still very close with this round.
Player standing.
2 with a double peek. With Rababs able to get a kill onto Yanagi. 1v2. And there you go. It is going to be Abaddon Abyss getting that pistol round.
Seems like APH had the situation already on lockdown, but they kind of overplayed that hand, forcing 2 individual fights. The first swinging into 2 people, and the second just choosing to walk through that narrow gap. But he's not a Spartan. He can't just defend it for his life. And with the frenzy, you think he had the advantage, but he still has to go out of one exit into multiple people. Disadvantageous fight, and unfortunately, he lost it. It's a good round and good start for Abaddon, who really needs to make the most out of this game.
Yeah, they definitely need to convert this into a possible snowball, because we all know that when Action PH does it, Abaddon has a hard time breaking Action's momentum, as they're going to take a second try, as this was successful earlier. Full control from Abaddon onto Site C as the rotations are coming in from the side of Action. The plants coming down. Post plants are going to be on board. A lot of walls. A lot of tides to block line of sight. B-Black will send forth another wave. Still not a lot of movements, but I don't think Action has a lot of time here if they do want to win this pistol. Round number 2. Good dink as Exotic and Hydra finds more kills. That's going to be a flawless round for Abaddon Abyss.
This is not something that APH was prepared for in that round. They had no player on C, meaning it was a clean, easy take for them. But with 5 players already positioned for the retake on C, and with time ticking, the pressure was on to make a move. Unfortunately for them, the amount of the raw advantage of just the economy, the Spectres doing too much work for them, means that Abaddon does get away with a flawless round. Moving into this, it means that they still save all 5 Spectres, but against 5 rifles, playing this long range might not be to their advantage. So it looks like they're in the posture for the B, but I think that APH actually has a read on this, because if they do take A main, they can always fall back into B.
Yeah, at this point, Action has to watch out for Exotic every single time he dashes in. The Hawk will come in with a blind. They know someone is there. The wall comes through B, a very compact space with all the Spectres. This works to the advantage of Abaddon Abyss. Close quarter combat. Now how will the retake pan out? As the plant is already in. They try to seek information. Everybody is in the pit at the moment. They spot out Hydra as Yanagi is able to get a headshot. Kevzi will follow suit as well. And this is going to be a retake. Nice idea. And only Rabab's the only one left as Micro finishes the round.
They had the game plan. They got the spike down, they got the sight, and with so much util being able to block the line of sight, they used the Sage Wall, the high tide, the cascades to permanently smoke off that upper B side. They were able to sneak in onto the side, but it looks like that Micro was already ready for that possibility of the flank, shutting down the push coming out from Exotic as well as Rababs, and really securing that flank and pressure from that direction, meaning that his teammates could just flood into the site, retake control. I feel like if Abba just stayed onto the site, it might have worked out for them, but it's very hard, and it's always a toss-up between what decisions you make, because it depends on which shots do land.
There was an overwhelming amount of numbers as Exotic will be the first one to fall here because he was in the top of the box as Yanaki is doing it again as Rababs will shut him down, but that's 3 kills. That's already a lot of value as Micro finds the headshot onto Hydra. Rababs 36 HP, not on a healthy spot at the moment. This is looking to be a round for Action.
36 HP means that 1 Vandal bullet will do it, and there's a bunch of Vandals on the enemy team. Anyone can just breathe on him, and he'll basically just perish on the spot. The one-way's not going to help at all. Not going to be able to see who even knocks on death's door when Kevzi knocks. He does get the frag. He does secure the kill. But I think what's most important is Yanagi's sacrifice there with his great play, getting the 3K, using the Raze ultimate as well as mobility to get on top of the box. With the Sky Flash, it was able to take out Exotic without him even noticing. You can see here in the replay. gets value off the nades and as well. And more importantly, he does this on the buy round of Abaddon Abyss, meaning that they're gonna be back in that reset. They worked so hard to win that pistol, but they're being forced back into pistol again.
And it's looking like a very familiar scenario. I believe this also similarly happened on the side of on Icebox earlier. It was just the way I keep looking at it a different way, where APH is so good at maintaining momentum, but they're also good at taking it away. Sorry, and at this point, I feel like Abaddon's like, okay, let's try to play slow, because so far the aggressive rushing into a site hasn't been working out so far. As Exotic will go the same path, rush right in. A seems to be the possible route, as Kevzy finds Hydra and gets the spike planter down.
Does get the important player down, but with one player already out of the game this round, it's gonna be a difficult situation for the team on Eco. They're gonna go for a bit more challenges here. Don't lose this rifle. He gets the first kill. Kevs yet again. As well as Unagi's nade gonna be able to take out the further teammate. The pressure coming in from Blurred on the flank is also gonna slow down a lot of the options from the Abaddon team. He gets spotted out, dropped to 20 HP. Vanablack playing with his life right here on the edge. He is possibly gonna be taken out to the wall bang. Kevs gets another one on the Skye, which brings the Skye ultimate even closer. Unagi gonna explode towards the side, and it's gonna be able to close out the round. Another round for APH. Not a lot of value. They didn't even get one kill for Abaddon.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for them. They really need to shape up, especially that they have everything that they need this round. They have 3 ultimates. They have the rifle. So this is the round where they have to make their read. They have to stop pushing together, because they're getting punished so hard from it. Maybe go for something, but I feel like they're just going to stick to the same game plan that's not been working out. The same song always not being sung the same way.
Yeah, it's the 5 stack, 4 stack, and then into a site rush. They tried to play a little bit slow earlier, but the stack was still there. And so far, Action PH is ready every single time. There's the waves crashing down already onto 2 people on the site, actually onto C. With the paranoia coming in and the door is activated, they're forced to look 2 ways now. They're forced to split their attention onto 2 different directions. And Action PH survives this chaos and relishes in this chaos. And they win this round flawlessly.
Oh my god, they just walk into this, but then it turns into a trash compactor as they just get pushed in from both sides, pinched like you mentioned. APH with a good read, opening the door with the Skye ultimate. They got so much value because they still decide to stack together. I think one problem that they're facing right now, the amazing trades coming in from APH though, is on the side of ABBA. You put 4 people, doesn't matter if you're 1 or 4 or 5, you still get slowed down by the Omen one way, and they all get punished for it because they all choose to go the same direction. I understand that they want to help out this Neon. Now with the Skye ult as well as the Neon ult, even though they're on the eco, they could possibly go for some more plays, but it's just so hard to explode on site. There's not much util that they can use aside from just going in and sending this Neon to go. Even though they isolate the angles with the Harbor, just because they're playing the double Sentinel and Action PH, there's so many things that the Neon has to take account of when he does rush into site.
Yeah, it feels like it has been a rinse and repeat, especially again, this is Abaddon's map pick and the veto earlier, and it feels like this is the idea that they had in mind, but Action PH felt like they've read this already. After reading it once, it's like enough for them.
Yeah, but hopefully enough is enough, because Abba's timeout will really change the pace for them. But looking at how they've played so far, I think both times that they timed out on Icebox, they did lose the round after. So hopefully this timeout's really going to change that and remove that streak and make a better play from them. The info flash going to coming in from Kevs, or you can get some value out of it. They know that there's no player peeking currently onto the A side. It looks like Abba has decided to go for the split this time, changing the pace a little, not going for the rush where they get punished by all the util, the nades slowing them down, and this time just going to try to play for picks, get their own fight, and go for a bit more default positioning.
Yeah, this is really good adjustment from Abaddon. It's trying to isolate fights, instead of the team fights, instead of the stacks, they're going for 2v2s and possibly 1v1s. And just as you said, Fluffy, getting possible picks and extending the timer and making Action PH basically think. As now Exotic, we saw him earlier for the 2 separate rounds. They were incredible. But look at these tripwires. He played very downwards. And here comes the attack. gonna get spotted as Derek finds Exotic first blood. And even if this is a C site commit, they lost their duelist right off the bat. Now Micro is gonna shoot through the waves at this point, as the plant will slowly come down. And we'll see what the retake's gonna look like. Action PH very familiar with his strategies. Derek finds one. Rababs and Hydra, this could be the comeback. Getting 2 so far, 2v3 situation. As Hydra finds another headshot, beautifully done. Blur the only one left. He has a Vandal. A bunch of mixed buys. There's still utility. He dodges the flash. Nope, that's gonna be Hydra getting 3K.
Amazing round by ABBA. They're able to go for that default start, prevent a lot of the early pressure coming in, and dodging a lot of the util that APH wants to send out for information, forcing them not to make an informed decision on the rotate, which gives them the C site. They regroup for it. I was a bit worried for them with the double trap. Unfortunately, even though they spotted the first one, Rababs does walk into the second. And the important kill, I thought that APH was going to get it when Derek shut down Exotic. He was on that drive to survive, but unfortunately for him, he got taken out really quickly, burning that overdrive. But his team does manage to salvage the round for him with an amazing share of shots.
Exotic able to get space is blurred. Able to get an op kill onto Rababs. And again, it is going to be a 1-for-1 so far, but Exotic finds the headshot. Looks like it is going to be a C hit, with the door slowly moving. And at this point, the rotations coming from Action PH will be quite far in a 2v4 scenario.
Not only that, but the Neon's positioning is so far ahead. He gets a timing because of his ability to move that fast. And Exotic just gets the angle not expected by Kevzi. Now forcing his 1v1, jumps into his crosshair, but says hello and goodbye. Good night from Exotic. He gets the 3K. He saves the round, and Abaddon Abyss up on that upward trajectory right now.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about it, that Neon pick, right? This map, Lotus, is a maze, and as well as such a big map. So you're right, Exotic being able to zip, zap, zoom across the battlefield is going to keep APH in their toes and keep guessing where Exotic is going to be coming from.
Yeah, if they let this maze runner just walk through and breeze by everything, it's going to be impossible for them to guess where he could be. But then, speaking of speed, they're going to go for a fast play here. Flash going to come in for Yanagi. He's going to try to repeat what he did on the second or third round. But he's not going to get much value out of this, and they already know that they push up and control A. They've faltered to this position before, but with the Cascades and this Sky Dog, they're going to be able to, get a bit more information. They clear out the left side, and they do concuss Yanagi, but that won't stop his ultimate if he does pop it. They back off after putting some early pressure, and a bunch of util from APH already being used. That's both the flashes, both the satchels, and the grenade, meaning that this retake is going to be very hard for them if ABBA does manage to land in the site.
Yeah, especially they are not even close. Or rather, they have a lot of utility ult-wise to work with, but they have information. Woo, that was a bit too close there. Hydra already planting nano swarms just to slow down this push, this retake. Blurred.
He's not gonna spot the Neon.
Oh, there's a bit of a gap. I don't think he knows. This Exotic actually fights Blurred. Never mind. It's complete chaos here on side B as Slather is lying waiting on, looking at his wall as the doors will revolve. Slather finds 2 kills, and look at that. That's make it 3. It's a 1v3 scenario. I don't think Derek can clutch this. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with.
I think even if he landed all the kills right now, you're right, the spike's just going to explode. He might want to opt for the save here. They are starting to lose a bit of the economy that they've built up for the first 4 rounds, but Abaddon striking really hard and striking really fast now that they've gotten some momentum after the tactical pause. Very worth it. Whatever their plan was, it's worked. Oh, a bit too close for comfort. I got scared a bit, had to back off. But, all good. Go for the save.
Dude. Yeah. On a save, but yeah. He's fine. He's A-okay. But right now, it seems very okay for Abaddon Abyss as well, with this good start on 4-5 onto Lotus. Again, this is their map pick, and they showed a bit of struggle here and there whenever they'd stack. But it seems the approach now is to stack, bait out a lot of this utility, and move on to the next site.
The Harbor pick coming in from Abaddon Abyss has been working out for them. He already has 5 frags for Vanta Black, and he also is reckoning in 1 with 3 orbs on this map, which I think a lot of people sometimes forget. You can get one on outside B, towards the attackers. A is relatively free if you can control the middle, and honestly, even the C one is also free as long as you get through the first choke. It's really easy for you to farm orbs, and if we look at their team, it's 1 orb for Phantom Black, 2 for Exotic, and they have their main play available again, and it's going to be very hard for APH to go for this retake if the Reckoning is active.
Yeah, we saw Action PH struggle whenever Abaddon Abyss has complete control of post plant. So you're right, they gotta be wary. They gotta keep on their toes. And we'll see what the approach is going to be, as there's one person, it's gonna be Kevzy who's gonna guard Site C at this point.
I was wondering why Blurred wasn't buying, but he does have the tour de force, be that operating advantage, hold that long angle, but it looks like he's going to be peeking out of B early. He might be able to spot out 1, but 3 players already just holding this. I'm not sure if anyone's going to walk into them. The read from the attacker's side is going to be postured towards the A, but this great camera from Derek is actually going to spot out anyone on side. I don't even think that they're going to be able to see this from at least the left side. They have to be inside to see this camera. But then the speed of which the Neon can enter, even though he triggers the trip, right? He's still going to be able to fire a shot or 2 before the concuss even comes into play. So if he gets bursted on too fast, it might be too much to handle for Derek. And without his teammates being in position for him, it's going to be a hard retake, especially because they only have that tour de force and a bunch of other util.
Yeah, I don't think Derek's gonna survive the first onslaught for sure once they attack this site. As Derek has eyes, never mind! With a good wall bang and headshot onto Slap, and then Leon slides in! And he finds the headshot. Beautiful defense by Derek. Beautiful shots coming from this player. And that is the advantage that we were worried about Derek because he's all alone in the site. But in the end, he can take care of himself. And now Abaddon, with 2 players left, make that a 1 with a paranoia and a headshot will finish the job. Yanagi. And Derek, gotta hand it to him.
Has to be the MVP of that round. I think it would be a completely different story if he fell any sooner. Able to get that opening pick, but also every time this Neon slides onto his stream, he's just died. Blurred able to get a frag as well, and Yanagi gonna go for the cleanup kill with the ADS even to reset the aim. It's gonna be enough for APH to equalize. So whatever happened during the tactical pause, again, I think it's the first time I've seen them tag actually this series. Has been a lot of good info for them. They have the flow of the shadows now, as well as the Cypher also. The moment they get a pick, a lot of value gonna come out from APH.
Now they're really good at reading, and as well as winning these fights, getting all the crucial headshots, and surviving the first onslaught of attack once Abaddon knows where to attack. As we can see here, Blurred in a very scary position, looks like. Abaddon decides to just back away and look for another point of attack.
It's going to be difficult for them to find an angle, though. There's 2 players jiggling both A and C. The info flash from Kevzy going to be able to spot them out. He goes for the swing, gets 1. We'll be able to go out. He gets a second. Just to walk away. Even fires off the ultimate to slow down. Buy time for his team to go for the retake. He spotted all 3 players without so much value coming in from Kevzy's play. They have the information, they have the knowledge, and they know the location. So it's all going to be up to the pinch coming in from APH.
Yeah, that's honestly so crazy. The fact that Abaddon was basically stacked there, and here comes the sandwich coming from Blurred. And now, again, we've seen this time and time again, every time in Mound. Exotic finds a kill onto Micro, though, and he makes his sweet escape with the door. But he only has 30 HP. I'm not sure, considering that the spike is heavily guarded by Action.
He's going to be able to slip and slide out of that situation, but I don't think he'll be able to salvage the entire round. 15 seconds remain, and the spike is 5 miles away. It's going to be looking like a save for him. He's only 1 bullet from a Vandal to also just fall and hold the off angle. I think everyone's just going to take the round, not even go for the chase. Play safe, win the round, give them the Vandal. It's okay, but that also low-key stabilizes their economy a bit, especially with the overdrive in play next round.
And it's going to be incredibly important. This has been a very tight map for both of these teams. But you got to talk about Kevzy straight away. Second kill on that headshot, and then after that, Blur just basically sandwiches the rest of Abaddon onto Mound. So APH, the adaptation over adaptation has been the story for this map.
Surprised the Hydra went for the Trailblazer there because he knew that he already lost 2 players, and they'd probably respond by going for the flag. He gets punished for that action, and Kev's going to do the same flash just to put his operator into a deeper position. Not going to be expecting this angle, but Blurred has a way out. He can TP all the way back to Waterfall, but the attacking Killjoy lockdown is going to secure B side for them. The door opening for pressure. He can also TP out of this. He makes the first shot, but it's not going to be enough for them. Exotic going to get the first opening pick, and Kevzy, the MVP of last round, is not going to be able to play this round.
The 4v5, Lockdown, and Reckoning all into one. But the spike actually hasn't been planted yet, and all of the ults have already been used by the side of Abaddon. So this might be a window for Action for a more comfier retake. Let's see, Exotic and as well as Slatham looking at the same angle here as Hydra is going to revolve the doors, 25 HP, but the time's not right here as Slatham inside the pit, playing low, playing below with the Resurrect. It's going to be enough. 4v1, don't think Micro is able to survive, and it's now a 6-6, Fluffy.
The Resurrection coming in clutch just to ensure the round in case anything did happen. Securing the half, you know, it's going to be the last round anyway, might as well go for the res. It's a lot stronger of a showing coming on from Abaddon Abyss compared to how they played on Iceball.
Yeah, definitely an amazing recovery here. The Reckoning plus the Lockdown just forced everyone from Action to respect and wait till they can retake. I thought it was a little bit scary considering the plant came after all of the ults expired, but at the end of the day, Abaddon, just really good gun work on that round.
Yeah, prioritizing, just taking the site before even stressing about how we're going to play it after, but being able to secure so much area in a tight space like the B side provides the opportunity to really make plays, especially because Kevzy falls. I think if Kevzy survived the previous round, they wouldn't have the flash and wouldn't work out. But speaking of the rounds, there'll be some flashes coming in from the defensive side. Now with APH attacking, they have to back off, and the harbor pressure with this cascade is going to block out all of their options. Going to be forced to use some util to clear out close. They spot out two players. They know there's at least 2A, the harbor there as well, because they saw the harbor wall. So they have to rotate to either B or C. It's going to be Kevzy. He's going to bait out some more util, but 4 players already being rotated on A. It might either give him the opportunity to go for one more kill or maybe just back off.
It's kind of scary earlier, considering that there were 4 players stacked onto A. But Kevzy doing a lot of work here by being that distractor, I suppose, but he falls eventually. Just as I said, but the spike is all the way at the opposite side of the map. They only have to worry about Rababs here on Site C. It's a lot to work with. As now 44 seconds on the clock, the rotations, the committal is coming through. Alarm bot triggered. Rababs knows this is happening as he falls. V Black gets the trade at least. 3v4 scenario. With the spike not being planted just yet. Coming in with the paint shells, V Black finds a kill, and Hydra as well. And now it's only Nacague, and there you go, 6-7 on the side of Abaddon Abyss. Really strong beginning, especially that this was a reset.
It is a strong reset, not only for this half, not only for this game, but also for their mental. Able to bounce back like this on your map choice is always a good feeling, and I'm sure that they're feeling good now that they have the economy to buy up on the second round. They're gonna go and invest heavily on that Bulldog, and Full Spectre's not saving anything, just going for the clean win here. Well, on the other side, Action Page, Derek now might opt for the shorty, might not, but he does have the chips and util available at least to scout out the information that they need to play as a team, but will it be enough to stop the actual push?
Yeah, Abaddon definitely feeling it at the moment. We keep saying how important this game is for them. And now let's see if it's going to be an aggressive Action PH. No, Exotic finds a kill onto Derek. Seems like a revenge from the previous sets of rounds. And now APH with one member down. This is a huge disadvantage for a start on the first few seconds of this round.
It's very hard for them to get control of A main just because of that one cascade that they throw. It's very cheap to use also, and you can do it multiple times, so you always have to be very wary of it. But speaking of being wary, they have to be careful here on the C side. They're going to try to break the turret, even with the reduced HP. It's not going to be enough. Abaddon already racking up the kills. Now Nacague, same story, same stall, yet alone, but it's going to be shut down. Slatham getting another kill means that he's closer to that resurrection, but it's going to be Vanta Black, who almost has the Reckoning online, especially on the buy round of APH.
The crazy stuff. They were only able to get Rababs out of that round after losing the pistol round. So Action PH, this is the time for retaliation, as Abaddon Abyss only has Spectres and Bulldogs to work with, just as you said. and we'll have to see. It has been a big tug of war between these two teams. It is a very different story from what we saw in Icebox, and it's so nice to see Abaddon Abyss being able to get that reset and keeping the score tight.
Got a quick shovel onto A main. Hydra does get one while Derek's able to walk up and get the information of the wall, but the shots are going to go through like a firing range. Blurred spots out one, spots out another one. Flash, Exotic gets one, now forcing this 3v4. Still better guns on the side of APH, but the man advantage swinging towards Abaddon. They also have that Sage to heal up and the Skye, so it's going to be a lot of life for them. Very healthy state. And I think this A is just so hard for them to take. Kev's going to try to go for another swing at it. Trailblazer going to spot one close. This is an impossible situation if he doesn't flash both players, but they're going to spot this. The first anti-flash does come on, as well as some nearsightedness. Not going to be enough, but Micro's going to go for the cleanup. Now forcing this back into a 2v2. Very winnable for them. They have the gun advantage, and they equalize the man advantage. 50 seconds on the clock. They have to make a decision now, though.
Yeah, it feels like the attack is on towards A. They know that most of the time Rababs is the guardian, sole guardian of C, so utility will be there. But they still have no information where the rest have rotated, so now it's a very 50-50 game for the side of Abaddon. They're going to hear the doors. They know that the movement is going to be possibly towards A, as now there's not a lot of information to work with, and I don't think APH has time. With 20 seconds on the clock, they have to have this post-plant positioning prepared, as two of the Sentinels will be coming from heaven. Might drop onto pit, slowly but surely just waiting for the cyber cage to expire. They have no information.
That's a good one-way.
That's a really good one-way, especially that they're all going to be coming from this particular area. They're looking towards heaven, knowing the fact that Micro could possibly teleport upwards. Again, they don't have a lot of time. The turret has been summoned. Looking, they know one is there. They know one is there. And there you go, Salatham gets the clutch for Abaddon Abyss. And that's 6-9.
I thought they had it there. The one-way bought them so much time, but the contact turret was just able to spot them out. And not only that, I think the tag from the turret was able to slow him enough that they were able to go for the spray down. Slatham surviving there, yet that range made the Spectre just so much more effective. They started with this early push, the early scuffle back onto A. I feel like the attackers need to start flashing through this harbor wall, because if not, if they expect an early flash, it's just too much pressure for them to deal with early on. They essentially lose control of the whole A site, and it forces them to play into the hand of the Sentinels on C or B.
Yeah, it's just so insane. You're right, it is that turret is able to slow down Micro, so gotta be careful. Is the same start for Action PH, just trying to gain information onto Site A and move accordingly.
Move accordingly. It's going to be like the move is towards the C site, this time leaving only Omen there guarding B. APH prepared for the attack. They don't have the best buy, but we've seen Abaddon Abyss work with this to great success before. So if they're able to replicate that, it's going to be a lot. But with the Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm already prepared for this push, if the Raze utility is too far back, he's not going to be able to destroy any of this. The delay coming in. Rabab's going to get 1, 2.
And 2! Make that a 2! Rabab's the sole guardian of C has been working wonders, and make that a 3. And it's Latham with the tag team from earlier with a 2v2 clutch, and they kill more on this round 16.
The Sentinels just firing shots back and forth, able to hold the site. It's their job, it's their duty, but they're able to do it well. Able to keep their lives and buy so much time. I feel like if Yanagi was able to break any of these traps, or Bob's positioning though, so insane. Able to get so many 1v1 angles, since Latham's just able to go over the cleanup, landing the insane shots that he needs to, isolating angles once again, and bringing the resurrection into play, as well as the lockdown for both Sentinels.
Yeah, every single time, Slatham and Rababs are doing a lot of work for this Lotus map. Very aggressive entrance onto A as Exotic finds first blood. Kevzy with a trade. Here comes the dog. Is going to spot out a lot of members from Action PH. This forces action on the rotation, as the Reckoning also being used to drive action away. The rotation now to choice either B. Seems to be the choice, as Exotic is revived. Now it's a 5v4 situation. Rababs is thinking about it. He's gonna meet eye to eye. Versus with Micro, gets the headshot, won't get the second as Derek comes in for the trade. Still 3v4. They know where Action PH is at, especially with the utility. Rabab's already gone. Let's see how this round's gonna play out. It's The Cyber Cave's gonna expire. The reload time is not gonna pan out. Derek finds 3 people actually. And now the tides have turned on the side of Action PH. Exotic played a lot of wonders. He's gotten a lot of headshots towards this round. Gonna try to isolate all of these corners, but Kevzi peeks. Good camera. This side of Action, they're playing it slow, and there you go. Action breaks the momentum that Abaddon has built.
Great use of util there, using the contact of both the drone as well as that camera to spot them out. This early frag by Exotic could have turned the tide, but as the Reckoning does come through, it's actually Abaddon Abyss. It's going to falter. This play with the flash to the cage is what's, I think, secured the round for them, and Abaddon going to be forced on the timeout. Their momentum was broken, but hopefully they can bring it back with some thought.
Yeah, with a timeout, you're right. Is just trying to break this momentum that APH sort of badly needed, considering that Abaddon is already on their 2 digits. 3 points left. They could possibly take it to the decider match. And for all of these maps so far, it has been stretched till the very end. It has been tight, at least for Lotus. And I feel like, Abaddon and Abyss, they've found their mark. They've found their groove for this map that they picked.
They had to dig deep, and they were able to find something that was kind of missing during the first game. Now with a 3-round advantage, though APH is trying to make that smaller and smaller, Abaddon trying to extend that lead. They have the 2 strongest ultimates that they probably have on their team outside of the Reckoning in order to secure this round, but it's going to be up to them to choose how they want to fight it. They've been taking control of A really well, and I don't think they should stop because there haven't been a lot of ways for APH to really just take that space back. They get too pressured from the harbor coming in from B with a cascade, as well as Neon just quickly going in, but this time around only going to send the Cypher.
Yeah, they've changed their approach a little bit. As I say that, we see Rabab slowly making his way towards C. The utility is all bolstered towards B site. The Action slowly moving towards 2 people as the Seeker's already activated. They know 2 people are there. There's the Sky Flash, and they get the headshot. Rabab's doing a lot of work on the C side. Unable to get the 3rd kill, but it doesn't matter. That's a lot of value, making it a 3v3. And that is exactly what Abaddon wants to happen. Even though the spike's about to go down, there's the smoke expiring. He's isolating these angles, but it's not going to work. And Nacague is able to get Exotic. 3v2, Sladum. Beautiful headshot. He knows someone's there because of the paint shells. He knows Yanagi is there. He just needs, it's a 1v2, but the double peek is going to send APH into 8-10.
He checks the corner, they get the opening there. I think that although Rababs was able to get those 2 kills, the overextension here really lost them the round because he wasn't able to use that lockdown. If they really had that for the retake, I think it could be a different story. But because he just faltered, even though he got that back into a 3v3, it wasn't enough for Abaddon to strike back, especially after the timeout. APA is still continuing their momentum pre-timeout, and they still have a lot of util to work with moving on to this round.
You want to play? Let's
play. Yes, they do have the lockdown, just as you said, that wasn't used earlier. Overdrive coming from Exotic. And there's not a lot of ults to work with on the side of Action PH, but they do have the firepower, just as you said. And now APH, after winning 2 straight rounds, of course they want to keep this momentum. Of course they want to continue this streak. And now the question is, how will they be able to do it?
Their plan currently so far is to just check up on APH, and they're going to move to get recontrol of A. I think they've recognized that they take A really fast, but also that means they give it up because they have no info on the other side, since one of them are only waiting inside. They're baiting out Rob's utility as we speak, but it's only the Cypher there, where the whole team is leaning again towards A. He pops the cage to block a bit more information, but this play from V Black does spot out the rotate. They should respond to this in kind, but they've already prepared themselves with 4 players surrounding the A site or defensive side. The Trailblazer is going to get some more value. Oh no, it's going to just survive there, buy a bit more time.
Wow.
A very expensive Trailblazer in trade. If Vanta Black falls here, it's going to be very interesting for them. The flash does come through. He tries to anti-flash it, but it goes too deep, and he's forced back here. The 1-2 triple swing might be enough, but the overdrive is going to try to save them. Gonna try to get one driving to survive yet again. He doesn't have anything to work with. He has only the stinger in hand and chooses to rotate instead. Has to back off here as the spike does come down. The lockdown falls into place. He's gonna try to break it with the satchels, but it's not gonna be enough. Some zippity zap action, and Cavs does land the first frag, forcing this into a 3v2. Still, the overdrive still active, about to run out though. They have to find a way to defuse the spike. 63 HP remains on Exotic, and he has a stinger. He knows that the Cypher is going to be playing far back. They have to clear him or else the pressure is going to be too high. They do. And with that, it's a 2v2. Do they have enough time to stick though? I think they can, but with this player and his team falling, it's not going to be enough. There's too many APH players running on this site and just going to be destroying the attempts of the dreams of defusing.
Beautifully done by Kevzi, having a lot of frags on towards that round, and as well as securing that site. Beautiful post plant as well by Action PH. We saw everybody else where it was basically playing far back. They managed to find Derek, but that basically bought Action PH a lot of time as they had to again chase for Derek there.
Yes, sir. And now the gap is the smallest it could possibly be, 9 to 10. APH still riding that momentum, and still the same story comes out. But now it's punished. Unagi peaks early, is able to get the opening frag on Exotic, especially on that eco. That was the tip of the spear for them. That was the entry fragger, and now they're going to have to camp into sight.
Now with that advantage, it is now the decision to attack and remove Rababs. Constantly Action PH have been struggling, but Kevzi finds another with a big two-man advantage on the side of Action PH. Blurred is trying his best to be very sneaky, but there's a lot of alarm bots. Sladum finds Kevzi with a sheriff shot. Look at this, him hugging this corner, but it doesn't really matter. As Action PH is able to get full control onto C. It's all up to V Black and to Sladum. If Action PH is able to win this round, and again, all they have to do is buy time, as this is a very far out rotation, and it's just sheriffs on the board for Abaddon. Get the headshot, Derek, possibly waiting for one more, and there you go. Action PH takes this 10 to 10.
They're able to stabilize here on the double-digit round, and now both teams are 3 rounds away from securing the game. 2 rounds from match point. Now back on all the rivals, but with Action PH winning so many rounds, they get their ultimates a bit more frequently as well. They have the SKYE ultimate again. The Seeker is going to be a huge advantage, as well as the Neural Theft, giving so much info. If they choose to, Micro can even go for a quick rotate or use them from the shadows. It's an amazing kill from Rababs, was going to try to steal the side. He does play the discipline and get one, but ultimately that eco disadvantage was a big disadvantage for their team.
And looking at the score, you mentioned there's a lot of utility on the side of Action PH to continue the snowball. The Neural Theft, and as well as from the shadows. So we'll see with Seekers as well available. We know Action PH knows how to use all of these ults to try and not break their momentum. And with this being incredibly close, it feels like a game of whoever breaks first will lose.
I think now it's a game of whoever gets the first pick, and with both teams staring down the same angles, everyone is waiting for the other team to make a move and punish their mistake. The Sky Flash is going to come in, and Blurred is going to anti-flash it. It does ping him though. They know there's at least one player, and they can for sure hear the trademark that's playing up close. But that being said, it's going to pressure them into thinking it might be a C or B hit, where most of the teams already stacked them very, very considerably onto the A site.
It's pretty spread out here as the Seekers already activated. As they activated the doors themselves, they want A. Abaddon knows it's going to be A. Pain shells. All of this utility being turned on, that one-way smoke. Unable to get more as Rababs kills 2. Derek with a quick trade. 3v3 right now, with a spike just about to be planted. All up to V Black and Exotic for this one. They have a lot of utility still to create space as Blurred finds the op kill onto Exotic, and it's all up to V Black. He has the Vandal. He's trying to isolate these corners. He's trying to make sounds and drop towards that pit. But I don't think APH is going to take the bait. V Black finds one headshot. Look at this isolated angles. He's doing it. He has the cove. He's going to try to defuse. He's going to make his move. He exits. This is so well done! And now it's a 1v1! V Black 44 HP! but the wallbang may possibly be there. Headhunter headshot, that's gonna be denied. And V-Black doesn't get his clutch, and in the end, Blurred saves the day.
They got punished so hard on the opening frag that Neural Theft just giving all the information that APH needed to hold the angles. This one-way smoke coming in clutch for multiple rounds. Rebabs again with the 2, but just because of the positioning and the information that they got off it, even though Vantablack had his own heroic attempt, it was not enough. I love the idea though. He was able to use his util so well to get so many 1v1s out of that almost 1v3. It was very scary if you're an APH fan, but at the end of the day, they do secure the round, meaning that one round is possibly match point if they get this.
Yeah, so scary and so close. I mean, the theme of Lotus so far for both of these teams have been an exchange, has been a tug of war. But we talked about who will get there, who will break their mental first, because it has been a test of their mental fortitude. And it has been the long game as well. It's all about waiting for information and who will break first.
Who will break first? They're going to break out of the door, but Derek's going to go for the spray down, going to be able to get 2. So much momentum, and with Abba just swapping off the sides, now the duel is going to be pressuring C, but it's going to be Rebabs yet alone. Instead of holding C, he's going to be the guardian of A now. Exotic going to try to go for the lurker here. He does spot him out, but he's going to be hit by Derek. Derek's going to get another one, but the trade is going to give Hydra a weapon. But in this 2v4, they have to stop holding this drop because that one-way smoke is just too powerful. Unagi's going to be able to secure that angle for them, and now Hydra left in a 1v4. On almost, it's going to be match point if he does lose it. It's all going to be all up to him. He has the Seekers in 1. He gets spotted out. It's away with his life, but will he land the frag? Yes, he does. Will he choose to use the ultimate, though? 5 HP and the Dream is a possibility, but with so many players and the operator in hand, it might be too much. He gets the second frag, though. He's going to go for it. He goes for the Seekers. He's going to be able to get info that one player is on the right, but he doesn't know how far he actually is. The Flash going to come in, trying to get the 1v1. He does get the angle. He walks into the crosshair. Blurred shoots first.
That was too close, Fluffy. I legit thought a 1v1, a clutch with 5 HP was about to happen, because every single time one of the players from Abaddon Abyss is put in this position, they play it right. Not this point. It all started because Derek is able to line up his shots and kill 2 at the very beginning.
Kill 2 in the very beginning and get that momentum early, but speaking of that, we were able to almost see a clutch, but unfortunately for them it was just short. And with the lower buy now, they have the Bulldog and Spectre in hand. They're going to go for more aggressive plays here. They're going to spot out the Cypher camera, but that one piece of util is going to counter all 3 that they use, and with that they're going to get the ghost signal to go rush into A site. Not prepared for this. The defenders are going to run to a 3v3 as Exotic tries to punish this Cypher.
Yeah, it's so scary as the waves will expire, and it's only Derek left. We've seen him 1v2 before, and it's highly possible. He knows someone's trying to push him out, and he's going to get concussed, trapped in his own cyber cage, and he has no escape. 4v4 so far. It has been a trade, at least macro-wise. Yanagi detained. Good thing is safe for now. Again, this is match point. A lot in the line for Abaddon. They want to survive this onslaught, and he finds kills as Exotic is just rushing through the entire site. It's all up to KevZ and Maiko to clutch this, and KevZ finds the kill onto Rabaz. A 1v1 with SKYE, and Action PH finds the final blow, and they win this 2-0.
Nature Girl holding on to the tree room right there, bringing all the util and throwing the entire zoo at them, able to secure the round, especially with some insane shots, getting those 1v1 kills. We look at the boys here on APH, very happy and excited, especially Kev's there in the bottom left. Very happy to secure the round and the game, and was able to salvage what looked like a bad spot. They had someone detained. They lost their flank player. The person watching it on their chamber, Blurred, was already also deleted. So it was literally just in the hands of Kevs, but because he had the opening, he had the timing, he was able to isolate the fights he needed to secure the rounds and win them the game. Congratulations to APH, but also a sad sign for ABBA if you're an ABBA fan, because unfortunately for them, it will push them lower onto the bracket. It'll be up to how the remaining teams play to really position them a bit higher.
Yeah, that's what's nerve-wracking about that series. Why we keep saying that it's very important for Abaddon Abyss, because their fate no longer relies on themselves. It's all about the performance and the scores of what other teams will do. But at the end of the day, Action PH is just so incredibly crazy. Like, it was neck and neck, toe to toe, and at the end of the day, they were able to take it to match point and commit to that final blow.
Final blow, the final nail in the coffin for Abaddon Esports this game. Action PH gonna rise above the high tides, and Kevzi with the 4 first kills, the 286 combat score, and the 22-13 finish is gonna be able to secure the rounds and get that game-winning clutch, delivering the win for his team. But also Rabab's standout player, 17-18 on that killjoy, the one who's gonna be the sentinel, hold the site, and is able to secure the space that ABBA needed to try and get this. Unfortunately for them, they lost their map rounds. They had a good first half, but the second, they weren't able to adapt fast enough for the pace of APH.
Yeah, it was again an adaptation versus adaptation. It was just an exchange of information, and for Action PH, especially Kevzi, his flashes was just so detrimental on how APH is able to get information and then move accordingly. It's just so beautiful to watch.
Beautiful to watch indeed. Just as beautiful as our map highlights. We see on Lotus the great attempts from Abaddon Abyss really to get the space that they needed. I think they succeeded doing this A push multiple times, getting multiple kills. But the problem is, the moment they stopped this game plan, the moment they started getting punished, instead of trying to improve it, they just decided to switch it up. And I think Rababs, although he gets maybe 1 to 2 kills and was playing that sentinel role, always lost his life for the most part and wasn't able to really help towards the end of the retake. Mainly he was the person to tank the contact. He's able to do a very good job in fairness, but it was up to him to really salvage a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, we're seeing Rababs on this highlight. I mean, I feel like it was a tag team between Slatham and Rababs constantly, especially when they already did the switch on defense. They were doing a lot of clutches, they were doing a lot of work, but also props to V Black for trying to clutch some of these rounds, especially he's able to get and use his utility and force isolated fights. But of course, we gotta mention once more, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it is APH's Kevzi.
Kevzi's standout player secures the map, secures the round, secures his own 4K, and delivers the win with Grab Unlimited. Great performance from him. Hopefully increases the trajectory that APH can soar, and hopefully pushes them into their further games as we move on to the rest of the VCTPH this split.
Yeah, the fact that it was a SKYE versus SKYE, he wasn't in the most healthy position when it comes to HP, and it was just too close. It was just too close, and that was so significant that because of that, Action PH didn't have to go to map 3.
I think it was very hard for them also, because when you look back to the composition, this Neon plan is to run in, but with 2 Sentinels with trips and traps, it's just so hard to do that as effectively. But, props to them for having a good fight. It's a great improvement from the first map, but it's not enough to push them on to a third. So GG's, and congrats to APH.
Yeah, that was a very strong showing on the 2-0. Gotta give props to Derek too, with a couple of really good kills on some of these points, being able to getting really good gunshots, really good duels, and again holding the fort when it counts. So again, if there was an MVP on the Kevzi, my low-key MVP will have to be Derek. But of course, it's not only me and Fluffy02 that will fangirl and fanboy about what Action PH did. The panel as well will be absolutely very excited to talk about what went down.
Thank you so much to our casters. So, diba, nakita mo yun, dumaan tayong Lotus. Diba? Dinaanan natin yung Lotus kung saan yung mga teams kanina, no? Pero I do have to commend ang ganda ng mga plays natin kanina on the side of Abaddon Abyss. Na impressed talaga ako dun sa mga killjoy setups neto ni Rababs. Pero at the end of the day, Raf, tulad ng sinabi mo, it was Blurred. And Blurred was performing phenomenally throughout that entire series.
Lain na sa daning Blurred nung una man. Pero you guys see, if I speak in Bisaya, you guys are like, what does that mean? But any case,
translate.
That was no. Any case, that was a fantastic set of games for both these teams. I mean, wow. Honestly, like I said, right, if you devolve the game, or rather if you want to get into a scrappy fight with Abaddon, you are asking for a lot of trouble. And we saw that quite a bit in Lotus. It's just, APH, it's that level of maturity and experience to just really power through, even against such a big lead, right? And I feel like even on Icebox, the biggest thing that APH did was to stop any of these players on the side of Abaddon to get red hot, because, for example, like Exotic, like Slay Them, they create their own gravity, and once you shut that down, it does become increasingly difficult to get your motor started as Abaddon Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right? There's a certain level of
course,
I think, what's the word here? A certain level of uncomfortability that APH put Abaddon Abyss in. And you kind of saw that with Lotus primarily here, where I think it was like that last round with Kevs, that was a perfect example, where he basically did the 4 versus 1, and they tried to peek him 1 by 1, because I felt like they were rushed to try to just win the round every single time. It did work at some points. Exotic was actually popping off with that neon of his, but ultimately, you just see again how, I think as you mentioned it, Rap, perfectly, that the maturity there, as well as I think just the comfiness or confidence of APH was just surging in this entire series.
Talaga naman. Actually, this sa game number 1, it felt like it went like a blur, no pun intended, kasi sobrang bilis ng map number 1 natin kanina sa Icebox. Tuloy-tuloy lang talaga yung discipline na pinakita rin sa atin ng APH. Pero moving over to game number 2, akala ko nga on the side of Abaddon Abyss, they were gonna show more discipline. At least during the first round, yung setup nila, the crossfires were ready, everything was there. Pero in the end, na-shift ng APH yung momentum with, of course, Blurred leading the fight, sorry. But again, Raf, kailangan ikaw talaga yung tanungin ko dito kasi binibisaya mo na kanina eh. Nagsasalita ka na kanina in Cebuano. And I wanna hear more of that even though hindi ko naman talaga naiintindihan. So pag-usapan natin tong si Blurred, how amazing was he on the chamber over there, Raf? Solid talaga. Kahit yung mga times na medyo nagda-doubt na tayo dun sa mga angles and yung pag-peek na gagawin niya, he's still able to pull it off.
Absolutely. I mean, Blurred, I think Vil mentioned it, and Fluffy and Riku were talking about it earlier too. He's incredibly disciplined. He does have the aim to actually just play bully Valorant, but he never really relies on it too much. And you did ask me to speak a little bit more Bisaya, but it's a thing that I surprise everybody with. I like it when it comes from the shadows, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But in any case, Blurred has been incredibly clutch. He's been incredibly consistent, and those are just the two keystones of a superstar in the making. And this dude is so young. He has such a bright future ahead of him. And him being the MVP for Action PH, aside from having a star-studded roster, speaks volumes.
Yeah, and at least that for me at least is wow, I was getting deep into my thoughts there. With how Action PH is moving right now, it feels like they can at least net at possibly one more series to round things out para sa kanila. You know, not only to solidify their place into the playoffs, but also just I think to kind of even out kung yung mga missing pieces nila. Because even though they did have such a great showing with Abaddon Abyss, they haven't really, as I mentioned, shown up against the other teams that I really wanted them to face against. Ano talaga dito with, like, for example, for Naos and Oasis. But again, that's future panel to discuss and to problem.
That's my future problem because I'm always on the panel.
Exactly.
Kala ko sasabihin mo, Astroy, gusto mo pa sana mag-game number 3. Ayaw mo pang patulugan yung casters natin. Ayaw pa sila pagpahingahin.
Wala akong sasabi. You're putting words in my mouth like that.
I was leading in that direction. Pero yun nga, tapos na tayo for this series. I wanna see the updated standings kasi again, I have to reiterate this over and over again. Sobrang crucial na talaga ng mga matches na to. And during our opening panel earlier with Fluffy and Riku, ang sabi nga namin, the players to watch out for, or the teams rather to watch out for, was gonna be SKYE Empire and Abaddon Abyss. Kasi sila nga yung medyo naghihirap sa current standings natin. And unfortunately, hindi pa rin sila yung nanalo this time around. Asoray, do you think that there is still hope? Is it still possible that some of the teams who are at the bottom right now make it up higher and actually proceed into the playoffs?
I think at this point it's impossible because our last day is tomorrow. So unless...
Oh no, we have 2 more days.
2 more days pa ba?
Yeah.
Ay, oo nga pala, Friday pala
We have
ngayon,
6 matches.
Sorry. May kasalanan ako.
You're in Brazilian time, sir.
Oo nga eh. Bakasyon kasi. Naging bakasyon kasi yung araw na to. Kaya inisip ko agad, ay, Saturday pala kayo araw. No, that's my bad. But,
you're bad talaga.
Ay,
I
grabe
feel
yun.
like it's stretching a bit too thin talaga dito. Because it's too far. It's one win to 5 losses for both Abaddon, Abyss, and Puggers. It really is stretching para sa kanila. If I look at their opponents, and we're actually seeing that now, parang medyo malabo to look at it.
You feel the same way, Raf?
Honestly, like, I want to be the optimist that there, well, physically, as Asura implied, there really isn't a chance anymore, but to show up still, because, you're still in the circuit, you're still competing, and winning is everything. Despite all of that, I guess the biggest takeaway from all of the teams that may or may not make it into our playoff roster is that when you're done with the entire circuit, you are coming out 10 times stronger. When you leave the Shark Tank, you also become an absolute apex predator. So the development for all these teams have been supercharged. They're basically playing on quadruple XP weekend. And in any case, I will say the same thing again. I am so excited to see more of them in the future.
Basically, I have just confirmed na this panel is filled up with a bunch of nerds, and I am happy to have these two here. Asura is the only one that's smiling. Raf is not happy about my comment. But anyway, guys, that is it for the panel segment. We would like to thank, of course, our sponsors for making this event possible. Maraming salamat sa Riot Games as well as SKYE Philippines for organizing VCTPH.
And of course, thanks to our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
I knew he was gonna say
I
that.
knew it
I
too.
swear.
Never
Last
gonna
but
end,
not
guys.
the least, last but not least, guys, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So once again, a big thanks from everybody across the board, and of course everybody on board. So wow, that was a exciting day. Tomorrow and the next day, we are still in very, very good hands because, as Laika said, she's always going to be on the panel. Always.
Thank you. Thank you for liking my hands, I guess. Once again, it has been likable and Asura.
He's confused.
And Raf here on the panel.
Oh, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way.
Okay,
Wait.
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
oops.
Dapat ganun pala yung Sir Asura. Yan. Wait. Okay, wrong arm. There we go. Alright, guys. We'll see you guys again tomorrow for more action here on VALORANT PH. Good night!